basically means like most of the time, if you're just left to yourself and your eyes, you could be happy.
Radiant
but it's
team
other people
back.
that end up bringing you down.
Dire
That's not
team
like
back.
Dota related. That's like, you know, these days with like social media and all that,
Radiant
people
team
see
pick.
people's best lives on
Dire
Instagram, for
team
example,
pick.
and they end up thinking so much worse for themselves. So, I mean, the man, even before Instagram and TikTok and all sort of social media was out, he was making some pretty cool comments and he was being right about it.
Damn. Philosopher giving us all the
Not me, I
information,
just
the vital
copied.
information we need. Yes, of course. So, yeah, enough of that.
10
Let's
seconds remaining.
speaking about some crazy philosophies. We should have got
5
draft getting
seconds
underway pretty
remaining.
shortly here with Cactus up against Poke. I know you were just mentioning before about Cactus's. So I don't mind it. I like it. I like it. I mean, that's got to give you bonus points, right? Surely, like plus
Star
1 in
points.
damage for everyone. Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
No,
Dire
it's
team
kind
pick.
of, it's not really
Radiant
pay to
team
win. It's
Designed to win.
Sure. Designed to win. Go with that.
All right, so I do like the fact that Cactus have gotten rid of the Broodmother. I think if it was the other way around, Poke aren't going to ban the Broodmother just because it's something that they like to play, whereas Cactus never pick it. So
10
I think this is a very value ban for them. Centaur first phase, though, is certainly a little bit different, especially when it's
5
into an
seconds
Undying. So
remaining.
maybe they're planning on doing like a position 5 Centaur, something that we've seen a little bit in some of the other regions. But certainly if they're going to go the traditional route, it seems quite odd.
Odd is definitely one way to put it.
How would you?
That's how I would put it. I
Say what you
Radiant team
mean.
back.
Say what you really think.
think this is. I don't like it. It's Undying.
Dire
There we
team
go.
back.
This is not good.
You think it's trash. You think it's garbage. You think they're in the bin.
I think this is one of his worst lane matchups.
Yeah, a
that's,
little bit.
That's
Because it even just stops what Double Edge does as well a little bit, right?
sure. Yeah, a lot of the damage coming out from the strength. You don't have as much strength.
10 seconds
What your
remaining.
damage. So
Radiant
yeah,
team
I mean
back.
maybe.
Dire team
Right, maybe
back.
there's some flex potential to a 5. I know Puppy was attempting that for a couple of games, and it honestly looked not too bad, but I haven't really seen it in quite some time though. So I hope there's some flex potential for Poke, but if it's not, the 3 is it'll be
10
very difficult to
seconds
play for the
remaining.
Centaur, regardless. So Cactus with the 8th. They're just going to look to pick up
5
butterfly effects here
seconds
early
remaining.
on. You got the Ember, now you can look to protect it. Storm and this Shadow Fiend now banned out.
I mean, they played it. What did they play this time? They played mid. No, that can't be right. The Centaur.
Radiant team back.
No, they played it in the off lane. Twice last season.
Okay. So I say
I'm
mid
confused
Centaur.
between Killer and
Mike.
KK. What a K is this? I got a little confused.
Mid Centaur, that's I don't know.
10 seconds
I
remaining.
mean,
Dire
you
team
think about
back.
it in the context of like, you know, the task and all that sort of stuff, right? If you're
Dire
able to
team
scale up, you can do some
Radiant
pretty big
team
damage
pick.
early on, but
Mirana.
sometimes off lane, the way to go.
Radiant
Probably
team
going to be a
pick.
position 5 Mirana coming through, although we have seen teams play it. We have seen teams do it in the position 1 role as well. Roke was one of them though. I mean, what are they going to do with this? Rubik just needs to go boots, right? And then just pull the wave as much as possible because you are
10
not
seconds
laying
remaining.
into a Undying Ursa.
5 seconds
Do you think it might even be Miranda in that lane?
Do you want a Rubik 5?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think you got to
yeah.
keep the Rubik there just because you're going to be a little bit more greedy. And if they do go for some dives, because, you know, it's a freaking Undying Ursa, you could probably go for like some tier 1 dives. It's a lot easier to get a telekinesis into Stomp versus like arrow into Stomp or something like that.
Is progressing far through the Cactus with the Ursa Snapfire in the second phase, so you've got a very
Radiant
strong
team
safe lane.
back.
And then your position full with a little bit of team fight AoE damage. Poke, they're going to go for the Tiny at the 18th. The hero that we
Dire
don't
team
see
back.
a lot anymore played as a 2. We're still getting a decent chunk of like Tiny 4s, but in regards to the position 2, it has fallen a little bit out of favor.
Radiant
I wonder
team
what they're going to
back.
do with Poke with the position 1, right? Like, are they going to go something that's a real lane dominator? If they do that, then the Snapfire doesn't necessarily have the luxury, it's going to be a Snapfire 3, who knows, right? Of rotating towards the mid lane to be able to help out with this. Because you know Undying is probably going to stay in that lane, right? That's why you
10
pick Undying, is
seconds
dominate the lane, and then be that frontline smoke breaker once the
5
mid game and lane
seconds remaining.
breaks out. So I think the Tiny is actually set up for a decent amount of success, right? Avatos combo allows arrows to happen, so I think this game is really going to be on the Mirana/Rubik in my eyes, right? Like, if you're able to make a rotation towards that Ember Spirit before he gets level 6, you could probably get some kills and set up the Tiny, but you're certainly playing from behind the 8-ball, just with how the lanes are going to be set up. Not necessarily mid, but the other ones certainly.
Well, is that not a concern though? Because traditionally, if you have second pick, your lanes are usually a little bit stronger than the other team.
Yeah. That's a little bit of a conundrum for sure. I'm wondering if they're going to even consider going like Underlord on Cactus, just because it's really good against Mirana, it's really good against these beefy strength heroes. And if Poke Gaming goes something else, again, is like that lane dominator style, let's say, I don't know, a Chaos Knight, for example, Unlord crushes Chaos Knight unless you like really focus him and prevent him from having an early game. I'm just thinking, like, why this adamant on this Centaur as well? Like,
Yeah.
what is it that needs to like stay on top of a hero? Like, Ursa is already gone. So you weren't picking against like, you know, this stuff that you need to run away from at that time. So it's, I don't know, it's really weird to me. I'm just trying to think of what exactly they want to tie together with this.
I think right now, what we're looking for Cactus, when you mentioned Underlord, I just overall like a hero that gives them a little bit of control, because they are kind of lacking that with the Ursa. You'd love to have a team fight where Tombstone lay it down, and then Poke just can't disengage off the back of Stampede. So that's what kind of the Underlord with the pit can come into play. Is there anyone
Fans
else
can't suggest it as well, don't they? Like, you get rid of a Life Stealer and a Slark, those are heroes, and you've got the Ursa.
10 seconds
Monkey King
remaining.
is in the pool, and not much else, honestly. So I'm
5
thinking they're looking to
seconds
try
remaining.
and pick up an Underlord or maybe a Tide Hunter, but I'm a little less solid about the Tide.
Is there anything else that we could be missing that
Radiant
can
team
provide a
pick.
similar role to
Mars.
what we're hoping the Underlord will? Mars? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the Snapfire set up, right? It prevents you from just running away with Stampede as well if you drop the arena. So, and it's China, right? They
team
love
pick.
Mars, even though Mars has certainly fallen off in a lot of other regions. There we go.
Very good call. I like that as well. It just seems like you've got a big team fight
They
advantage.
are
A pretty much
select your
instant
heroes.
response from Poke, and they're going to go down the Warlord route. So this is a carry that we do not see often at all. This is still a very, very strong lane and carry, but your prowess as a position 1 is just not there when you compare it to someone like the Ursa.
I don't hate it because it is going to be enabled by the Centaur, right? That there is that, and you've got a lot of stuns, so he's going to be able to lock in onto these targets. If you get onto the Ember Spirit, right, plus all the stuns that you've got, Root's pretty easily going to be coming out here. And against the Ursa, right? Most people hate man fighting against an Ursa, but if you're able to get that trance off, you actually don't mind it that much. So I'm not a big fan of their draft overall, but I can see why the Troll Warlord might have some pretty good value here.
Is it just a Battle Fury build that we're expecting out of the Troll? Nothing crazy in this game in particular?
Go. Is it gonna be like... yeah, I think Battle Fury is fine. Like, Battle Fury into yeah, that's really what all I'm tossing up. Like, do you go Battle Fury BKB Blink? Like, because I think you need to lock in onto these targets that are going to have a hard time running away. And I think you don't want to necessarily use the Stampede as an aggressive tool, or need to have the bit of a counter-initiator, a disengage. That's what I'm looking for.
Which can be difficult though, because if you use Stampede as a disengage, then you've got the Mars that can jump in with Arena. I mean, that was the big reason why you were looking to bring up Mars. So we'll see how we get. So we do have a quick pause as well, just so everyone is aware why we are not in just yet. But for our first game, Draft or Step, it's still the same lineup here for Poke, but Cactus It's a new 5-man for these boys. How are we feeling about our first draft though of the tour?
I mean, you got to support an Ursa on the Radiant side with an Undying who should hopefully be setting him up for success against this Centaur. I'm probably leaning a little bit more towards Cactus, but again, we haven't really seen as much of them. We've seen Poke, we've seen what they're capable of. They were 5th to 7th last tour, so I'm backing on the new guys. Let's see if some of the new blood are able to pick up a W.
The new guys, all right. I'm a follow suit as well. I think we're both just very hesitant with how the Poke offlane in particular is able to set themselves up. I was even thinking they might actually look to try and swap lanes, like avoid the Centaur into the Undying Ursa matchup. But it looks like Killer has gone 1 and triple branches to start. So
okay,
they're
no,
actually
definitely Cactus. He needs boots. He needs boots. You need to pull this lane. And if you look at Undying, I know we're him yet, right? But he's got a win lace. So he's going to have more movement speed than this Rubik. He's going to be chasing you. He's going to be decaying you. He's going to be potentially killing you early on because Rubik doesn't want to go telekinesis level 1. And I feel like you need to be pulling that second wave as quickly as possible.
Here we go. Back on the way for our first game of the Spring Tour. And I mean, you were just mentioning boots before as well. I don't particularly mind if Killer doesn't go to start, but I think you need your support to go boots out. Because then Aaron can fulfill that role of pulling. But at least at the moment, they feel like they can maybe man fight this lane. They've got a bunch of stats between the Rubik and the Centaur, so
could be going first spot as well. With this triple stun potentially. Yeah, probably double stun.
See the 4-man already from Poke. This could be able to scout out. Oh, will they guess smoke does pop? Maybe they might drop a sentry.
They might have a quick look at the inventory and just see, right, who has the observer wards right now, because you're not going to give both to mid, right? So if one's gone, they're going to ping out the fact that that's warded, let's stay away from there for now. And we know that they're roaming around to fight. This is really good play. There you go. Look at Jimmy. He's like, yoink, I'll be taking that, but he's got to be quick. Yes. Probably gives away the fact that he's got a warded though, and see that instantly the counter what happens. So, I mean, I would say as an Undying, getting that solo experience is pretty important relative to spinning it always and avoiding the gank. So that's a win in my eyes for Cactus.
The battle begins.
So they should be able to secure both the boundaries as well up top. So we're gonna have a double split here. There's some nice early damage though from Poke. A hoof stomp along with the Fate Bolt. Yumi already down to a pretty low health pool. So I wonder if this is what they can look to play off the back of Poke. I mean, they will have Centaur Rubik has very, very strong level 2 timing with that nuke out of the Fate Bolt and double edge being in the arsenal. So do you feel like that's something that maybe Cactus have to be concerned about?
I think they're going to be concerned about it for sure, but I think they're just going to try and get the Rubik Centaur combination enough that they're not actually scared about that, where they might be able to make some sort of a turnaround happen or make them too scared to go to that. I'm a little surprised as well that Summer went for Magic Stick at the start instead of the Orb of Venom. We can see he's got it queued up now, but if this is the lane, then, I mean, they could have essentially gotten a first blood at that very start, right? Ursa was right on top of the Centaur. Just able to block up the small camp there on the bottom side.
9 tankers from Aaron. Egregious.
He's going to be giving those over to Killer. As much, like, Killer's just like, let's try and live as much as possible, right?
It's 33? And Killer 5 branches?
Most stat effective from in the game, bro.
A lot of branches. That's a lot of branches, dude. Still only got 1 armor. Simple. 1 Agi game. Is a tough life. Off to a good start, at least early on in the lane, which is important. That's going to be able to continue for them down bottom as we take a look at how our mid lane shaping up with small KK on the tiny versus butterfly effect on the Ember. Do we feel like this is bottom lane?
A little bit. They're definitely just coming up again.
All right, someone trying to cut his way through the tree line. He does have Yumi looking to move on over back towards the lane. So it looks like with the Undying having his presence back on bottom, he might actually turn to the Undying instead, but they're okay. Some nice harassment early out from Poke. That's at level 2.
It is, but I mean, it really should be happening. Like, Jimmy walked back to place the sentry ward down next to the small camp, which was never blocked in the first place. Aaron just volley blocked it. And with that time spent away, Summer gets gone on. They haven't made any use out of this Venom. They haven't gone for any kills despite the Ursa being level 2. So it just feels like a little bit of a missed opportunity for Mike. Good play by Popo to enable that.
After them. It's like butterfly tests. He's going for the one.
Just kill.
This aggression continuing killer. But picked up Yumi and now Aaron might be in some trouble as well. Undying doesn't have a minute to play to continue to chase Aaron down. So happy about securing that first blood though. This should be able to offset some of that early advantage that Dai was starting to pick up bottom.
It had to happen, right? Because he had just come out, run out of regen as well. So honestly, the fact that it's the Undying that gets the first blood isn't even that bad. It means that he's going to be able to pick up a lot of this regen for himself. He's got boots coming out to him. He's going to go for that chase down style, which I like. And yeah, a couple more mangoes I'm expecting him to pick up as well.
Top lane, Poker able to find their first kill of the game as well. Beautifully done. Ramfu was able to leap away from that cookie combo. And they've got the Kree wave in a great position here for the side of Poe. And next towards the tier 1 tower, you've got pretty much a full Kree wave against the half of the guy. So it's be a bit difficult for them to be to help us out.
So able to give the bottle over, the butterfly effect. So it's a bit of a refill happening here in mid lane. I'm assuming that Snapfire is going to stay for the next 5 or so seconds just to deny that water rune away from small KK. Butterfly is going to get the bottom side. Drag creeps away so that there's no potential for the Tiny to deny it. Realizing how important it is, of course, for him to be able to get those last hits underneath the tower. So little plays coming through from Cactus here.
Prize is mine.
Keep it down on this bottom lane, see if it's gonna make any different. Very cute use of the telekinesis. Aaron, do you see that? That was...
I didn't see exactly what happened, but I thought that it was literally mid-cast of the tombstone as well. So Aaron really just getting in there in the nick of time. And like I said, it's the second decisions that might be the difference maker.
Very pricey telekinesis that creep. To get the stun onto the Undying, and then the Sentinel was able to get the follow-up post stumps. So, I mean, this is kind of that new potential that we were bringing up bottom lane. Now, I didn't think they'd get to this stage, but now the OS is going to be trouble with the tower as well. Double Edge is back up. Summer plays with some stick charges, but it's not enough health to repair the damage as Poke. They've got 3 kills down to this bottom lane. They are off to a great start, and that we were very hesitant about.
Really shouldn't be happening, right? Like, this is unexpected to the extreme. I guess the Undying just didn't have the TP because he recently made that teleport back after buying the boots, getting the first blood. So, yeah, really good recognition there by Poke to be able to punish it accordingly.
Lane swap decay should be killed off here. Butterfly effect. Continue the chase. Down comp is actually going to hold him back, so the kind's going to be okay for the moment. Even the Undying looking to swing on over to maybe get that clean up.
It's going to back up in time. Jumi, I'm assuming he's going to stick around for a little bit. Oh no, it's close down the ward, right? So you're going to know where the power runes are spawning, so I don't think Snapfire needs to be here either.
Dire's middle
Sentry's
tower
just out of range of the observer ward on the left side of the river, I think. Unfortunately.
Dire's middle tower
and he's got the corrosion as well. Now, this is a big spike for butterfly effect. Although, I mean, it's only got orbital corrosion. There's no boots. There's no beginning towards the other phase.
From blaze to
Aaron's going to be in some trouble. Yeah, they should be able to kill the damage coming up from the combo, and it's going to be butterfly effect, but it's rewarded for it. So we already see that Cactus are doing their best to enable the Ember. This is multiple times now that the supports have looked to rotate mid to help secure these runes.
Okay, it's very deep here.
The grow though, and with that level 6 coming out.
Oh, the arrow!
Arrow's going to connect, but he's already used the combo, so won't be any more damage fallout from him. But with that bonus go on, we see butterfly effect, he's able to do as much damage as what he was prior.
Really, yeah, we were talking about it before, right? This Ember butterfly effect has the potential to be your game winner. And, well, they're banking on it for sure. Giving him over a tango, even though he goes back to the base, picks up the boost of speed. They just know that with how well this Centaur has done in the lane, that Jumi's got to get back down here ASAP. Summer's level 6 now, so they don't have that potential to go for the He's going to have the enrage to be able to block up a lot of that damage. And he's got the Ring of Health as well, so he's looking a little better for them. They might even look to go for a kill once it's boost of speed. It's delivered on the courier as well, so look out for that in the next 15 or so seconds.
And meanwhile, the counterpart with Lonfer up top here with the Troll Wall atop of the net worth, so he is off to an incredible start. He's got one component of the battle with the Ring of Health, just troll things. We kind of brought up in the draft, actually. Hold that thought. River, small KK. Some shot of the tombstone layered. The support is starting to move over. Gets the kill before it's going to be sent to the grave. So at least he's happy about that, getting some golden experience. Now, but the support's might be in some trouble. His butterfly effect. Remnants on over the top. We get the kill onto Ranfu with the help of the Snapfire. It's up to level 5 now.
The rune of
Go for
regeneration.
a dive here onto Aaron. I mean, he's just got the Fire Remnant back up. He's popped the regen rune. Flame Guard's used.
Tower is under attack.
Should look to back off. He wants to like get Fey Bolt off just to keep pushed away from the tower. Like they'll be able to go for it anyway. At bottom, maybe.
Target hits that need to close the distance for the instant use the enrage. That's going to allow the DPs to come out and they can react now. Stampede used aggressively means that they won't be able to disengage with the cookie onto 2. It's not solely onto one member at the moment, so Poke, they're going to be able to reset their position and no one will go down.
Some pretty good cookies so far. Coming through from the snap. One of them, of course, was into an arrow that ended up working out. Butterfly effects, he just is way too scary at this point of the game for either of the supports. And that solo kill in the mid lane, so gotta be careful about spending too much time away here on small KK. He's in two minds as to whether to go back there to try and continue making a play bottom.
Again, man. Just mentioning that cookie play onto Aaron, Drew was considering about looking to step in and provide some assistance, but to support once they're able to get a kill themselves. Again, some much needed experience for these two members. Be really nice if Snapfire is going to be able to pick up that level 6 without even needing the tome.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
We certainly weren't expecting the person to be at the bottom of the net worth though at this stage of the game.
No, but we have seen like the past couple of minutes he's recovering. Like his lane's going much better. Level 7 and he's actually getting aggressive onto Killer. Plenty of stacks up here with the Fury swipes. He should be able to close the distance thanks to the Orb of Venom Slow. And Bodanok, his lane seems well and truly recovered now.
Dire's top
A little
tower
bit. He's
is
still
under
600 gold behind. He's going to get this creep wave. He's going to be able to go back to the lane. But that's how I was expecting the whole lane to go, not just the 10-minute mark, right?
Now the rest of his levels and is a presence down bottom and you can see the supports, they'll start to rotate. Yumi's gone to top, you've got Butterfly Effect here as well, and a perfect timing. That catapult wave with the Meteor is come for, so this is going to go down for the first one of the game.
Yeah, I wonder what in Summer's mind is going to be like, right? Because he's not afraid of going up against this one-on-one. He's probably not afraid if the Varana's there as well. It's really, where's the Rubik, where's the Tiny? Those are the two that are going to be able to set up to potentially get a kill onto him. So with Aaron showing on the bottom side of the map, he's just saying, you know what? It sucks to potentially get off this tower, but they've got kill threat with the Rubik there, with the telekinesis.
Mid lane, they're considering about small KK. Fly effect with the double damage room has started to pivot his attention over. He's got a 2-level advantage over the Tiny.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This is a heavy commitment from Cactus, but with the arena layered down. No escape for small KK, and they can look to transition this into their second tower.
It's important for any Ursa lineup to do this, right? Because he wants that Roshan and he wants the ASAP. And he doesn't consider for it. Now I think he's possibly a little bit too early. He's looking to go into that Battle Fury first and foremost. But yeah, you got to make sure that the next team fight that you win, you're able to transition straight into that one there. And it's enabled by this Observer Board combo that was above the bottom tier 1 tower as well. So they knew that there were 3 heroes on Poke that weren't going to join this team fight.
Look, lane Cactus, so they're going to be fast enough. They were starting to smoke bottom, but then they turned their attention back to the top, so they'll be forced to keep it down. They're trying to keep TZY alive, but they're a little bit too late. So they'll get the kill onto the Mars, but Rating starting to move down. They've got the ultimate kisses.
Nothing to hold him in place, though, without that Mars.
That's a concern. It was always ready with the Stampede. In fact, it's going to be ran through that will reset with the green light. There is a sentry latent up in the lane. It's a butterfly effect.
Most learned
Help with the Snapfire to get the kill onto the Rubik. Kisses it again.
Rune of illusion.
Could be better, could be worse. I think it's just a little bit of nothing, but the big concern is that you're letting this troll get way too far ahead. Like, he's a full, what is that now, 2 items ahead of the Ursa? So he's a lot closer to that Battle Fury than the Ursa is, and because of that, his net worth is going to grow exponentially faster than what Ursa's is.
What a exceptional Battle Fury timing it's going to be for Lonfer. It's not a naked Battle Fury at all. You Wraith Bam, Magic Sick, he's got Phase Boot as well, so they're very early farming accelerant here for the troll.
Mm-hmm. You need the troll to be part of the lineup as well for them to be able to push any sort of towers. You've got TZY going for that Meteor Hammer build. Of course, anything that lasts over 2.5 seconds, you're always going to be able to land the stun combination on it, but it's also great for pushing towers as well. A big reason behind why they were able to take top and mid so easily.
Do we feel Cactus want to continue to try and play aggressively here, kind of the 5 heroes that they have, or are you looking just to make as much space as possible for someone?
I think I want to see them playing between mid and top, right? Wherever they feel is going to enable them to win a fight. Nice use of the Stampede there to get the Rubik away. They don't want to lose out on any individual hero.
I'll sit in the middle, and now the Troll's actually going to look to get involved, but he's got to be cautious because early on, down
Sooner or later, gonna cut you down.
just get no damage. So there's your top hero trying to get active, but a heavy consequence. Hey, not dire.
Dire's
Lose more
top
heroes
tower
as well.
is under
Small
attack.
is going to be okay with Aaron. That is out to turn.
I'm not surprised that he didn't continue to go for that butterfly effect. Still have more of his fire remnants available, maybe just respecting the damage that the Tiny's able to output, but he had the is up in 5 seconds, could potentially held it to place. Instead, I guess, wanting to enable the Ursa to continue farming, and if one of them died, that would have not happened. I don't know. Big deal, the Troll Lord going down there. I mean, he had a very big net lead. Obviously, that takes him over to the last goal. It's time not spent farming with Battle Furies. See coming there from Poke and for another attempt, but I'm not that
Radiant
I
are
guess
scanning.
Blink Dagger off the left, so that plus the arrow plus the Rubik combination. He's stolen the Flash Bullet, so I'm sure he's going to be hunting for something else. But look at Judy, great positioning around the wall.
He's got some Meteors playing behind him as well with the cookie. And help set his positioning, so the arrow's going to be off the mark.
Fearing heat.
Getting blink delivered, so they're going to be cautious about his location, but it doesn't matter. What a kiss, just rains down the damage for Quiet, and now with these 2 deaths, it might enable Cactus to look to try and get Roche.
It would indeed. Not quite level 10 on Snapfire, so it doesn't have the little shredder. I mean, you've got a Ursa, and you also got no Flash Golem on the Undying, but they have plenty of damage to be able to take this one down.
Dire's
Tombstone to help him out.
has fallen to the Radiant.
It's going to be in some trouble. Hunter actually looking to use Battle Trance.
Sure.
I was going to say, knocks that air in Soul Arena, and then, yeah, it drops him like that. Obviously, it doesn't get too much out of it.
The prize is mine.
Aaron's normally used to fighting Titans within the walls, but this time around, sorry, that's an anime reference. I know you probably don't understand.
Zero idea what he's... But hey, at least some of the viewers might know. It's okay.
It's just one of the biggest animes currently, it's alright.
Yeah. My
Dire's
bad,
top
sorry.
tower is under attack.
Guess I gotta pick up my game. How dare I?
You do, really. Attack on Titan's a great anime, bro.
I'm not saying it's not. I'm nothing against it. I'm not saying it's not. Please don't come for me. You. Yeah. Or is it a endearing weeb. It's
The rune of
you guys are-
invisibility.
no. Then what do you?
No, you just sound like a dad bit. Like I love your little hobby.
Cool hobby. You just sit by, watch anime, eating food, playing games sometimes. I like the hobby, killer. And he jumped over. Play that switch on.
Oh, damn, the maelstrom though. It's really doing
Dire are
work too.
scanning.
They're going to continue as well. Game this had 2, 0, and 8 for Butterfly Effect. 10 kill involvement out of the 13, and I had a BKB queued up. He's actually going to change his mind for the Kaya here on the Ember.
Don't hate it. Sure, they're going to try and get the most use out of the.
He's easy right, bringing up every single member into place, and now they can look to get the clean up. Joel's going to try and activate the battle trans. He can send through to toe, but as soon as it expires, there's going to be nowhere for him to run. Butterfly Effect, your turn back to the Juicy and member onto Poke. Gotta be cautious with the jump in. Pick up the damage follow-up. Small A.K.A. is nowhere to be seen. They needed the time for the cleanup, but without him there, gonna be Cactus that comes out on top.
Yeah, Ares' love interest, Butterfly Effect, is really taking over this game. I mean, he is involved in 14 out of the 17 kills. I mean, this is why you picked the man one of his favorite people. So, I was thinking the Kaya, well, like, going up against this Troll Warlord, if he locks it onto someone, you can look to go down, like, it's kind of crazy, but an E-Blade route, just to be like, all right, well, we're just going to pop Ghost Scepter on someone, and then what is the Troll Warlord going to do? Probably not, you know, just theorycraft. Oh, he's got it! Shoot! Let's go!
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Thought I was arrogant before.
Okay. Back on the Mount Post, they're trying to set up here for the Tiny. Easy way is going to get the combo. They have the damage for just these two members. But the supports are close to potentially protect Small KK. Looks like they're going to back off from that attempt from Cactus, maybe needing an extra member to bring him down.
So talk about how it was right again?
No, never. Well, it doesn't need to be brought up a second time.
I agree, it probably doesn't. You go handle it.
It only happens rarely, so we'll let it. We'll say congratulations at once, and then that's.
We'll forget about it.
Let it go.
I mean, it happens often enough, so we'll have another reason to.
Okay, that's not what I said, but that's it. That's not what I said. You know, Summer's top of the net worth. This is it's going to be a bit of a.
He's died after. Yeah, he's on death. Of course, yes, it died after that point. His team's been doing a great job of making space for him, as well as probably a few. I like to call them unforced errors, right? The Poke have made, especially around the Troll Warlord joining into fights that probably didn't have to. You know, they haven't used the Stampede in combination with the Troll Warlord. I feel like he really needed to play a more selfish game, at least until he gets into that BKB crew. And then once that happens, then he can look to join this fight.
I don't think any fight will be joined pretty shortly here from Poke with the Stampede on cooldown. It'll be very difficult for them to try and protect this tier 2 tower. Great ability, overpower on Aaron. Cautious, man. Easy way is
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'll see that that's where the hammer's coming from, though. I wonder if they're going to go for like a Blink Stomp here.
Oh, this is awkward now. Okay, Killer jumps out of the left. He's going to try and take him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, bro.
Very ambitious game, so since it goes down, T2 tower is going to follow as well. And with a big tip, they're farming out of the map. Small KK working towards his B. He's got Lonfer as well, very close to his last component in the recipe. So it's not the worst for Dire.
Oh, it's not, and I'm just gonna go into the more killing this Centaur there, right? Because by doing that, he A, gets damage in onto the tower, B, you know where all of Cactus are, C, they use the Mortimer's Kisses and the Arena and the Flesh Golem as well to be able to get that kill, right? So that's a lot of abilities that now you're not going to be able to use to get in onto Small KK and Lonfer. So it gives them a ton of space. Lonfer's nearly got to the late scene, he's nearly got to BKB. So not the worst, especially considering you know that Roshan, which is the big thing that Cactus are playing for, you're not going to be up for at least 2 minutes, so you're going to have time to be able to get into this next time.
So, are we wanting them to fight at the moment with everything on cooldown, or you're just avoiding fights to get those items and then take a big fight when Roche is up?
Get those items. Like, they haven't used those couple of things in combination yet, and that's really
Yeah. Worried about sword placement. Radiant. A lot of vision for them to work across that. It's sort of tough. Let's just get to protect workman's kill. Turn off the left side as well. They're trying to come under tonight, but it will be sends a compromised position. So one exchange. The troll goes down there and activating BKB and our small KK. He's caught out in the river as well as Cactus. They didn't even need the Mortimer kisses. Arena came back up at a perfect timing, and they'll find a 3-for-1 exchange in a beautiful location to take that fight with their ward advantage.
Yeah, I mean, a few
Dire's
things.
middle tower is
Once
under
again,
attack.
not using the stampede together with all of these
Structures
other
are
abilities.
fortified.
Like, just avoid the arrow there. You also had the not up on the high ground, so you didn't exactly know when this stun combination was coming for the Troll Warlock. You never want to pop the BKB, right? Otherwise, they're just going to be able to run away
Dire's
from you.
middle
But
tower
yeah,
is under
not able to
attack.
pop the battle trance. You got chain stun. This doesn't feel like they're on the same page right now on both.
Comforting rune.
Which you say is a bit of a concern, considering this is a team who's already stuck it out for a tour, and then Cactus, I mean, this is a newly formed team.
I guess so. I mean, maybe it's just around a shot caller as opposed to their actual cohesion, right? Maybe it's a case of too many cooks in the kitchen where they're just like, everyone thinks something, and as a result, that nothing happens. They're actually going to go for a smoke, but it's right before this creep-wave hits the tower. So at least Lomfair's there to be able to pick it up and not make this move too obvious. Be able to get that quick kill. That's really right before Roche.
I get more as well. And Fire looks to jump in and protect the Undying, but without a doubt, he was going to be killed off regardless, so...
Radiant's middle
Maybe
tower
off the
is
transition
under
is
attack.
Relatively short death limits.
butterfly effect. He's looking for a style bounce
Radiant's
around
middle
food,
tower
but
has
be able to
fallen.
blow
Wasn't in
him
the
up.
pit at the time that Roshan respawned
Radiant's
those, so
middle
neither
tower
team knows
is
that
under
it's up
attack.
right now. Very important shit down though is round 2. Actually looking to continue some pressure into this tier 2 tower. Really don't hate that, considering
Radiant's
they
middle
used the
tower
glyph
has
previously.
fallen.
So that's a tier 2 tower going down.
Dire's top
Okay.
tower
One
is
of them's
under
going to move
attack.
to take away the outpost, but again, really feels like top is the area that they want to be fighting right now.
Do they have any woods to place on top as well? Looks like Renfrew
Dire's
does have
top
one at the
tower is under
moment.
attack.
Hopefully going to try and deward that observer on the high ground as well. This is a vital ward for Radiant to play with. This fight breaking out surely around the pit. Looks like Renfrew's going to get rid of it.
They didn't have any sentry of their own down, did they? No. They have Pressure's up, and well, I was about to say the one with the wall vision is Poke, but they actually got rid of the one that they had. They know where their vision is as well, so TZY is good with his pathing. He should know to step out beyond that tree. I think Butterfly Effect just did though, so they know they're in the region.
Huge though, someone just hit level 20 and he got Asher. Gigantic spike in a pivot for team fight. He's okay, he's on the other side of the pit. He can turn to beat off the long bird, but the damage isn't enough at the moment. Now with the troll, he's starting to get the further stacks going. That's where the E-Blade's able to come into play, but it just swoops up for the nuke. As Yosa gets blown up, they're going to look to try and chain into another member. But does get connected to the wall and
Straight into the pit.
yeah, line right. You put me here. I'm happy to go for the rush. With the cooldown though, with the battle trance on cooldown, with a lot of a kisses, just burns him away. And now the chip for the opening, that Cactus has been waiting for. There's nothing that Butterfly needs to be worried about. Just dancing from one member to the next. All it is, Summer goes down and Cactus will reap the rewards of that second Roche.
Really thinking like, oh man, what's the KK doing? He's really just sitting back for the longest time, but we saw exactly what we were talking about, right? Troll Warlord locks in onto the Ursa with the battle trance used, E-Blade gets put out. Who's the hero that loves that the most? It's the Tiny. Avalanche cost combo onto the Ursa, takes him out of the fight, but at that point, just they used everything. And yeah, Cactus able to pick the bones from the corpse.
It feels like there's going to be more corpses as the game goes on as well. Now 6-0 and 15 for Butterfly Effect. Again, continuing to have a stellar performance and is looking into the BKB. I actually thought he was going to go step though. He did have it queued up, considering he actually thought the action for himself, but wanting a little bit of a magic immunity considering all the spells that are being channeled from Poe. But
Gives over the shard to the Ursa as well.
lovely. Lovely, lovely.
What have we?
So you just have
bottom
to
tower is under attack.
tail this game again. Butterfly Effect 21 out of 25 kills. Small KK 4 out of 13. So
Wow.
this really isn't what you were expecting from the tiny mid laner. Like you're playing this with a Mentor, with a Mirana, whereas that you can set up these like unreliable stuns for off the back of and he just hasn't been able to do it. Like, of course, yes, he was able to kill the Ursa in that previous fight, but that was all you got out of it.
As well, off the back of the laning stage, we saw Killer maybe like 10 minutes in. He was second in net worth behind that troll. Had a great start. We see just item progression is not continuous. We're bottom of the net worth, out of all the cores, and
Who's he playing to have hitch a ride with it? The troll? And just bring him around?
Shadows, take us.
No.
Dire's middle tower
I'm
is
not
under
sure I see the
attack.
point of this. Unless it's like hitching a ride of someone that's Mars wall and you drag them away. I don't know.
Radiant's top tower is under
they have
attack.
a decent amount of AoE damage. I mean, Tournament Kisses is there, the Ember as well, but it will
Radiant
stop the Ursa from
structures are
doing
fortified.
any damage to the person
Dire's
that is in the car.
structures are fortified.
Yeah, but
I
don't
think that's
know.
enough. I'm just, yeah, I don't think the warrants a 4200 item.
Radiant's top
See why?
tower is under attack.
I see one Fern, well, instant use to the BKB. It's just going to look to try and disengage. The rest of the members, they couldn't get out of Small KK. Just stuck around for a little too long. He too is in a position where he has to use his own BKB to look to escape. It's easy. Why? He's actually able to clip him. Maybe that God's Rebuke was enough to blink. It will blind us this game. Oh my lord, that was so close. Maybe more from the right. Hang on, Butterfly Effect. What's his man doing here? He played to stop Lonfer from continuing to right click Butterfly Effect. Just is able to narrowly escape.
it just makes you do crazy things, man. And you know, it was feel. The Bulls got the BKB now picked up as well. I think he just sold his magic stick, so to go any even deep. Still got 2 minutes left on that, which is level 22.
And what a walk to play with as well here for Radiant. This deep over on the cliff, down by Dire Triangle, and
Dire's middle
they
tower
should have
is
an
under
idea.
attack.
Yeah, Aaron at least brings out one. Probably going to put a sentry in a location that'll scout out the cliff M where he dropped the observer ward ping, so doesn't even matter though. Tier 2 is going to redeem
is under attack.
contest.
That means you hammer onto the high ground. Why not? If you TZY and they just walk away. Playing around so much. Their own vision, right? They necessarily need to be on this bottom side of the map. You know, trying to push it in, just use the fade bolt. That ghost push. Is still much stronger.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Enough Cactus. They're sticking together. There's no real reason for them to continue splitting up. This is their time in phase where their lineup feels strong.
I don't know how they tiny there, but Small KK again have to be BT. Obviously, they got a glimpse of this tiny farming aggressively, and now they see Killer as well over their own triangle. So what can you blink on it, snap, and look to stampede out? So again, seems like they're just in this position where they have to use their items and abilities defensively just to try and help them stall this game out.
So,
Ah, he got the choreo.
on Lonfer, I really want to see him not buy this Basher. I want to see him go Nullifier right now because get rid of that E-Blade, it's going to get rid of the Ghost
Dire's
Scepter that the
bottom
Snap
tower
is
is
coming
under
forward.
attack.
It's going to get rid of the Overpower. You've got to be able to play around with the Ursa, so you're much more capable of man fighting. I just feel like it's got
Dire's
so many
bottom tower
facets
has
of
fallen.
benefit in this lineup, and it just seems like a bit of a
Radiant's top
last
tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Shout out towers. Sum up. Fresh as well, keep for the Ursa.
Radiant's
So
top tower is under
he has been a
attack.
little bit weak without beekeeping in rage sometimes, but refresher orb is going to give him double protection. They're going to look to
Dire's
smoke just
bottom
across
tower is under attack.
smoke play from Cactus. They're going to look to sweep over their own triangle.
Dire are scanning.
First point of contact though, longer inside the river. Oh,
Worked in.
Spears on cooldown as well for T-Spy. Turn deep to the back, unable to do so now. Someone on the left side. A huge kill onto the Tony. Once the leak that will get the arena down, it will be stolen from Aaron's. It's going to be difficult for Rady to enter inside the river, but Aaron just tosses Summer into the middle. Summer's like, alright, thank you. That's exactly where I want to be.
Gonna look for more as well. And once again, the Tiny just not able to layer in the damage that he truly needs. He still needs to rely on that Daedalus to get for himself. And honestly, when you're defending on the high ground, maybe it's time you look to consider the Aghanim Scepter at this point, right? He's got some grit with that Chrysalis coming through the route that he wants to go there. Yeah. Unfair wasn't able to get usage out of the Basher by. At least now he's going the Nullify. He's identified that they're kiting them around way too much. He's going to get rid of what, 1, 2 4-staffs, the Flame Guard,
Gold
the
and
Overpower, the
Potentially Blade.
Yeah.
There's a lot. There's a lot that it's going to be able to provide. Of course, Nullify was buffed up as well with the cost being reduced. I cannot remember. It was a decent chunk, right?
Like 450.
Yeah. Which is, I mean, you see what Radiance is doing right now with everyone buying it. Everyone and their others. It does not matter who you are.
Oh. Yeah, hitch a ride though. And something that I love in the recent change, now it gives you, it's now a 30-second cooldown instead of 45. That's always good. But also, it just gives you the Stampede buff when you're using it for 8 seconds. Why use it?
quickly I gallop.
I don't know if it's going to be enough. I'm not really seeing a target. It's not like you've got a Shadow Fiend or a Drow or a Sniper or a Lina that you're able to just pop in there and you're able to stay attacking from range. Yes, Troll can do it, but Troll wants to be in melee range. She wants to be on top of you, getting those root balls.
This fight is killer.
A lot of
Look
ya.
at the cheater on the Snapfire, great start, but look at just the discipline from Cactus. They see Snapfire get jumped on, no way for them to protect him. They're just gonna look to back on her. Let's chill out, not blow any more of our members.
Hate to see that. Where they're gonna go next with it, because I mean, for me, it's all just about getting more of the map for you to be able to play around with for this drop. He's going into the Silver Ridge now. I'm really not seeing it. Like, he hasn't
Tiny as
unqueued the
well.
Nullifier. Tiny, I don't hate as much because he's already got the Chrysalis picked up for himself. So if it's between a Daedalus and that, I'm like, yeah, okay, maybe. Maybe they're just really wanting to try and 100 to Zipper or somebody. Really what you want? I don't know.
Radiant are scanning.
To me, it just seems like they feel like then this is maybe a different way to address the Ursa. Whether it's gonna be enough for poke, we'll have to find it with this double Silver's Edge coming up shortly. But I mean, for Summer, he's just got a big item with Refresh. He will have some many issues. I think you could agree at least on a Snapfire to maybe offset some of that, but
Some of that.
Dire are scanning.
not fun.
You said it.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
You said it.
Damage! Oh my lord, they just get
Someone just pulled out.
not damage just yet. Look to turn it back around. TZY is going to be able to land the combo. That'll help someone reposition off to the high ground. They're on full tree. TZY though, can he escape? The damage continuing to be rained down. Blink up in a couple of seconds on. Once again, Cactus, all they lose is one member. This time, it is a vital member in the Ember, and Roche is up as well, so Poke, finally, they're able to catch a break.
Off the back of that observable one, right? It revealed everything. They were able to move on forward. Was that uncover the Shadow Place that they were able to make that jump? I think it might have been, right? Especially on small game depth. He just got a great start. Allowed them to combo together with the Marana, and that's really what I was expecting this Tiny to do from, like, 12 minutes onwards. And I'll take them until 36. What a time to do it right before that Roshan.
3,000 net worth lead. I mean, off the back of this, they're probably going to be able to get the advantage. With all the
Radiant's
map they
top
can
tower is
farm,
under
ages
attack.
on the troll, ease on the centaur. It's got a refresher shot as well, and importantly, just a lot of the experience that gets split between the members on poke. You just got the
gotta be careful,
level 20
though.
talents actually killer bottom lane. Some of that can still run into this. Way too much fall off as well with the chain control.
Doesn't have
They are
buyback.
considering about maybe making an attempt.
Radiant's
No,
middle
they're
tower is
trying
under
to scout
attack.
out some of the percentage though, so they will see it. Speed is going to be off the mark. Cookie on over the top, but into reaction out along third with the BKB. There's going to be no follow-up response as Cactus once again going to be forced to cut their losses.
Quick connection coming through from the sports there to be able to back them up. And the arcane rune still popped as well, so that that battle trance not going to have a lot of cooldown. Going to make each play small KK. Get bait by a rune, not quite, but yeah, trick is.
All right.
What a game.
I mean, the status, yeah, we definitely have a game. Incredibly even. Probability slightly favoring Cactus, 52% at the moment, but would you agree with that 38 minutes in with what we're starting to see out of Poke? Who do you feel kind of has the momentum right now?
I don't think either team has the momentum, to be honest. I think it's a crappy couple of fights that Cactus have taken. Rocks the confidence a little bit. But to me, it's just like, all right, well, they want to get Ursa into that level 25, and they want to make sure that they get the jump for a change. I think that's really been the thing that set these past two parts apart from Poke. They've been able to be the ones to set up. As long as you get the BKB up on the Ursa, like early, without losing the rest of your team around you, I think it's generally okay.
It's going to be a little bit more
Radiant's
difficult for
bottom
them to
tower is
find
under
that
attack.
initiation there. And that's going to force the
Radiant's
Undying to
bottom
once
tower
again
has
go
fallen.
into his own gem. So we got 3 gems out of the map. Ranfu's holding one, Aaron's got the other, and we're now with you picking that up. Hopefully it's going to be able to help out a little bit with that vision advantage that they've been lacking for the past previous fights.
Not wanting them to get into the next item though on Poke. They want to try and make a jump while they still can.
Might get
Radiant's
easy wide.
bottom
Look at his
tower is
position.
under
Very
attack.
aggressive. Great reaction. Just it's high ground. Tower in combination with the green. A lot of damage being rained down from the Starfire. They're going to have a way to address it. Some Poke. How can you protect the troll off the back of the respawn? One phase. Not as damage strong. He's got BKB to try and help us engage great as well. And Summer is going to jump over the top. Just turn their attention to the supports. The easier targets will be ripped apart. It's Cactus. What an incredible defense from them. That was really all set up just from that one reaction out of TZY. Was able to blink away when Poke jumped the high ground, and then we just saw Cactus. All of a sudden, all their members showed up instantly.
He was able to do that, but I kind of feel like that's off the back of all just walking up into the high ground, right? Like he had vision that this was coming, so he had time to be able to react to it. I think this is very different if you perhaps lead with the Centaur instead, right? And you're able to get that. It was a blind stun, but it's something that I think you had to go for. Maybe you look to set up some high ground board on the side of the top beforehand, but yeah, we'll see that just walking up into it allows him to back off, and it's really this arena that sets everything up, right? It prevents the escape, it prevents the effectiveness of the Stampede. Even if he was able to get it off, Centaur doesn't have BKB, so he would have been locked in place as well, and they're losing heroes back to back.
And it's not been the first time, has it, that we've seen TZY be able to land an incredible arena, and he's very close to refresher, so his team fight involvement is soon to be even more enabled with this big item.
Yeah, even just with that high ground defense, right? On the respawn, he knows that the troll wall is going to be KB. He's not going to take the chance. So he didn't throw the spear right on the respawn. He made sure to save it, and that allowed them to clean up the Marana as well.
Well, did they lose both gems on Dire? Surely not. There's no way they were holding 2.
I would hope.
I see one on the Rubik's body.
Well, yeah, if there's 2 on the ground.
There
There's one on Rubik
was
and there's
3 on the
one.
map.
Yeah, and what's it still has one. Yep. But,
There were. Oh no, there was 2 there.
yeah,
Oh god.
I can't be doing that.
No. And that's been the leaving ones. The car come for it.
Impossible. Ruby. Gonna go. He's laughing. He's like, all right, we'll take this network.
It's a small thing, but a big thing. Because again, you were mentioning the fight that have been successful for Poke. It's been off the back of their vision and them starting fight. So the fact that they're at least able to recover a gem is
the best place for them to start a fight as well, right? On their high ground, right in front of their tower.
Dire's middle tower
side,
is under attack.
of course, given on Tier 3
Dire
tower
are
and
scanning.
Butterfly Effect. He's almost level 25 as well, so he's going to have that refresher all picked up soon. Double slide of fist charge as well, so I mean, we keep talking him up, but
Are scanning.
you haven't seen nothing yet. He's almost ready to reach his next form. Super Saiyan, man.
I'm surprised at how much he's been able to keep up in net worth. You know, even with the Ember Spirit, he's got a Swift Blink. He now changes his mind into a Assault Cuirass, so continuing to avoid the Scepter for the Tiny.
I don't hate it. The AC's fine, right? It's going to enable that Troll Warlord to actually get effectiveness out of the aggressive jumps. Stronger than
This is huge. The vision that they're able to find. You see the Tiny running up over the high ground. Look at the chaos that Butterfly Effect is putting out into the map. So, close the distance. An incredible arena from TZY with the damage fall. It's not there at the moment. Dire, they're able to activate the BKBs and stay strong for the moment. KK's with a combo onto two. It assassinates the supports without any hesitation. But off to the right side though, Butterfly Effect is looking for the cleanup, but he's out of mana. And now on 10, he's able to lock onto his target. Battle Trance activated plenty of attack speed to melt apart the Ember Spirit without a hesitation. Butterfly Effect back into this game. He's going to be able to end the combo. They need someone to provide the damage. So he's going to be able to jump to the middle, but can they catch the killer? Another round of the set bit to get back towards the high ground. But Butterfly once again will follow them up. All the buybacks are coming out. Poke, can they turn this around deep inside their base? Can Wraith look to reset it? Someone is in trouble. Pressure's up in a couple seconds if you can see him live long enough. They actually catch Dire off guard. There we go, refresh activated. Use the enrage as well. Summer's okay for the moment. Dire, they need to get something out of this. They invested way too many buybacks. It's like all they'll get is the snap and the tree line. Small KK's hunting, but a little bit too late to catch TZY off the back TPL.
Sheesh! That's a lot going on there. Let's have a quick look.
Buy back.
Tiny didn't buy back, Sosa didn't buy back, Undying never. So six. That's a lot though. I really want to see a replay, if we can, of that arena where Troll Warlord gets caught, because he landed the Hitcher ride and then it just stopped. Like it went on cooldown. So I'm not sure exactly what happened. If the bounce from the arena stopped it, it's not exactly a combination that I'm used to seeing. So we'll see if we get a chance to have a look at it.
So when do you want the replay to start with the fight? Like,
No, this is what I want. So they land the arena, Killer picks the blink onto the top side, and he hits Hitcher ride there, and it just stops. I don't know what happens. I'm not sure if, you know, the bounce back from the wall stops it. I'm not sure if there wasn't any kind of taunt or anything. That tends to stop Hitcher rides from happening. So, or like fears and taunts stop Hitcher ride and things of that nature from happening. But I didn't really see any of that. So maybe the Mars bounce acts in the same sort of way.
That's the only thing that I really saw that makes me think like that's how it works.
So maybe they're just like, shit, this is what we bought it for and it doesn't even work, you know? So, well,
already versus Arena is not the greatest in the year for a 4,200 gold item, and Arena even comes out one a little bit as well in this game. Which was 7,000 net worth lead off the back of those buybacks. I have no idea, but now it's 2K. So I don't know.
There were 3 on each, I think, so it's fine.
But after the fight, they were up 7K. We'll see though. You know, they're gonna look to smoke again from Cactus.
Help swing things back and forth. They're gonna use Lanfera's back. They, of course, he's 25, so that'll get a strong dispel.
He's gonna show himself as well.
They're really looking to play a bit, but 1 bullet away. They're playing around the ward, yeah. seems to be like they're looking to try and perhaps make a few more aggressive moves, push out that top side of the map, make them have to defend even. On Poke would be good. But on Poke, they're going to do the same with the mid lane. They're like, you know, you won't want to leave your little sanctuary on their top side, so as possible for you to come into here.
I hate to see them cut this next top wave.
I hate to see him finish buying the, I don't know. I kind of feel like you're banking on winning the next fight, right? And what's going to enable you to do that is the
Radiant's
Swift
top tower is under attack.
the Ursa, because you've still
Radiant
got
structures are
no,
fortified.
even my bad. I was looking at the career death time and thinking that was 5 for some reason. Because like, if you're banking on winning the next fight, you're going to have
Radiant's
Aegis,
top
right? To be able to
tower
play
has
it back off. So, you know, good for him. Good for him. Save it. Don't listen to him.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This one again, gonna and smoke out inside the river. You know the Ember Imperial wants to have. Fight effect. It's a little bit too late in the chorus. He's blink away, but GGY hit like in. Double. Left an incredible bit onto the two. Another one to be kissed here. True Hero is just blown away from the face here. But now the trouble. It's trouble.
Radiant's tower has been
Stands toe free down. They're all dying. Small A.K.A. against the world, but what does he do, man? They're gonna try and block the Mars, but it's easy way. Pop the big it is from A.K.A. Summer units that are activate visibly, making sure it wasn't still on cooldown. That's fighting it. Going towards the way of Cactus.
Radiant
Says anticlimactic, I'd say a little bit, right? I was waiting for this big Rorschach fight, but they just ran into the meat grinder, and it was TZY that enabled it to happen, right? Great Arena catching on to 3, forces a defensive blink away, lands a 2-man.
Cloud. If he's got these hawks coming through, you know, if there's no... we'll come back to this as they get the dive on, and everything I was saying is now inconsequential because Cloud has gone down, so Kami has to move away from these Mortimer kisses. There is still that buyback for the Beastmaster though. Let's see. He wants to get himself back into this. The dive onto the back lines, he's in the vortex as well. There's going to be a real nice dismember. The hooks come. Nice save though. He saves it. Cloud gets himself back into this now, and Kami, he's losing so much. Kami's going to go down. They do get the kill onto Levington there as well. So Mira with that freezing field, Mira will go down. Going down to the hooks. Yatsu still in that push roll. He's getting them back. They get the buyback out from the poach and Storm Spirit. Everybody from the side of Hydra. They don't want to be giving this one up now as well, but they take down Lefton once again. That's the dieback on the Disruptor, and Yatsu, what can he do? The poke, it's going to be blocked mid. Hook. This is the dieback on the Cloud. Cloud, can he get himself away from this one? He's still being harassed up by Collapse. One more right click. He goes down. That is going to be the Beastmaster dead for 115 seconds, and now the chase is on for the rest of the side of Hydra.
This Aghanims on the Morphling is just making him impossible to deal with. First of all, they use the little shredder on the Pudge to get rid of his armor. He has solid amounts of it, but it is just not enough. And then Yatoro just destroys it, and he knows that he can stand his ground because he cannot be stunned. He literally cannot be stunned. How do you stun water? Well, a lot of their damage, if not most of it, is on the Morphling.
Oh, the glimpse comes back though inside the Static Storm Mirror. He has that Lotus going, and now if Zofra actually dives a little bit further, the Thunder comes out. The Pod King, he's dove in, yeah. They're going to be able to get the counter to the Storms for it. Can they take down the Pudge? They're going to be able to catch him and cancel off the TP. He's going to be dead. The Storm Spirit though, he has brought back, and they've got no kinetic field, no Static Storm. And like you say, they're even going to be able to get a lockdown onto Cloud. Everybody inside of Hydra, they just overextended, and we praised them in the first game for respecting the power of Team Spirit here, but Hydra might have just lost the heads a little bit, and the buybacks, they're going to be forced out, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to defend the space with the Pudge being down, with no Static Storm for the next 27 seconds. Spirit, what can they get from this? I've been worried though, they're going to be able to get it. They get two, they do! They take them down, the cookie comes out, the Yatoro, freezing field, they might lose. Happy, is this the dieback? They do the break the Lincoln Sphere though. Morphlin, Low wants to come right back into this fight because he have the boots of travel to do it. It might take him a little bit longer now. No boots of travel though, so he's going to have to use the blinks, you know, just do it by foot it seems.
Level 25 Storm with a beast that's so much damage. They're going in for the Mortal. He doesn't have a buyback.
No, they get the Do they get the kill? He goes down. Warwick has to go down though. It's gonna be him left alive. No, it's not. The creeps are pushing in. There's no buybacks available on the side of Hydra, and this is gonna be 4 heroes, even with the death of the Morphling. No way Warwick defends this.
It's pretty much over. They don't have the glyph. The game is over. They gave it their best. Hydra, they made Team Spirit work for it. The team that is most likely going to be at the top of Eastern Europe DPC Division 1.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Gouts, you want to commit. There's just not enough damage. Crimson Guard, Atrophy Aura, Rubik's Fate Bolt, all this damage reduction. Let's see the combo. Bit of Malice.
Strong in by that by the disruptor, and now we're going to be hitting the win it back up once more. Bit of Malice, and Sumail is in it. They'll lose him in mind control. Right it back towards Amara. But trying to run from everybody on the side again. And glad
Radiant's middle barracks are under
siphoning
attack.
and getting
Radiant's
back into the
middle
base.
has fallen.
Alive.
Yeah, I think when it's time to call it, it is time to call it. They have no business left in this.
And didn't get the tether off or something.
I think it got broken. Either way, I like the ghost up to purchase. That was pretty heads up, but we are back and there's a smoke action.
There's the divine right there here. They're going in on Q. David, where's the hit? Okay, get that hit off. 123. Knocked great damage and he's dead.
Oh my god! Nothing! Less than 10% of his health.
I mean, I'm assuming that's just the game.
That yeah, 100%. There's no point in talking about the rest
AU
of it.
picks it up. I got it, boys. It's the dive yet.
Go away, you.
Oh my god.
Victory!
We finally get to see them have a little bit of lead. They need to have good vision, good execution to engage.
We're down up on high ground. Or Bulbica, Red Panda. This would be huge if we can find it. Static Storm before the Tombstone. Not bad. Stun from Lulu. He's thrown now over the Bulbica. There. Starting to drop down. I love TK control for the moment. He does manage to get that one away. And the Supernova down. TK barely surviving. And it's going to be one down at his... Oh, White Album, the dodge, to hide away, the heal's coming in. They hoping for a save, but the PKB is out, and they're going to jump onto him. He has to back away. They have lost White Album again, and now Tango in trouble. Q is going to drop faster. These fight so well, and they quickly take down that Undying.
And remember, it's ages, so they didn't really care about giving away. That's what. Big finish profits.
Stun is out on the play. Didn't have a BKB available. Bulbica dropping low and toss back in. They have a Bulbica. Doesn't look like it because the black hole is there. That's on the edge. He doesn't have multi to become back. And after, they might take full advantage. Move.
Radiant's bottom
Rax
has fallen.
Up the bottom. Finally, Astro full advantage. They're building.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, just for a brief second, had more network. There it is, back again with the higher network. When you click on the L, it's not really an inspiring network. Blink, BKB, Radiant. You might be able to get on top of a hero, but that's not the shot that's able to 100 to 0 here. Like even this Undying inside Static Storm, able to then get up to Slash Golem from away.
Back, they have that to try and keep him alive. Makes the move, and again, into this fight without Monet here. It's pretty good for them. Right album, but now Monet is out. Now they're in a lot of trouble, but they he managed to kill him. Okay. Alright. Pops ulti. Now the turn. Punching. Really getting away. Sort of survived that first salvo. Very strong. Supernova down. Pops the PKB. Ooh, he's just caught here. They want to get the kill. That's really himself up. And now the chase. With the avalanche, the toss. Thinks he's going to give up his life also. Then Monet is way too strong. This might just be the full set of racks going down bottom. faster. Way too strong for Ares.
Like Aaron did.
GG.
Oh,
They're done.
Okay.
I was wondering. It looked like it was that type of game.
Yeah, it kind of was. It's like a game where you're an out. Not really ever been in the league.
Victory.
He hasn't really never protected himself.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Boom. Standing. How are they just standing right now? I can't help but fidget with my hero half the game.
I'll be running around in circles.
Yeah.
Pirouetting on the spot, the song, blinking from Pure. They see Yatoro, 3 lined up, potentialized path play. They're trying to go in. Toronto Tokyo is blown up by Collapse, has to fight back. Yatoro gets off his BKB, Pure with another song, sprints in. Who are they aiming for? Where is the target acquisition? They can't catch anybody. Collapse BKBs runs down south. Lol being chased out as well. Oh my god, Nightfall. Hazy on disc refresher, blinks to high ground, gets away from danger for now. Pure, what's he up to? He's back to the high ground too. Mirror image out, Aegis claimed, Lol in the fire, still surviving and blowing up GPK. Team Spirit
nothing to do.
Sprinting out their base. They don't catch Nightfall on the way out. He's blinked out in the range of Mirror. They're still hunting though, and he's going to find Toronto Tokyo. Who cares, Gem? I see Jakiro. Eon disc popped. And with his rapier damage will make short work of a twin-headed dragon.
Unstoppable.
Laurel the collapse waiting in the back line actually worked. He stormed out of the tree line and he just then started eviscerating the 2 supports with the help of Laurel. He completely jumped over. They dodged everything that Naga was trying to set and prep there. And Yatoro was also just firing the cannon from the top there. Did the combined damage of Collapse and Laurel together.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Rubik.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire
Shadow Fiend. Treant Protector.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Beastmaster.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Radiant remaining pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Yeehaw!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team.
Faceless Void.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Legion Commander.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Sniper!
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Choose your hero.
Put on a happy face. A moment for me, eternity for you. Gratitude would imply that you had free will. Gratitude would imply that you had free will.
30 seconds to battle. The battle begins.
Denied.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Sorry!
My heart wound lighted.
Radiant structures are fortified.
That should help.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's courier has been killed.
What sort of prize is this? Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Mortimer, get away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Regeneration.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Force is near fantasy.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Time to take the big jump.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. attack.
Beastmaster thanks you.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has been denied. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
I'm polite and efficient.
Dire are scanning.
Fans in the fire. Too late for you.
A gift from the goddess.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Regeneration!
Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
No kill policy. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
A lot of ya.
Dire's courier has been killed. are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Time is money.
Radiant are scanning.
No! A moment for me. Eternity for you.
A gift from the goddess.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Invisibility.
You are too...
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top barracks has fallen. The Dire now have victories. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower victory.
It's Cloud. If he's got these hawks coming through, you know, if there's no... Cloud. If he's got these hawks coming through, you know, if there's no... We'll come back to this as they get the dive on, and everything I was saying is now inconsequential because Cloud has gone down, so Kami has to move away from these multiple kisses. There is still that buyback to the Beastmaster though. Let's see. He wants to get himself back into this. The dive onto the back lines into the vortex as well. There's going to be a real nice dismember. The hooks come. Nice save. Though. He saves it. Cloud gets himself back into this now, and Kami is losing so much time. Kami's going to go down. They do get the kill onto Leppington there as well. So Mira with that freezing field, Mira will go down. Going down to the hooks. Yatsuro's still in that push roll. He's getting them back. They get the buyback out from the potent storm spirit. Everybody from the side of Hydra, they don't want to be giving this one up now as well, but they take that Leppington once again. That's the dieback on the disruptor, and Yatsuro, what can he do? The hook, it's going to be blocked mid hook. This is the dieback on the Cloud. Cloud, can he get himself away from this one? He's still being harassed up by Collapse. One more right click, he goes down. That is going to be the Beastmaster dead for 115 seconds, and now the chase is on for the rest of the side of Hydra.
This Aghanims on the Morphling is just making him impossible to deal with. First of all, they use the little shredder on the Pudge to get rid of his armor. He has solid amounts of it, but it is just not enough. And then Yatoro just destroys it, and he knows that he can stand his ground because he cannot be stunned. He literally cannot be stunned. How do you stun water? Well, a lot of their damage, if not most of it, is on the Morphling.
Oh, the glimpse comes back though. Inside the Static Storm Mirror, he has that Lotus going, and now if Zofra actually dives a little bit further with the Thunder comes out. The Pod King, he's dove in, yeah. They're going to be able to get a kill onto the Storm Spirit. Can they take down the Pudge? They're going to be able to catch him, cancel off the TP. He's going to be dead. The Storm Spirit though, he has brought back, and they've got no kinetic field, no Static Storm. And like you say, they're even going to be able to get a lockdown onto Cloud. Everybody inside of Hydra, they just overextended, and we praised them in the first game for respecting the power of team spirit here, but Hydra might have just lost the heads a little bit, and the buybacks, they're going to be forced out, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to defend the space with the Pudge being down, with no static storm for the next 27 seconds. Spirit, what can they get from this? I didn't worry though, they're going to be able to get damage. They get, no, they get two, they do. They take them down, the cookie comes out, the Yatoro, freezing field, they might lose. Happy is this the dieback? They do the break the Lincoln Sphere though. Morphlin, Lau wants to come right back into this fight. Does he have the boots of travel to do it? It might take him a little bit longer now. No boots of travel though, so he's going to have to use the blinks, you know, they just do it by foot it seems.
Level 25 Storm with a beast. That's just so much damage. They're going in for the Morphling. He doesn't have a buyback.
No, they get. Do they get the kill? He goes down. Warwick has to go down though. It's going to be him left alive. No, it's not. The creeps are pushing in. There's no buybacks available on the side of Hydra, and this is going to be 4 heroes, even with the death of the Morphlin. No way Warwick defends this.
It's pretty much over. They don't have the glyph. The game is over. They gave it their best. Hydra, they made Team Spirit work for it. The team that is most likely going to be at the top of Eastern Europe DPC Division 1.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Disruptor.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
I speak for the trees.
Ten seconds remaining.
I'm going to welcome back for series here of 2-2. We're going to go on the distance with taking on Cactus. It's been a bit of a back and forth series. Cactus looked incredible in the first game. Poke had some moments of weakness in the second game. In the end, they're going to be able to take it. And now we get to see what we have in store for us for our third game, Danok.
We do indeed. I'm going to have to correct myself as well. I was saying that Cactus, their logo, is based off of a Final Fantasy character, and it's similar to I want to say Cactua. I might be completely wrong, but it's actually a Digimon instead from the first lot. Do you know about Digimon at all?
10 seconds.
Really,
team
no.
ban. Radiant team ban.
You're missing out, bro.
Come
You're
on.
missing out. I grew up with this. What do you want me to say? You know, Dragon Ball Z, Pokemon, Digimon. Those were the big three.
Would you like to explain it to us? What,
No, I
what
mean,
it is?
it's just, it's like Pokemon, but instead they're
Dire
always like
team ban.
out and they're just your
Radiant
little
team
companion
ban.
and they digivolve into better versions of themselves. Then they go back to their like pet-sized version.
Is it a good
Dire
version? This
team
the
ban.
Digimon? Like, is it a cool one? Is it cool or is
It's
it kind of a
alright.
loser?
I mean, it's a big cactus with punching gloves, like boxing gloves. So, I mean, like special moves to spin around and all the spikes just go everywhere.
Wow, that sounds like an epic character. Surely they could have
10
chosen a better one.
seconds
Well, I mean,
remaining.
it looks cool. It looks cool. That's the main thing, right? Like, if you're going for
Wearing the
looks,
sombrero, the
5 seconds
poncho.
remaining.
yeah, like, come on. What's wrong with that? Sombrero, poncho, you little bit of fire coming out of your mouth as well. Honestly, I think it looks cool, but yeah, if you're not a good Digimon, then I don't know what use are you then?
I think that's a pipe, not some fire.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually. Damn, dude's got a pipe as well. He's wow.
We talk about drip
He's-
chest. Cactus's mascot wins the drip chest.
Dad, he's
Dire
drippy.
team
That's what I aspire to be. That is what I aspire to be.
Radiant
Unfortunately, I will
team
never look
pick.
like that. But
What is it? Doesn't it say I'm not damn good on Butterfly FX Jumper?
I don't know. I need him to move his right arm.
It said
I'll
it
take
for
a
a
look.
second. It was like, I'm not something. I want to say the last word's good.
10 seconds remaining.
Alright, we'll screw the jump on. We'll take a look at what
Radiant
we've
team
got set us
Dire
up
team
so far. The Doom opener. Cactus with the Nature's Prophet clockwork on dying. Well, definitely getting through a decent chunk of the draft here.
I mean, I do have to mention, two of the heroes that were banned in the first phase of the draft in games 1 and 2, Disruptor and Nature's Prophet, as soon as they're available, slip done. So both people are doing their homework.
10
of course, it means that something else isn't going to slip through, and never really was that big of a concern. But yeah, the Beastmaster really felt like Cactus doesn't want to have to play around all that vision that provides. And I mean, we saw how important it was. Like, even in that very last fight, Summer was like swapping it back when you was essentially dead already, but I don't know, they just put so much emphasis onto it that I think they just would rather not have to worry about it at all.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, it kind of back into a bit more of the meta thing. You know, you tried something previously, didn't work out for Cactus. Pick up some stable heroes. I mean, Clockwork Undying support was a little bit awkward though, I will say. I mean, sure, Undying is going to be able to secure that Nature's Prophet lane, because I think it more than likely is going to be your one. TZ Wipe really likes the Primal Beast, but of course you got value out of the Clockwork as well.
You got Clock and against the Drow. Feels good.
Yeah.
Once the mid game starts. Maybe not so much the lane, but maybe it's going to be a mid primal, you know?
Yeah.
Mid primal with an Undying.
10 seconds remaining.
In the safe lane. With Nature's Prophet,
5 seconds remaining.
Some kind of ranged person against the Drow. Or Darkseer, potentially Darkseer.
Really? Darkseer Doom searches overgrowth and glimpse is a bit awkward, but with value getting on top of the Drow, the neighbor Primal Beast, Clockwork, there's definitely with it as well.
The Primal Beast especially. I mean, that was one of the first things that I did when it was released. I was like, my buddies, I'm like, let's go party queue. I want to try this Darkseer. This Primal Beast combo, and it just melts everything underneath you.
Yep. I already see the Primal Beast can do that even out the Darkseer, so imagine putting it on top of it. So it's definitely a hero that's starting to rise a little bit more in popularity. It still definitely feels like it's a specialty hero for people that are very, very comfortable on it.
Yep. But and I like anyone that likes to build Greaves and Lotus Orb, and I feel like Darkseer is one of those heroes. So I think you could definitely get away with it. But anything else along those lines could fit the bill. You're not necessarily as worried with a Nature's Prophet because you're going to get a BKB, so the silencers isn't as a big a deal. Primal Beast as well, level 15. You've got the talent for the basic Dispel, so you're not worried about the overgrowth. About the gust though, but again, BKB natural for the Primal Beast too.
10 seconds.
What do we kind of make of this Viper ban from Poke? Is there something that it is signaling that maybe they want to look back up?
Maybe they're thinking that this isn't going to be like they're just going to go for dives onto the Drow Ranger in lane, but I mean, I guess it is. No, it's not dual ranged. I'm not sure actually. I really feel like this is more likely to be a mid primal, to be honest. Just with like primal plus Clockwork doesn't really feel all that scary to me. Like you're just in a position where Drow is able to beat at you from range, and then you've got the Leech Seed as well, which is going to give insane value for the Treant Protector. So
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe they were just thinking that they're going to be going up against something in mid that wants to just stay there and take a lot of physical damage, which Viper and Ember Spirit are able to do. So I like the Puck ban coming through from Cactus. Really does feel like that's exactly what Poke were wanting to pick up for themselves. So now what can they do? They might just be weighing up like, can we Storm Spirit here? They need a playmaker. Again, it's the same sort of story. It's a bit of a playmaker. We saw Nothing to Say play it pretty recently, and he actually got 0 points in reactive armor until like level 11, I think. He just was a full-on playmaker, dealing an insane amount of damage. It's great against 3 strength heroes, plus the tree that Nature's Prophet likes to play around. So I really don't hate this.
5 seconds remaining.
The value of OD maybe goes up a little bit, but I don't think it works pretty well with the lineup on Cactus, which is this issue now on can you pick a hero that addresses the tempo but also fits into the format that you currently have.
I need stuns on their lineup. That's the big thing that they're lacking right now. how can they look to go in the off lane that stuns? Mars doesn't feel great.
Oh, you want an off laner? I don't. Can you play Primal mid now into Timber?
Oh no, not really. But can you play Primal Clock in the lane? Well,
yeah, it's a great Timber pick.
It's a really good one. So mid. I mean, Storm doesn't feel great.
Okay, so I think there might be some value. You could. I'm asking for stuns on Cactus. You could even consider maybe going Zeus.
Yeah.
It's sure. Like yes, the ult is great virtue.
Select your heroes.
Okay.
So, it's a staple. Pretty much every mid laner in China love this. Very, very comfortable. It addresses the Timber. We've got, of course, pure damage inside the Arcane Orb. You're able to help out. But this Disruptor can be a bit weird as well. Astral's nice as glimpse, but then you can't really go Mag Shard because Mag Shard is nice for kinetic static, but then it means that the glimpse will actually still go down that Mag Shard route, so it's a bit back and forth. Versus Doom can be kind of nice as well if he looks to jump in and get the ultimate out on someone. You kind of protect them for a little bit with the Astral, but then you are also very vulnerable because you need your spells. So I see the value with the Outward Devourer, but it's also like not the freest game for it.
I mean, it's a good game for it though, right? Like I think Cactus just need to play the fights correctly. Like OD needs to be the fourth person into every single fight, right? Like it's going to be Clock or Primal first. Probably the Primal just force out BKBs, then Clock to stop the retreat, then Nature's Prophet TPs in after a Wrath of Nature, and then the OD comes in, be able to pick things up so that you're not getting caught out by the Doom, you're not made instantly useless, you've got that save potential there for the Doom if it comes out. I kind of want to see Butterfly buy an Aghanim Shard, just so that you can like slightly reposition yourself if whoever is under the Doom, right? So that you're not just there as a sitting duck after the fact. So I'm interested to see how this one's going to work out, but I do quite like the OD pick to be able to round this one out, but it's still going to be a really good game. Let's see what comes out on top.
That's the thing. Is it enough? Is the OD enough to sway you to favor a Cactus?
Not to favor them, but I think it gives them a fighting chance. If again, it's a lot of ifs. If they play the fights correctly, if they give him space to farm, I think you're going to need to play a really sacrificial role in this Primal Beast this game. Like, you are the playmaker. Nature's Prophet and OD, they're going to be sitting back, they're going to be farming for a lot of this time. Of course, the NP can just look to take the safest farm inside of the Ancient Camp area and then Wrath of Nature TP. I really want to see him buy this early Aghanim Scepter on the NP just before a lot of these 4-staffs come out, before BKBs are available as well, just to hold them in place so that you're getting really good value out of things like the Tombstone, out of the Trample on the Primal Beast, and then of course TP in and actually start right-clicking too.
Do you like Nature's Prophet's going Scepter if they're a 1 though? I feel like usually I see, like if it's a 3, you go that Scepter out.
No, I think you can do it in both. I think it works
Sure. Okay.
in both environments.
What would your progression be for Summer?
I'm just thinking, like, do you Scepter first, or do you Maelstrom first? Because it has to be one of those first 2 items for mine, and then after that BK is going to come.
There's only one way to
what we have in store for
behind the
us, of course. Going the distance here. No surprise that both sides once again are looking to smoke out. This again, we've got a Treant Protector. Doesn't look like
this is the exact same thing that happened last game, right? Like they came to protect the tree, who be able to play around with. TZY, he's going to have a smoke pop, so he's going to back off. Ooh. Slowly making his move, just trying to clear out whatever trees that he can, while trying to stay back towards safety.
30 seconds to battle.
Chop it back. Okay. Alright, he's going to be feeling satisfied enough, I guess. Still haven't revealed anything though on Poke, so I think he's had enough. He's satisfied enough with that tree clearing action.
Again, another very late ward place. I guess this time sides on the opposite of the map, but we saw prior like Daya had that ward down on the background first, and then Radiant came and placed it. And the time actually they weren't able to get it out, so never mind. Doesn't really matter too much as we've got 2 for 2 in regards to the bounties, and this time no real fight. Both games we've had some kind of engagements, but so to get themselves out to the lane as fast as they can.
Do you think the prefix for all of the Cactus players' names is 1, not Cactus? What's that about?
I don't know. I don't know what it is. They're the best. They're gonna come first.
Number 1 is
number 1. You'd hate to lose. You would also very fucking getting denied by a Dream Protector.
I mean, he's got a primal, so you're not like lacking in damage, but even then, you're still 25 behind this Brian.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
On first, could be playing with any Tango for a little bit of time. He is able to drag 2 creeps. It was actually the first block. Up, so I mean, Aaron went for boots to try and play this early lane, just looking to go for the pulling shenanigans, but Jumi's already on the case, and Killer's also in some trouble now as well. Windlace up against Windlace, and Jumi's got that movement speed advantage. As long as he can lock onto the Doom with that watch, now he might be okay.
Just trying to pull the creeps. They don't want to lane into this if they can. That's the thing you want to avoid as an Undying if possible, and I'm honestly a little surprised that the Disruptor got caught out there by the Undying. I know level 1 only has that 600 cast range on boots, but you should have still been able, with those boots, to be able to step far enough away from the Undying. Just be a little careful. He's only got 160 HP to be able to play with it. I think Jumi needs to put a little bit less emphasis on the denies, the last hits, and hit the tree, hit the Doom. Because I've seen Dooms just get way too out of control in the past few weeks, right? You just get an insane amount of harm, and it really feels like there's not too many counters to it at all.
And Killers is level 28 on the Doom, so he knows how to play the hero. He is very, very comfortable on it. Like you said, if you're able to get out of the lane, which can sometimes be the concern, to definitely into the Undying, as seeing him look to get involved onto Aaron. Nice use of the glimpse is going to send the Undying away. Even lane's got a bunch of shenanigans going on. It's well, Ranfu already has that 2nd level, but his King doesn't get the full pull, but it does kind of set up for a double wave down bottom.
So the thing that has me feeling a little bit more confident now towards Cactus' lineup is that this Timbersaw, he's got the 2 points reactive armor. So he's just going to be looking to do standard Timber things, just sit in the lane and look to pick up some of that farm. But going up against a lineup, it's reasonably fast tempo, right? All TZY needs is level 7, gets the phase boots and the soul ring finished up, and then he's good to go. He's going to start running at you. And I feel like a Timbersaw that wants to sit back and farm rather than dish out damage is going to be not exactly what you need there.
I know you mentioned that nothing to sit max, but you said he got reactive armor at like level 11, right?
11,
what was the item code from him as well in that game?
It's a bit like Kai Assange as one of his earliest items. Like full damage. He was literally like doing 60% damage to an Nature's Prophet, because you're playing mid, right? You're still getting a ton of this farm. You're still getting a ton of levels. And then he just went around and killed everyone.
Yeah, it's a very interesting read that we're starting to get out of the Timbersaw. I think it's what we saw. I'm almost certain it was Whisper at the Major, the Lima Major, whereas kind of the South Americans that brought it back into popularity, where they were keeping the 2nd point in reactive armor, more playing it in the off lane, but going for that damage route, whereas the player picked up maybe 3rd, maybe even 4th item. It's a very interesting kind of play with him, because pretty much for a long time of Timbersaw's history, it's been like max reactive armor and just be like a beefy man. Sure, you're going to be able to deal a lot of damage, but never really seen just 2 points reactive. So like I mentioned, OD should be able to have a good time, and we'll see that be the case here. The 22-9 compared to the 13-4. OD had a very good time against a majority of his big matchups anyway, just because I would have to play around with the Astral. Top lane though, a little back and forth going on. Tombstone getting let down. Kill up. Got a decent amount of armor to play with. In fact, it's to get aggressive onto Summer. Chain Lightning, bringing Summer down incredibly low with the Eclipse. Oh, it's not going to be enough damage now, and Aaron, he's going to be the one that actually ends up going down, and even Fish King He's made the rotation in time. Killer's not going to be done just yet. Gets one of the couriers, wants a second. Unfortunately, won't be able to find Yumi's courier before he gets sent packing.
It's unfortunate. Like, you got to keep that chain line. Feels pretty nice in terms of the damage that you're able to output, but Summer at the region, he's just going to be perfectly fine here. TP's back to base. He's back out to the left. He's totally replenished. So I kind of feel like maybe that glimpse was a little bit too early. You had another second or two of the Scorched Earth to be able to take him out. They just weren't able to take advantage of it. So I just want to reference this, nothing to say Timbersaw game again. So at the 14 mark, he had a Kyron Sanj. So he went bottle, Arcane Boots, Wand, Fire Sanj. 16 minutes, he had Blade Dagger. 20 minutes, he had Naganim Scepter, and the game ended in 21 minutes. So, like, this is what you're able to do as a Timbersaw, if it's a good Timbersaw game. And it is. It's a really good Timbersaw game, except for the OD. So I feel like you just want to avoid that OD as much as possible rather than sit in lane.
Which is a difficult thing, because the exception is arguably his biggest counter in the game. There's not many more over the OD, so I'm very intrigued to see how Small KK looks to itemize his game. Like, it's not the greatest KP game, but maybe you're forced to against the OD. I'm very intrigued to see how he's going to look to play against it, but see how he has to play very cautiously. The fact that Butterfly Effect has that level 6 already. Might go down. TC wiped the solo kill. Okay. That is huge out of the front piece. We just saw that he was forced off that actually top lane. Killer and Aaron, a little bit of trouble at the moment. Disruptor. So he's going to be okay. And Killer's trying to get some damage back, but now mid lane as well. Small KK, they've already dropped the send. He's not enough to kill onto the Timber, but that's where the decay is able to come into place from Cactus. What a start from them.
Middle tower is under attack.
They're doing this real well. Not even going into the Meteor Hammer build either on Butterfly Effect, realizing that, you know what, we've got a Nature's to be able to push towers. We've got a Primal Beast that could look to just slam out a lot of these creep waves very quickly. I am the Timbersaw counter, and that's what he's itemized towards, which I really enjoy. Meteor Hammer's going to do nothing against that. Stats, maxing him out with the Null Talisman into the Witchblade. That's what's going to get the job done. It kind of forces it to go into that BK you were talking about as well, which that's not really what you want to do here as the Timber. You can get aggressive, then that's what you want, but it feels like just forcing him to go a bit defensive.
And the fact that this tower is already taken so much damage, and Butterfly Effect is not even considering going for the hammer, so they've got a great wall to play with it as well. You see down to the south, kind of the cliff ward. But for Dire, it's going to make it very easy for them to bring multiple members. At the moment, though, it's just in combination with some massive amounts of damage. Somehow, this Wrath of Nature is still...
They should be able to get a D-ward off, though. Like, Timbersaw got hit by that, so the cliff ward that was providing a lot of that vision to the right-hand side of the Tier 1 tower is going to get D-warded pretty quickly by Rand.
He's going to kill. It looks like they're going to ping out instantly with the ward onto the cliff. Doom going to try and TP out himself for the Doom. A little bit too late to be able to prevent that. So you get the kill onto Clockwork. And you were saying that Timber,
Radiant's middle
at the Nature Connecting knows there's a ward up in the higher ground, and well, the same for Cactus. The Clockwork getting once it was behind the tree, so should see shortly both sides be able to get ski wards going.
One tower's gone though. Summer 100 gold away from that Maelstrom. Again, I don't hate him going this. It's just going to be that farm accelerant. But you've got a Primal Beast that's just shoving the wave out. He's completed Soul Ring now. He's his level 7, so it really feels to me like he can look to start getting a lot more aggressive. I mean, Nature's Prophet, he's clearing the trees away, so you're not going to get any surprise TP. And then his Torrent's needed. Just keep charging him over and over again.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Gotta be pretty scary though, the fact that Cactus have already been able to open up the Tier 1 mid, and they've just found a second down bottom, and you've already said this is a lineup that can just run it, and we're seeing that at the moment with TZY. Overrise is up, and now got Butterfly 50 by with the ult up and available. Killer needs to get involved, but he doesn't have a level in the Doom. So what are you going to do to slow down Butterfly Effect? There wasn't a lot of damage out of the Sanities. The Butterfly Effect will shrug it off, but like small A.K.A. gets a much needed kill. That was a streak as well on the Undying, so 301 gold and some much experience injected into the Timber.
But you see what happens all during that, right? Like, it's everyone turned up to try and stop that from turning into an absolute disaster. Nature's Prophet continues to farm on the top side of the map. He's got his Maelstrom coming, and yeah, straight into the Enigma Scepter after that point. So it's, while it sucks to give up that for the Undying, like the streak, it's still a support position 5, enemy position 1.
Oh, and that's not good as well. That ward you were mentioning, they dropped their own ward on the cliff, and Cactus get the D ward, and they still have the ward standing. So there's nothing that poke can do down kind of towards that bottom outpost, which means they can really only play up top. And folks, they still haven't taken this tier 1 tower as well, so the map, it's going to continue to shrink.
Yeah, and I mean, Monfair just tried running down towards the bottom side, treeing it's like, oh man, I've got it. They've just had that D-ward as well, but inside of the jungle. So
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Is running around, not getting any sort of effective. He doesn't even feel safe to go inside of his ancient camp area.
It'll be maybe it's across the map. They're trying to move. Should be able to TP up. Like, chase down. Myers is continuing to be delayed.
Radiant's top tower
having enough
is under
gold.
attack. Radiant's top tower is falling.
But it still like gives you the extra bonus. Dead one, so not been enough. Unfortunate things not on their way. Again, really does feel okay playing this way too passively. He's back in the jungle now. He's not making space. Don't make space, you can't farm. Let's watch you. Yeah, I've saw it recently-ish, and he says the way to play Dota is farm to fight, and then pop to farm. That's all it is. It's just a cycle going back and forth, and well, they cannot farm because they cannot fight right now. That's the biggest issue that Poke is suffering from. Now they got the Witchblade as well on Butterfly, so even more damage that they're able to output in this early stage. I don't know if I want to see him back here inside of the ancient camp, though. I think that's Nature's Prophet's area to be able to play with. The rest of the map, take it. But Nature's Prophet, that's where he wants to be setting himself up.
Oh, we're gonna see.
I feel like Jumi's going to be in the perfect position to block it, though.
Seems like he is. He's for A.K.A. Jumi, surely not. And with them, this is a kill just onto the Undying. 5 heroes, that 5 heroes for just an Undying kill.
And Summer's like, all right, I'll go to the furthest position away, top side of the map, pushes out one wave, and gets back to the jungle. So if anyone was to take a move, they're going to show on the creep wave, he's going to get more farm, and then once again, you've committed a lot of heroes for nothing to happen. So despite dying on the Undying, ironic, but the net worth is going to grow for Cactus.
What do we... I know Poke just made their first real move with that smoke, but what are we hoping they do next? Because we still have yet to see the Doom from Killer. Is there a play that we can see coming out shortly from them?
It's got to be finding the OD. That's the only one that I'm really seeing here. So maybe it's a smoke from one of the supports to get some deep vision out to try and catch them when they're going for a little bit more of this greedy farm. It's really hard to get that sort of stuff off because you can't path through the mid level, you can't path like into these areas because there's still all the tier 1 towers standing.
Another ward gets taken away as well. It's good to maybe if they weren't going to soak, drop a ward down deep, you could look to utilize the ward that was kind of by the small camp and the hard camp by Radiant's bottom tier 1 tower, but Jumi always on point once again gets the D ward, so you're not going to be able to maybe catch up the Nature's Prophet farming there or the OD. So
you saw like where Drow and Doom were right there, right? They were standing in the same spot, and that is never what you want unless you're like prepping for a smoke gang or something. You need to try and split the map as much as possible, make the enemy team choose who you have to go for, and more importantly, pick up ultimate methods of farm, but they're essentially fighting amongst themselves as to who gets the farm, and that's not a healthy way to play Dota. If you're trying to come back from a 4K deficit.
So it could get larger pretty shortly with Cactus maybe considering Roche, because they've got a great lineup to take it. You got Flesh on, yeah, Tombstone's only level 1, but you've got an Outward Devour with maxed out Arcane Orb, and this guy can bring it down at an incredible rate. So I feel like Cactus, do they need a pickoff just to make sure they secure Roche, or are they even strong enough at the moment just to walk it through the pit?
I think they can just, to be honest, they've got good vision to be able to protect the area that they're going to be coming from. No tier 1 tower top, no tier 1 tower mid, ward inside of the ancient camp area, so I think they're in a position to be
some of them might be in trouble. Aaron's gonna try and glimpse back to land the Static Storm, but just wasn't able to get in range, and a bit concerned now about the rotations coming. Fishkin is actually able to scout out to the shot as Aaron was trying to find a location to TP out. So unsure is perfect. Thank you very much, sir. I'll take that.
I mean, it's important. It's going to get him closer towards that stuff, so I don't hate Butterfly Effect taking that one. The big issue of mine is if you're going to go for that kill, again, this is a Timber Sword with 1 point Whirling Death, so you're not going to have enough damage to be able to kill this just Prophet, and even just his item build, right? What's a Blade Bell going to do if he just doesn't attack you? So it's not this aggressive style. If he had a Kaya and maxed out Whirling Death instead, maybe Summer dies there. But if you're going for that sort of attempt, I feel like they need a killer to be able to make that happen. But he's just not left this bottom side for about the past 2 minutes, it feels. Really wants the BKB. And you got Axe now on NP. The level 2 ultimate as well, so in an ideal world he's going to try and pick that up before using the ulti. 15 seconds away, so should be able to do so. But yeah, really expecting Cactus to get a whole lot more aggressive very shortly, even only 200 gold away from TZY picking up his own BKB.
Radiant's decent ward that scouts out Jimmy, so they should be able to get this D ward.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get their own counter ward as well, so make it a bit more difficult for Pope to defend the tower, but they're going to try and make the attempt for all 10 members of the game down bottom.
They're just waiting for these guns to come out. A BKB on the frontal B.
Contact. Lay down the turn, run to the gun, dying a little bit convinced to secure this. Indeed. Sheer hesitation, but it's because he's got the back up his TZY. 5 in the middle. Yes, they lay it down to do one of the primal beast, but there's just no fall. All the damage. It's on a Summer instead. With an Nature's Prophet playing too aggressively, and he'll be penalized for
Radiant's
that.
bottom tower is under attack.
Also, there were just things that went wrong in that fight, right? You had Fish King cogs off the TZY Primal Beast. He wasn't actually able to tramp around and create all of the havoc. Didn't even end up having to pop the first BKB because he wasn't a concern. It's the next Prophet. Very big kill they were able to pick up there, but that was the definition of an unforced error that they had. To just get it. He was mid after that Astral.
Fortified.
Gold! So maybe with Overgrowth and Doom and a lesser extent Static Storm being used, they might go into that Roche pit.
Words are unwelcome.
Some of those still running to the Ghosts. It's not going to be enough. It came out of T2 Tower. Who cares? They get pulverized down onto Stream Protector as well. They're really late to funnel in from Pote. As a result, both them going to go down without response.
All right, now they can run. They're sort of. I suppose Drow walking underneath the Observer Ward just gives you the opportunity for a freebie. You feel a lot less guilty taking this if the Drow is not also getting farm at the exact same time. A.K.A. trying to find farm wherever he can inside of the dire side of the map. Someone needs to go and hit that tier 1 tower. It's any health. Like, that has to die somehow. Just open up the map, even the tiniest bit, for a Timber Sword to take, for example. He's got the Sun Punch. No Kaya though, so it's still a bit of a damage issue. So it feels to me like level 15 on him is what he's hoping for. That spell amplification, that maxed up Whirling Death, Kaya Sunch completed. By that point, everyone's going to have BKB, probably. you're going to have a lot of survivability. You're going to have a Greaves even up potentially on Doom. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. Really like that team fight loss that Cactus had was off the back of one of their own mistakes. It wasn't really anything.
They're going to try. Let's see, great position out of support. The static forms even better. And silence for the moment, so Doom, he's going to be cautious, but okay, makes the ultimate up before he dies at TZY. Targets it down with ease, and now we can look to turn to the Jar Ranger as well as Meanwhile, small A.K.A. He'll get killed off the butterfly effect. He doesn't even need to use the sentence to clips, as now Cactus, they're looking for the clip. They know where Longfur can run away to. Over the ages, they haven't been able to get that kill just yet. And with one, you might be able to take out TGY. Both the abilities just on cooldown, a couple of seconds for the Pulverize and the Onslaught, but in the end, it is a 2 for 3 for Cactus, and still able to get that T2 tower top.
Timber nearly was able to get rid of that Aegis completely on his own, but again, very, very slightly lacking in damage, and well, gonna be a broken record. Maybe A.K.A would have helped him a little bit. You never know. It really does feel like that. Losing your last two tier 2 towers is going to be incredibly important. You've already lost tier 1 top. It happens. And then getting into this Blink Dagger on the Doom and into the level 15 on Tempest with a A.K.A Sarge. That's the last opportunity, in my opinion. The Aegis will have expired as well, so they gotta kill this OD. It's the target to kill, right? They don't exactly have the greatest save. There's no 4-stars. All they've got is mech and level 1 soul rip.
And your change potential is, I should say, the kiting on Kai is not the greatest. You might see it actually play. Just gonna stop. Flip effects has no hesitation with jumping on the high. He'll force himself down. Simultaneously, the killer's going to be able to find a Doom opening. So they'll turn their attention over to the proper beast. Meanwhile, OD first time taking care, but it's not going to matter. Drag gets chased down thanks to someone looking at team from the bit. Now he's got the Wrath and Nature to bounce as well. So the Entangle will hold them in that blades. The Dream Protector, he's going to be killed up, and Small A.K.A will soon join him in the afterlife as Cactus. An incredible fight for them as Butterfly Effect continuing to reign supreme.
Yeah. They just fought into an 8. I don't know what to say. Yeah, it really feels like the biggest
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That is that they just took a fight that they didn't need to, and you know they lost 2 heroes, sure, but it was a Doom that had to be used on the Beast. He wasn't able to pop the BKB, and Tombstone is such a great item to pair together. Ability to pair together with the Nature Frost as well. With all the zombies rolling around, you're going to have vision on everyone. It's that Wrath of Nature is going to connect on everyone and get the cleanup.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Line on through and yeah, kill after kill after kill.
And as a result of those kills and towers going to Cactus, it's now a 10,000 network lead. Probably just gonna get ready to drop and go again for this last hour tower down bottom. You've got the Great Ward kind of behind the tier 2.
You gotta let the tower go, and you gotta wait for the high ground push, and you need available. I feel like if they had Doom right now, they could have potentially gone for the play, but they're still going to try and do it.
Bottom tower is under attack.
How are you going to lock down this OD? That's a big question. Does OD BK? Not yet. It's just full of cautions. So if you're able to loop around onto the back lines and catch out OD, the Infernal Blade onto him.
It's a nice wrap.
The silencers, yeah, really nice wrap.
See, they're going to glimpse the Butterfly effect. It's going to try and jump in. Before stop the position. Well, defense is going to be okay for the moment. As soon as you pop out Butterfly effect, you're able to blink away. So the OD is still alive and outrageous. What can you do? You made this last-ditch attempt to try Butterfly effect. It just wasn't enough. Maybe the killer pursuit and aggressive fuse to the Astral means that the Chakram is enough to cut away the life of the OD. The finally he'll go down for the first time this game, but Sump's looking for some revenge. Deep into the Gleipnir. more swings. Kill's going to be killed off. And small KK, well, can it do it by himself? Pulverize enables someone to reposition. Looks like small KK is forced to retreat away. Ruby, so strong. Right, looking to flex his muscles. TBY, be cautious because the respawns are starting to come out as the Primal Beast will be able to cut away the Hound Pool relatively easily. So let's turn to the clockwork next to get Division 4, the Glimpse Max Million, or be able to get a couple of kills. No.
What a chat.
Boy.
Power of the hood, man. Didn't even pop it.
Value hood.
I think that was overwhelmingly well for the Cactus if they just have the Doom, right? But instead, 4 staff away. We're able to Doom the OD. But instead they just get the 4 staffs away, they drop the kinetic field, and I mean eventually he dies for one. It's his first death, so it was the big streak that went over to full KK, but it feels like they lost a lot for what could have been a clean pickup.
We saw just how much damage he was able to do though, right? 0.3k through the whole fight recap for small KK. So finally, Fairy's Trinket, Kyron Sanj, level 16, of course has that spell amp talent as well at the 15. So
it's literally the identical build that Nothing to Say went, except he just got a blade before it. That's the only issue. And of course the skill build as well. But everything else, Bottle, Wand, Arcane Boots, Kaya Sanj, and into the Blink Dagger next. It's exactly what he did. But I just feel like there was not enough space made so that Doom is still top of the team's net worth, but he's got a Midas and he's got Devour maxed out, right? Most of the time, even if you're in this losing position, he's still like second on net worth in this Doom. That's how crazy this hero is right now.
Yeah, look, it's going to come.
The Drow, right?
Yeah. Taking quite a hit. It doesn't seem it's going to get any better for the Drow though as the game goes on.
It's the tower. Make it a tier 1 tower. All right. There's a chance.
Oh. 20% says Dota Plus.
Really, that much? I would again.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh. Even 10. See what we're able to recover. Stabilize this game at the moment because we just got a gem picked up for the Undying. So, nice tower going down. They're looking at trying to for the defense though. Oh, great rocket flare.
Yeah. They're going to be able to connect with the Wrath onto that? No, I think
Dire's middle tower is under
got hit
attack.
before.
There's some very interesting board placement as well from Ranfu. But Dizzy White? Pops the beacon, move on the item, slowing that butterfly effect. He's going to be able to reposition, take the 4-star, but over to the higher ground, small KK. Be off the mark with the Timber Chain. They're going to be able to glimpse back Jumi, but he's already dropped the Tombstone to the Undying Elite. He's done what is required out of the team fight now. They're in full retreat, dead first. He's going to be able to get the cleanup on the protected. Killer's going to look to get the jump in, but the initial again. The Doom's got no value. It's on to the Timber. It's hard to fight around the butterfly effect. The Arcane starting to get the damage going with the Sanities. Out goes their main damage source. They can look to break the formation and go over to Lon Fur as well, but the Astral making sure there is no way for them to escape. They'll surrender the Drow and kill him off in the end, resulting in a team wipe.
Team wipe, killing spree, and boom. Wasn't able to pop the open, and I feel like he had multiple opportunities to do so. And that was a fight, remember, that was a pretty useless BKB used by the Primal Beast. So you knew he was never going to be the one to go in aggressively, but a great hook shot by the Fish King was able to just open that fight up so much for the Nature's Prophet and the OD to go to work.
Said though at the start, TZY wasn't the greatest use of the BKB, but just the fact that died just. It doesn't matter, they can continue to chase them down, they deal with the T2 power, so you don't get that.
Look at the HP on Summer though, like he takes out half of his HP for a single Timber Chain, and that's really what I was wanting to see for the past 20 minutes, but it hasn't been enabled to happen, and now the Nature's Prophet actually has fun, right? When he's going into the BKB next, he's very scared of what just happened. Like he went AC first, that was just a little bit too close for comfort for him.
And now Our butterfly effect has an Aegis once again. I don't see the maybe the Prime got Aegis.
Yeah. Old rock throw. Why? I don't know, but he did. Go for life. I wouldn't have hated it on the OD, to be honest. It gives additional mana steal to Astral, which is pretty good against a Timber.
Maybe they're just like, look, I don't know. All I know is, again, when you get the Ag Shard, if Astral's someone that gets glimpsed, you're not going to be repositioned. With the Ag Shard, for some reason, get repositioned. That's, I don't know if that's enough to warrant him not going for it. The status of this game, maybe they feel like if they get glimpsed back, we can't save someone. Maybe it's a call that we potentially throw some of our lead.
I guess. I was more thinking of just being able to slightly reposition. That's very valid. Really getting into the Lincolns on butterfly effect. I believe Clock is very close to picking up a Lotus or Lotus.
I think so.
So yeah, very effective against a lot of this stuff that they need to dispel. The silencers, even just the rolling death stat reduction, would be important to remove that. Were you chuckling at something? Oh, this little chase.
Yeah.
A little rock at it. He knows.
What again? Somebody trees you. Oh, wrong way. He's not gonna clear all of them. Are you really?
Well.
Enough.
Not him?
I was
they see the courier.
This is some interesting action going on here.
No. Don't give it away. Don't give it away. Oh, he knows.
He's gonna clear them all. Surely, you've got trample up, surely, just do it. He's gonna find you.
Run! Oh, they took away the regen out, but they still got the increased movement speed inside the tree line. It doesn't have a wind lace. Nice. Lucky boy.
He's solo smoked. Oh, no.
He wants to get up some deep vision. They want to try and get, like, nature's his farming.
Why?
Especially now that you know they're not have as much potential to fight.
He's like, stop checking me.
Radiant's top tower
should go down as A.K.A. Whirly Death is out, dude. He's been holding it to protect his tail. It's like, all right, now it's my turn.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's a lot pushing top though. Some are going to TP there. No, we're still going to do the safe thing. TP away from the rest of the boys. There's no real indication that they had vision there, but I mean, the gem on Jimmy going to be able to deal with it, or at least understand that they've got that vision. It's exactly what you do whenever you've got a net worth advantage, right? You just buy the gem and make it so much harder for them to come back, deny them all of their vision.
I think a butterfly effect going Revenant's Roach next, considering the Timberwind sector.
Okay, I like it. You can still attack the Timber Sword, the main counter to it, right? It's a nap up from the... He loves to go. He's just going to the Scythe of Ice instead, so it feels natural enough to me as well. Yeah, you just find that jump. Again, it's a silence as well. So
Radiant are scanning.
It doesn't break, no.
It's a nuisance static storm that can stop pulverize, but Killer again is going to use the Doom on a easy line, so he's okay. Now this frees the butterfly effect. He's got a double damage rune as well. Now the OD to play with, they might catch up to small KK.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Distance, so it's still with the reposition. But they're high.
I've got blink though.
My dishonor shall be avenged.
Start on the run.
30 seconds on
high back. No, you gotta be cautious. Kill's still got BKB to work with, I suppose.
I can just back away. You know, 2 buybacks. Very happy to see you guys expand that. Once again, Summer Short, my nature's property is busted. TP is the other side of the map. farms completely safely, pushes a lane in, makes the treants do a lot of his dirty work, and then he just goes back to the second farm. It's going to have, of course, because of that axe, another way to be able to contribute to the fight with the wrap.
Incoming!
Not needing to use it though. Wanting to play a little bit more passively with the Aegis being reclaimed. That means that the OD gets the BKB onto himself. Doesn't mean that you can't though if you're getting gone on, if you've got that BKB used, so it's just can you force him to use it while allowing the Drow free reign to right click?
What's working on as well? Just complete as a stick.
Okay. I like a little bit more edge. Don't hate it. I think that just somehow makes sense to this Drow to feel likely. So it's going to be where's the primal? What can we do to stop them from straight up running at us? And they've got 3 forces. Got it on Disruptor, Treant, and the Drow itself. So they've got ways to be able to cast it around and make it a lot more difficult for Cactus to actually stick onto a target. It's going to be a matter of how on the same page are they, and as well as when do you BKB on the Drow. That's going to be a big factor as well for reducing the damage from the OD, making sure you're not locked down by the Nature's Prophet and Scepter, and making sure you're not getting pulverized as well by TT1. I think probably save it for the TZ1. If you're just getting rid of it, just use it.
Like it's going to be a pretty methodical closeout for A.K.A. Very aggressive attempt just to maybe get some points on a TZY. Okay, come. He's going to try and find the angle again through one of the primal beasts. The response is if though it's a decent static shot, but the beacon is getting activated. Means that Summer can stand strong. On first, going to try and do whatever he can. Now we're going to get the marks for A.K.A. Stands out the Astral enough to keep Summer alive. All it is, Timber against the world. It's going to be able to do up to the northern side. Butterfly effect out to the left. Astral up in a couple of seconds as well. But they want to stand strong, continue to fight this sort of gut look to reposition. The Butterfly effect.
25, so Summer's straight up in.
Ultra. The rampage. It's like, nah. Hold on. Did you buy back recently? Only 5. Like, did it pull back that 5?
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah, OD does a lot of damage with that sanities and all the stats that he's been able to pick up.
Structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He did a lot of damage though, like more than double anyone else on his team. They just get too far behind. They knew
Radiant's middle
the
tower
ideal scenario for the Drow to have, and she got a decent amount of it off in this fight, but they're just too tanky. They were able to close the gap onto her and deal with her, and she's very squishy if you can do that. They've got multiple heroes that just love to be on top of the Clockwork, the Primal, even the Undying.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Not going to quit just yet here for Poe.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Timber 50 seconds, can they stall till then? The Poe, sorry, Cactus
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
I'm going to check if Roach is up first on Summer, of course, with having the no TP cooldown. Makes a lot of sense. I think they could just take this one methodically. Again, it's the first series of the DPC. You want to make sure not to throw an unthrowable game. I don't think they're able to keep the side of their base consistently. Hawk has buybacks, so he doesn't mind putting his...
You know what's rough when the net worth lead is higher than the mid mark? The same as yours as well.
But he's nearly 25, never mind, he is 25. And he's gone the Sanity's cooldown, okay.
Interesting.
7 seconds, quite a long time. Right in front of Roche is about to spawn.
Another one.
Now.
Radiant are scanning.
Come on. Tweet the DD's 4%.
Man. Alright, so if you ever wanted an indication of like how little they've been able to get out onto the map on Poke, look at their neutrals.
Oh, hang on, let's see this. Oh,
no, not the stash. The stash. dash of neutralizers is what I want to look at. So they haven't got 2 out of the 27-minute ones, and they've got none of the tier 4 ones because, well, they're just not in a position to do it. 2 lanes are constantly pushing in, whereas Cactus, they're just like, they got a bonanza, they got a grab bag, they can choose whatever the hell they want. Oh, they're even killing couriers as well.
Are you really concerned about high gun? I mean, Roche is up. Back
just
up.
Take the Roche. You know, what's the harm?
Immortality.
Primal beast. I mean, the brakes. I guess. I get the tip.
Everything else go already got Age's cheats on Primal as well, it looks like, so I might think, but Lonfer has that real damage item here, but the Daedalus
level 20 as well, extra multi-shot damage.
And Doom and Timber have been eating up a lot of the damage, but
I'll get caught out.
40,000 network lead, it just makes it so much easier for you to play aggressive on the line.
Look at him. Be a nice pick.
He's got a EKB.
Yeah.
Jumi's fine, and Summer just aggressively TPs in the middle of the ball. No fear, look at him burst. Titanic activated. All the damage instantly repaired. Takes it right, also grabs the before she's able to enter the high ground. And before this one is over, Cactus want to make sure they can steal away in clean fashion. They're going to be able to take this game 3 and secure their first series victory of Spring Tour. Beautifully done.
I got some smiles coming out there from the Fish King, especially. Exciting new squad, you know. In that game number 2, probably a little bit underwhelmed, but I feel like that was more of a draft issue, right? They just didn't have ways to be able to play as a
Cloud. If he's got these hawks coming through, you know, if there's no... we'll come back to this as they get the dive on, and everything I was saying is now inconsequential because Cloud has gone down, so Kami has to move away from these multiple kisses. There is still that buyback to the Beastmaster though. Let's see. Let's get himself back into this. The dive onto the back lines with the vortex as well. There's going to be a real nice dismember. The hooks come. Nice save though. He saves it. Cloud gets himself back into this now, and Kami is losing so much time. Kami's going to go down. They do get the kill onto Leppington there as well. So Mira with that freezing field, Mira will go down. Going down to the hooks. Yatsuro's still in that push roll. He's getting them back. They get the buyback out from the poke and Storm Spirit. Everybody from the side of Hydra, they don't want to be giving this one up now as well, but they take down Leppington once again. That's the dieback on the Disruptor, and Yaturo, what can he do? The poke, it's going to be blocked mid hook. This is the dieback on the Cloud. Cloud, can he get himself away from this one? He's still being harassed by Collapse. One more right click, he goes down. That is going to be the Beastmaster dead for 115 seconds, and now the chase is on for the rest of the side of Hydra.
This Aghanims on the Morphling is just making him impossible to deal with. First of all, they use the little shredder on the Pudge to get rid of his armor. He has solid amounts of it, but it is just not enough. And then Yatoro just destroys it, and he knows that he can stand his ground because he cannot be stunned. He literally cannot be stunned. How do you stun water? Well, a lot of their damage, if not most of it, is on the Morphling.
Oh, the glimpse comes back though. Inside the Static Storm Mirror, he has that Lotus going, and now if Zofra actually dives a little bit further with the Thunder comes out with Pod King, he's dove in, yeah. They're going to be able to get a kill to the Storms for it. Can they take down the push? They're going to be able to catch up and cancel off the TP. He's going to be dead. The Storm Spirit though, he has brought back, and they've got no kinetic field, no Static Storm. And like you say, they're even going to be able to get a lockdown onto Cloud, everybody inside of Hydra. They just overextended, and we praised them in the first game for respecting the power of Team Spirit here, but Hydra might have just lost the heads a little bit, and the buybacks, they're going to be forced out, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to defend the space with the Pudge being down, with no Static Storm for the next 27 seconds. Spirit, what can they get from this? I've been worried though, they're going to be able to get it. They get 2, they do! They take them down, the cookie comes out, the Yatoro, freezing field, they might lose Happy. Is this the dieback? They do the break the Lincoln Sphere though. Morphlin. Law wants to come right back into this fight because he has the boots of travel to do it. It might take him a little bit longer now. No boots of travel though, so he's going to have to use the blinks, you know, the just do it by foot, it seems.
Level 25 Storm with a beast. That's just so much damage. They're going in for the Morphling. He doesn't have a buyback.
No, he gets. Do they get the kill? He goes down. Warwick has to go down though. It's going to be him left alive. No, it's not. The creeps are pushing in. There's no buybacks available on the side of Hydra. And this is going to be 4 heroes, even with the death of the Morphling. No way Warwick defends this.
It's pretty much over. They don't have the glyph. The game is over. They gave it their best. Hydra, they made Team Spirit work for it. The team that is most likely going to be at the top of Eastern Europe DPC Division 1.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Scouts, you want to commit. There's just not enough damage. Crimson Guard, Atrophy Aura, Rubik's Fate Bolt, all this damage reduction. Let's see the combo. Bit of Malice. Strong in by the Disruptor, and now we're going to be hitting the win it back up once more. Bit of Malice, and Sumail is in it. They'll lose him in mind control. Right it back towards Amara Pup. Trying to run from everybody on the side again. Go ahead.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Siphoning
attack.
and getting back into the base.
Has fallen.
Alive. Yeah, I think when it's time to call it, it is time to call it. They have no business left in this.
And didn't get the tether off or something.
I think it got broken. Either way, I like the ghost up to purchase. That was pretty heads up, but we are back and there's a smoke action.
There's a divide right there. They're going in on Q. There's the hit. Okay, get that hit off. 123. Knocked. What damage? He's dead.
Oh my god.
Nothing.
Less than 10% of his health.
I mean, I'm assuming that's just the game.
That, yeah, 100%. There's no point in talking about the
AU picks it up. I got it, bro. It's the dive.
Let's go away, you.
Oh my god.
Victory!
We finally get to see them have a little bit of lead, but they need to have good vision, good entry to engage.
We're down up on high ground. Bulbica, Red Panda, this would be huge if we can find it. Static Storm before the Tombstone. Not bad. Stun from Lulu. He's thrown now. There. Starting to drop down. I love TK control for the moment. He does manage to get that one away. And the Supernova down. TK barely surviving. And it's going to be one down at his... Oh, White Album, the dodge, to hide away, the heal's coming in. So they are hoping for a save, but the BKB is out, and they're going to jump onto him. They have to back away. They have lost White Album again, and now Tango in trouble. Q is going to drop faster. These fight so well, and they quickly take down that Undying before the turn.
And remember, it's ages, so they didn't really care about giving away. That's the spot. Big 10 days profits.
Stun is out on the play. Didn't have a BKB available. Bulbica dropping low, but and toss back in. They have another control off Bulbica. Doesn't look like it because the black hole is there. That's on the agent. He doesn't have multi to come back. And after, they might take full advantage. Move.
Radiant's bottom
Rax
has fallen.
Up the bottom. Finally, Astro full advantage. They're building.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, just for a brief second, had more network. There it is, back again with the higher network. When you click on the L, it's not really an inspiring network. Blink, BKB, Radiant. You might be able to get on top of a hero, but that's not the that's able to 100-0 here. Like even this Undying inside Static Storm, able to then get up with Flash God and from away.
Back, they have that to try and keep him alive. Makes the move, and again, into this fight without Monet here. Pretty good for them. Right album, but now Monet now. A lot of trouble for me. But the team should kill him. Okay. Alright. Pops ulti. Now the turn. Punching. Getting away. Sort of survived that first salvo. very strong. Supernova down, pops the BKB. Ooh, he's just caught here. They want to get the kill. That's really himself up. And now the chase. The avalanche, the toss. Thinks he's going to give up his life also. Monet, he's way too strong. This might just be the full set of racks going down bottom. Aster, way too strong for Ares.
Like Aaron did
GP.
Oh,
they're done.
Okay.
I was wondering. It looked like it was that type of game.
Yeah, it kind of was. It's like a game where you're an out, not really ever been in the league, he hasn't really never protected himself.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Boom. Everyone's just standing. How are they just standing right now? I can't help but fidget with my hero half the game.
I'll be running around in circles.
Yeah.
Pirouetting on the spot, the song. Blinking from Pure. They see Yatoro, 3 lined up. Potentialized path play. They're trying to go in. Toronto Tokyo, blown up by Collapse. Has to buy back. Yatoro gets off his BKB. Pure with another song. Sprints in. Who are they aiming for? Where is the target acquisition? They can't catch anybody. Collapse BKBs runs down south. Lol being chased out as well. Oh my god, Nightfall. Hazy on this refresher. Blinks to high ground. Gets away from danger for now. Pure, what's he up to? He's back to the high ground too. Mirror image out, Aegis claimed, lol in the fire, still surviving and blowing up GPK. Team Spirit,
nothing to do.
Sprinting out their base, they don't catch Nightfall on the way out, he's blinked out of the range of Mirror. They're still hunting though, and he's gonna find Toronto Tokyo. Who cares, Gem? I see Jakiro. Eon disc popped. And with this rapier damage is like short work and a twin-headed dragon.
Unstoppable. Laurel, the collapse waiting in the back line actually worked. He stormed out of the tree line and he just then started eviscerating the 2 supports with the help of Laurel. He completely jumped over. They dodged everything that Naga was trying to set and prep there. And Yatoro was also just firing the cannon from the top there. Did the combined damage of Collapse and Laurel together. He is 11,000
monster. Oh, Pure. Lol. Oh, God. Nightfall's gonna get a bit of vision here with the Hawk.
Imagine.
Can they?
Imagine.
Will they?
They have to do something kind of crazy.
They're gonna be losing their base pretty soon. Lash has buyback. Naga Beastmaster have to get back to base to defend. Drow Rangers up here. Tier 3 gone. Barracks to follow.
There's no buyback of Collapse though. That's a big one. And Mira.
Radiant structure.
Look at all the wolves. Look at all the summons. It's multiple. Mira gets away from there. Help of the Glimmer Cave to jump in for the lull. Disruption of self-save. Barracks taken out. Lull. Oh, tries to fight. Nightfall. He'll just pop, but he can't get any control of the lull. It's Lull. Puck is all over the place. Now they go into the GPK though. Aiming for the puck. They're going to find him at long last. They get him and the Rapier's on the floor.
He messed up the phase shift. He canceled it.
Oh no.
Did you see that? I'm not crazy, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, he phase shift and accidentally ended it.
There's an Axe Blessing recipe. There's a Rapier. There's all sorts of stuff everywhere.
An Axe Blessing recipe. What's that there? Okay. Not sure what the story on that one is. Meanwhile, Save, I think he had a refresher charge, right? Because Laurel dove him, he disrupts himself, and he tries to kill him again after it Save just refreshes, and then uses it again. How did they not got the Rapier?
Now there's another DD. I don't think they care. You know what, Toronto Tokyo is going to take it, is he? Oh yes, the Jakiro with the Rapier.
Coming to feed it back to them, guys.
My goodness. There's Mega Creeps on one side. Top lane Barracks still standing on Team Spirits. We're waiting for next Roshan, Trent.
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like BetBoom have such a good chance of winning these fights right now. They can't get, like, swarmed in the back line.
They missed the stun on BK. He's trying to hold his ground, but look at my dodge! Oh my god, Yatoro shreds where he goes. Daedalus hits, refreshes, blinks forward, kills off save as well. SD's gone, TP home. Get the hell out of here, BetBoom now.
He's lucky he didn't get coiled. Dude. Leshrac vanished.
He looked okay until he didn't.
Until he got hit for 1,350 damage from a single right click? Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah. Right until that.
Ow.
Luckily, Toronto Tokyo was not there to feed the rapier back, so that's good.
And now Team Spirit running down lanes, coming for the Radiant base. Balls are still there to hold on to. Well, this has got to be mentally debilitating for BetBoom.
Mini 71 minutes.
Team Spirit is wearing them down.
The admins have been on, you know, they told them, nope, these guys. The longer this game goes, the harder things are.
Well, it's like Moomiander was saying in that Seb documentary. You know, this isn't Dota playing. This is a slogfest. You're gonna wait it out and play 60-minute games. Long as one is a long line. Watch go very far forward. He'll just from Mira, but the Undying will fall inside the Radiant base. He'll as Mira gets off one last finger of death and the turns we got through. They killed GPK. It's a dialect on the ledge. Naga now in trouble. Song of the Siren trying to buy a bit of time, but Yatoro moves forward, gets the damage in. Will is dead. Oh god. It all comes crumbling apart for BetBoom now. Wait, back. They're on to Mira. They kill off Nightfall, save though, and lol. He opens up on them. The howitzer is here. Massive 40 mil cannon just shattering into BetBoom. Drow saved by the rip. The soul is everyone dying. There's two. And she's called it over. Team Spirit.
Look at him. Look at Mira.
Oh my god.
The shard to anybody who would listen at Halima Major, which was nope. Which, yeah, nobody's taken him up on it yet. But if you see a shard being picked up by any team that was at Halima Major that speaks English, you could probably sort of see it's good. This shard is actually I don't know how you get there. That's okay. I actually found a better game as a word recently with the shark.
That's pretty good.
I think that's
Slark
for sure. Oh yeah. Slark with that shard is crazy. It's actually a broken strat. If Jowly doesn't use it still on top, he can take that. Maybe that's what he needs to get back. Shadow Walk is way back to the bottom. And then if you read it for 1,000 comments, but because I say it and nobody I will say the other good thing about Bounty Hunter, but is we've got two different memes here. The Bounty Hunter shard, the Magnus Ags. He does have extremely high damage, and against probably has highest base armor, starting base armor in the game, which can make him really good at the laning phase for trading. Yeah, he versatile. Terrible. Oh yeah. And frontline a little bit of this young support, but again,
Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. PSN FTX victory!
Midas was being, they have an inkling that this is going on, but they jump forward, find the Star Spectre. The Doom is there, Force Staff keeping him alive and on the other side of the fissure, but there's way too much damage, and the rundown is going to be there. MC is gone, GH is gone, and looking for more. 9 jumps back in, finds Kuro too, tries to get out of there, does not have a way to escape. Mar is completely under control. 2 is gonna die. The buybacks are coming in. Amar realizes he can't do that cancel TP, but eyes on the prize. Thunder trying to close this one out, close this series out with a quick 2-0 as they set their sights now onto the tier 4 towers. There is a buyback still on the BKB is out though, and now the turn, the break, the finish. Amar dies a second time. MC on top of staking managed to find that kill. Sumail still controlled, does manage to get the blink back and away. MC, they're gonna go back in for more. They can't, but Sumail, the range is barely. Sumail got to be controlled. They got him there with the Gleipnir, and it's only MC left alive as Tundra start hitting these tier 4 towers.
With this unleash, with the damage coming through from the sidekick now as well. Watch Buckle though, it's actually going to be the Molten stealing that Pango form. And he doing anything about this because it's going to be hexed out. Do they have the damage to kill him off? It looks like this one's going to get low. The drag back now as well, but he's not going to be able to get the kill. In fact, he just drag him closer to him. Be able to clean up the side of one move. They have no cause now. Aincrad, the only one left alive in terms of cause. 3 heroes dead for the next at least 70 seconds. And this is going to be it. Yeah, Bedroom just come in. They're going to start to go up the base. Not even needing to go for Vegas here. As you can see, they just want to end it here and now. In fact, even diving into the bounce now as well, where the hook comes out. Moblin is going to be a good. He's got out Satanic. He's got to force that away to tell him to save coming up from Bay. He's then really cocky on this Moblin, but it's paying off. And yeah, they're just going to be able to dive into the bounce once again. And they're bouncing far from these heroes, cleaning it up. GG is going to be called after 45 minutes here. One move. They look great in game number 1. They look pretty good in game number 3 here as well. But Bedroom, they just had enough out of them in game number 2.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Be right. I keep my enemies close. I get mixed up in this.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant victory.
Away from enemy, it's not
guys
really
just dying
getting them
because
anything against. They got so bad down. They can save him.
Also doing the strategy to supply the reroll. Oh, that's first blood. Easy pickup. Behind tower, but you gotta be careful. This alchemist could actually retain because literally rocks literally flint stone. And then you get more minus armor out of acid spray for a physical damage nuke of an unstable concoction. It's a deadly mixture. You're running through the nature of your keys.
No, they can't.
Look at that. They have to play to defend power. Yeah, won't finish him off. Lots of
Radiant's bottom tower.
That's going to be 2-0 here for the side of
He's not having a whole lot of fun with this. 10 stick charges, and he did manage to at least hit the 2 stacks off of the balance strike.
refuses to commit.
Sanaba.
Grubby, but it's not too bad.
Okay. Well,
I did clean it recently, but it just gets pretty dirty again.
You are a filthy person, so I understand.
I'm
Radiant
really not.
team back.
I'm really not. In
Team
fact,
back.
when I stayed in the hotel with you, I was super
Radiant
clean, and your
team
side was really messy. But
It was not
that's
messy.
okay.
The only thing messy about me was my scoring. So
I don't know. It was pretty messy. Anyway, we don't have to continue to throw the bar under the bus. We got a draft underway. All right. But the rock and roll are going to be on the
Dire
Radiant side. We got
team
Meteor
pick.
Gaming on the Dire side. Meteor, they're going to be playing with first pick overall. Once again, Nature's Prophet Broodmother bed
Radiant
in the
team
first
pick.
phase, and then for
Disruptor.
rock and roll, we got the Enchant and the Death Prophet.
So the thing that really strikes me about Meteor Gaming is that I feel like they've got a really good idea of like what they think is good and they're just going to pick and ban entirely based off
10
that. It's not
seconds
even
remaining.
necessarily a
Radiant
synergy sort of
team
thing.
pick.
It's just like we
Dr.
value
Anna.
these 10 heroes higher than anyone else in the game, and so we're going to pick them. I think they really want to pick a Beastmaster here because I think that's their most successful hero by far. But I think Lily Rock and Roll have done their homework. If you're playing a Beastmaster into a Mirana, very easy to get rid of the boars. And
10
also
seconds.
Doom
Dire
means that
team
you can't
back.
go this Helm of the Overlord because they're just going to get devoured.
Beastmaster.
It's still going to do it though. Maybe you could just go into this Axes build instead and look to try and counter it. Maybe we see a Drums of Slom.
Radiant
Chances?
team ban.
It is a good pairing with a Disruptor though. Just back off the back of the Hawk Vision.
Shot very much loves to be able to have that vision event, so she got the combo.
Dire team
And
back.
now you can look to even protect the Beastmaster even more. They banned out the Crystal Maiden, so
I think we're just going to Mirana 5, man. Like, what's the point? That's a bit of a wasted ban in my eye. I would be looking to get rid of stuff that gets on the Disruptor personally.
10 seconds remaining.
Something like Ember would be pretty decent.
5 seconds
very
remaining.
good Ember game. Ember Mirana combination together is always very potent.
Yep.
More than
It's
likely,
something that
we're
they
going
picked a lot as well.
Radiant
think so.
team ban. Dire team ban.
I mean, there are the two that they really look to go back to the well for. Nature's Prophet and Death Prophet combined together with Trainer Protector, which both would be
10
great
seconds
with this
remaining.
Beastmaster. Gives you some really fast tempo, and Trainer is still pretty
5
good overall,
seconds
especially
remaining.
into a Doom. You're able to, again, melee hero, use that Leech Seed, feels very nice. So I think that's really just what they're banning. They're
Radiant
banning a lot of
team
these
back.
range cores on Lily Rock and Roll to prevent that from being as big of a factor. Even like other than Sniper, is there anything that they can pick that's like range that pairs together well with the
Radiant team pick. Dire team
with
pick.
the Train Protector? Probably not, other than maybe like a Morphling. But I'm not sure if you want a Morphling into this.
You were right, though. More than likely going to be that Mirana is the 5.
Dire team pick.
Down Hoodwin Grouse. So, I mean, Hoodwin Doom is something we've seen Tundra run to great success.
Oh, please. Oh, goddamn. I was so close. The Rubik feels kind of nice. Have they been running Hoodwink lately, though, on Tundra?
No, I'm not. Just. It's always a team that
10
you see
seconds remaining.
Hoodwin come out, like they win a lot of these lanes. So it is a great laning duo.
5 seconds
Put a
remaining.
decent pressure onto the Morphling early on, but I think once Morph's able to find some levels, he should have a pretty good time down in his lane. What do we look at the 18? So probably more than likely, you want your carry here, considering you see your off laner and your carry matchup?
I would say so. I mean, just like what they want to play into this morphling too. Something Rain likes building a Scotty, but a lot of those heroes are gone. Could you Naga here? I wouldn't hate Naga, just because morphling really with the Ags doesn't hurt as much as a lot of the other Agi heroes. Does a decent job of like resetting against the beast. I think it's decent, but again, if the beast is already going the whirling axes build, it was kind of meh, like you don't have the greatest. You like it? It's definitely not that then. I'm kidding.
Oh, what the hell?
Naga Siren.
Okay, cool. It makes sense, right? Like, they just want to block off the main avenue that they're going to be able to play around with this morphling. There's no real amazing targets for the morph either anymore. So
10 seconds remaining.
The Doom really doesn't feel that effective. Hoodwink probably not. It's basically Piranha might be the target, but just so you have Leap for a little bit more of this this mobility in team fights.
Dire team ban.
What do they need? They need tempo. You got 2 greed cores, 2 supports that are able to do a lot of damage, but you need the lockdown to be able to provide that. So for me, they've actually banned out the Ember themselves, but I guess it's into the Naga Siren, so it makes a lot of sense. Some kind of reliable stun.
10 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Still move around, so not as easy. They ended up banning it out anyway. So what are you giving her now? A.K.A? I don't know. I'm going to put Meteor in mid laner as well.
10 seconds remaining.
It might be a big. I feel like we can.
5 seconds remaining.
So good call matchups to be nice. Toronto, the national defense again versus the rule. Nice. That's the thing. It is very greedy. We're going to be putting a lot of emphasis on your support and to get honestly really played too well to get in itself. And
you go slow-ish lane, and I think you can get away with it. Then you can do it. But if it's anything that's able to get like a couple of items, like Conquer a little bit, I guess. But Conquer into OD doesn't feel great either. But you know what I mean, right? Just stuff that's able to do a lot with not much. Then I think they might be in a tiny bit of trouble.
Radiant team pick.
There's not a lot left for Meteor as well. They're going to go down that Pingo route, so...
I don't think you can afford to do it anymore.
No, I don't think so either. So Pingo was very nice to be able to address the Naga. They didn't have a lot of AoE control as well, so that's where the Pingo is definitely going to be able to help kind of fill out that weakness they had prior.
10 seconds remaining.
A lot of people rate Pango as literally the #1 hero of this patch. So
yeah,
kind of surprising to see it last until the very last phase here. I mean, at least Naga Siren is eventually going to be able to get the Aghanims if she wants to be able to go into this. And okay, Quap can still do some damage into the Rolling Thunder, which feels kind of nice. Bit of a lane dominator. And you are a bit of a tempo setter, right? You're not necessarily like that reliable stun, but it just means that you're going to be looking to play around the Hoodwink a lot more, as opposed to the other way around, Hoodwink playing around the Quap.
Such a volatile hero, though.
Yeah.
You can have a good game, and you can have a bad game as well for the Queen of Pain. There is, I think, BKB is going to be really when he's feeling specific against the Rolling Thunder and against the Disruptor. It's not a free game. You've got an instant stun in your ruby telekinesis, which is really the big thing you're looking at, and sometimes Disruptor can be well. So for me, I don't know, Queen of Pain, if you times really like a death quota, you don't have it 4 times, your game's just on it. Even sometimes 2 times, it's just enough for you to not have the impact that you're requiring. But importantly, it's going to have a good game. You're going to prove to be an issue. Like you said, Panda is arguably one of the best heroes right now in the endless of the fact that he at least have a tricky lane matchup should be something that they can bank on for Radiant.
It'd feel good. Yeah, absolutely. What sort of build the Pango is as well? Feels kind of value to just go this Aghanim Diffusal Basher build going up against the and Maelstrom, I guess, as well, right? You need something. They don't have any amazing way to deal with the yet at this point. So Pango needs to kind of address that somewhat. So I feel like the Maelstrom is going to be that sort of thing. Diffusal great against the entire lineup, and of course Basher needed to be able to lock down this Naga and the Quap especially. Who are you favoring?
I don't know. I think I like the Meteor's draft. I think the Painter has issues with some Naga, which they didn't really have a way to address that. So slightly favor again, like it just. And this Queen Pain take over or not? Well, I don't know. How do you feel about the strat? Do you feel like there is a side that's even favored head out of it, or do we have a pretty even drop between the two?
I'm down to the individual play, right? Like, I think I like the Meteor Gaming overall. I feel like they've got potential for pickoffs, they've got good team fight, they've got tower siege, they've got stuns, they've got, somewhat save in the form of like Rubik if he goes to the telekinesis. I think he's building into a Greaves as well. So like plenty of stuff. They've got good across the board. But if you're able to get this Naga Star in a farm and this Quap crushes the Pango lane, then it very quickly skews in only Rock and Roll's favor.
But pretty much just looking at the lanes, that's what you feel like is
especially
really
mid. Oh, this is nice. Who's gonna get it?
30 seconds to battle.
Easy.
Easy.
They're even gonna get rid of their own. Not making the same mistake as well. Maybe it will. Allowances. Not gonna see it. Hold on. Is Malacta's mid? No. Okay. He was just positioning himself there for a second. I was thinking, can they get away with this and just use like wild axes to secure all of these last instead of having to pop there? But I think the levels on Quap is too important. On Pango is too important. Thunderstrike as well. Level 1 TZ.
And no mangoes. I saw Seller in some of these games actually. I think game 1 might have been in that tiebreaker. He went the Thunderstrike with a couple mangoes though, which he doesn't currently have. What did he buy with his gold? He's got a mango and Seller coming out. At least one. A little bit with the spam. You're more favoring that glimpse level 1 at the moment though that we're seeing out of the disruptors?
It's just so mana efficient, right? 70 mana to do essentially the same damage as what Thunderstrike does, and it has such great utility as well. Maybe they're just thinking, look, with the Morphling, it's not necessarily like a kill lane. So, if you had something with a stun or even a slow, you might be able to get away with an early kill off the back of the boots, but with Morphling, you need to play a little bit more passive, and it's just about harassing from far. You don't really want to fight into a hoodwink either. Oh, annoying.
Because this is a really good lane for the side of Radiant. Hood Doom, level 3, I'm probably looking at them starting to get pretty aggressive onto TZ. It's going to come down to a lot of the Disruptor's position. I think if you can zone up the Disruptor, like, what is he going to do with this game? It's, I don't know if you can really look to make any plays on the opposite side of the map. There's not much you can really do to help out mid as well. So I think if you're able to get a couple kills on him, then TZ might have a bit of an awkward early start on how he can have some impact as a 5.
He's been doing a good job so far. Basically, his job right now is just distract them from hitting the Morphling, get a little harass off whenever you can through the use of Iron Branches. And he's also done a really important thing against the Doom in blocking up the hard camp with the Sentry Ward and body blocking his own small camp. So Doom isn't going to get off any of these devours. I want to see him rotate back to that small camp right now.
Oh, he went Journal Blade. The Doom, even with that little bit of damage, it might be enough when Hal trying to chase him down. Has he got the movement speed to catch up though? It looks like he does. Strike, helping TZ be able to get the cell forward. When Hal's able to land the bushwhack, but he's going to be cautious. He's taking up a little bit of damage from the Kree wave. He's going to be okay.
And of course, Gaben is going to punish him by spawning the Harpy camp as the small camp. So, if he does go over there with that Devour, he'll be like, thank you very much. I'll be taking that Stormcrafter for myself. I'll see if Easy looks to prioritize making pull happen, even if it's just a single pull, just to at least get rid of the Stormcrafter. Leave this game. Harpy Scout meta?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Now I've just brought it all back to you.
Oh no, that was such a boring thing. Oh my god.
See everything. Nothing they could do about it. Never runs out of mana.
god, that's not a thing anymore. That's fly. Gonna probably trade his life as he backs back from bullet and come through trip. I'm sorry. We got quad wide. I don't want to say triple double. What's going on? 4 Ys, 4 Ms.
Sometimes one's not.
Or 2, nor 3. Just need all the letters you can get.
He's doing it. He's literally not even doing the pull. He's just like, kill the Stormcraft. I'm going to use Thunderstrike on it as well. There we go.
Neutral can be a lane winning neutral. Dude, Big Ken is going to chase down. They're even going to glyph the creep wave as well. We're able to dispel off some of the access stacks, but still the damage, it's enough. Lovely will just get the right click, and now they're going to be able to drag the wave, so the next Dire wave will go all the way under the tower. No, they don't aggro, actually. Never mind. Regardless, it still goes under, and Naga's going to miss a full wave here.
Real or real one?
Real. That's real. I'm saying real. That's
all right. Well, he's a one. That's all I know. And he's doing a pretty good job in this mid lane. I mean, he's 400 net worth ahead of the Pango, keeping him relatively low on the levels, about half level ahead right now. I think he'll stay 2-point Counter Strike, pretty standard for the Cops these days. Just a bully in lane, but not hinder your own net worth too much, because it is going to be important for him to have that burst damage against the other Rockman. I wonder how early he goes into the Aghanim shot. Wasn't expecting that.
Whoa.
It just happened. Just
I think it looked like from the fight recap it was Infernal into Bushwhack. So somehow 0.6 caught him off guard. Okay. Well, that's a big kill for them to find. And it's going to enable this Hoodwink to make a rotation. Echoes. It's already used Swashbuckle already mid, so we won't have this to reposition, and we might be in some trouble now. Oh no, they broke the shield crash. What the hell? What is this man doing to him?
Doing it. Great job. I mean, all the rotations coming through. Also, just with that, it scouts out like, all right, are there any camps that we need to make sure that the Doom doesn't get? And there isn't anything amazing, right? There's no Satyr camp unless it's right next to the Dire Tier 2 tower. So I think they're very, very happy with that. The entire jungle is not good for the Doom to steal right now, so he's just going to have to stick to lane creeps. Yeah, the kind of nerf to the Doom that happened lately, it's the targeting the Enigma nerf, basically. Leveling up the range creep to level 5 means that he can't devour range creeps now at level 1.
Regeneration!
Devour. It's a siege creep instead.
Real? Oh, I don't. Does he die? I'm not sure. Not going to be enough. Real is going to be okay. They solve the regen though, so the Green of Pain's going to have to go all the way back to base. So this will give at least Echoes a little bit of time to get some catch up. Importantly, it's probably going to get him that level 6, at least close enough before some extra pressure.
Indeed. An early-ish port. What the hell just happened? Yeah, I think there was some sort of creep that was just moving in front of Bocce right there, so they weren't able to get the ensnare into the arrow combination on Molasses. So big deal, letting this Beastmaster just continue to get those levels. Now he's got 3 points into the Wild Axes, so plenty of ways to just keep this Naga somewhat controlled in lane, but she's still picking up the farm for now.
And it's bring Wen out to a different lane as well. Just try and close the distance onto Molasses, but just the token. This is from Blue. I'm going to be okay for the moment. So, do you like?
That's just
we saw the Hoodwink get that kill mid prior, but afterwards we're continuing to see him play on the away from different lane. Do we like this?
Hold on. Speaking of Rubik, just jumped on a little bit here, and he probably is going to get burst down. That second Starfall coming through. Can Molasses commit onto this with second point of the Wild Axis? He's thinking about it. Not quite. What you think? He just needs to keep the Doom away as much as possible. And
just. Are they gonna go for this? Just a quick prod, but we might go down. He's being such a nuisance, though. Arrow's gonna fly on past, but real double. Into Sonic Wave, no hesitation out of Queen of Pain, finds a great opening for that first ultimate of the game, and hoping for the power rune as well. He's going to be able to find it. Might even look to utilize it straight away. That Marblue, it's an excellent chopping block. Yeah, still missed the bushwhack, but it's not going to matter. It's only delaying the inevitable is Marblue. Oh my god. Dude, went out. He's like balling out. 7 out of the 8 kills. Doesn't even need to play the Doom lane. He's still getting a bunch out of it solo.
And I mean, there's we're doing a really good job on Meteor of making sure that the Doom hasn't got anything good to devour, but luck just so happened to spawn a city camp inside of their own ancient area, so they were able to go back, get that mana burn creep, and well, now life is a little bit more challenging for the Morphling. Can't even just go back into the lane, right? Because he tries to last, he'll get the Scorched Earth onto his face, and you won't have the Meatfall to be able to get away from that lane. So he's already been pushed back to the jungle. This is some really good early game play by Lonely Rock and Roll.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Though, with the Doom being solo versus the Morphling, they've got a 500 net lead.
Dire's top tower
It's the other lane that are taking a huge hit. The Painkley is so far behind the Queen of Pain, about 1,200 gold difference between them. So Echoes is going to be forced to try and look to get involved with his Rolling Thunder, try and find an angle back into this game, and we'll see if he can secure the kill onto the Doom. He's got some pros playing behind him at the moment. Tracks going to be on mark. Tilda looked to turn it back around with the use of the Doom, but Morphling was able to find that attribute shift, so there won't be a rebuttal from the boys on Radiant.
Even just the small things about like when they actually made that rotation through, the phase had just expired on the Doom, so he wasn't able to get away as quickly as he might have liked. He's going to be able to get another quick cleanup kill onto the Mirana as well. Right? It's done by them, but more importantly, it just frees up this top lane for Morphling to get some more of this unopposed farm.
He's going to be working into the Lincolns as that first item here for the Morphling, so to heavily address the Doom, get the ensnare and potential rocket to come out as well.
Nicely done by Echo as well. Was almost bushwhacked as he picked up that DD rune, but really quick on fingers, used Quelling Blade, making sure that wasn't going to happen. Now with a bunch of these stacks that have been formed up, the team is rallying around him, basically saying that, look, the lane might not have gone so well for you, but you've got maxed out Swashbuckler, you've got this DD rune now as well, so we can very easily look to give you a bit more of a lane.
Can he find the angle? Oh, nicely done. The song as well, but rather they're going to be able to kill. Bocce was able to find the angle from the cancel Beastmasters out, so we're here is getting forced to rotate bottom. We do see mid lane what's going on. Echoes shove it out with the help feed damage rune to get some pressure on the T1 tower.
Well, indeed, they've got that Orb of Corrosion as well, so reduced armor on this tower. Someone's going to need to get back here pretty quickly. But, well, 3 of them used TPs recently, so at least they'll get rid of the siege creep. Is this going to be enough? No, just letting that sharpshooter a little bit too late.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A huge win. No Doom reveal that. Usually take objectives early on. Echoes mid lane, Sonic Wave, but the turnaround from TG will drop the Static Storm. There's no one really nearby to pull up, but Marbu's still with the arrow. Gonna find the connection, and I'll went how glimpse inside the river as well. Marbu not gonna be able to find the angle for the bushwhack. It's like doing. It's gonna be okay. That's a huge kill for them to find with the Queen of Pain. It was 5-0 before that death, so TZ is gonna get a nice little streak.
To the last person you actually wanted to give it through to. You know what, we'll take it. Of course, needing the Static Storm landed onto 3 as well, but it was marbled once again to the star of that movement coming through. And now he's become the Dominator to be able to play around with on Molasses. So again, if like needs to play very defensively with this, he doesn't really want to be making too many pushes happen. Actually just looking to walk up into the area.
They take away some stacks. Using his team fight, Pablo's charging him up. Any more echoes to the 12. Stun looks perfect for the follow-up damage too. Chuck out his ultimate, but it's just going to provide them zero value. As Meteor, they're already looking for more. Morphling utilizing the Hurricane that was devoured prior to when how dragged back. So is he going to go for the waveform? Close the sisters did when how. Dukin and Jive, another out of the bushwhack will keep him alive, but regardless, Dive gets him much needed.
Amazing what you find lying around.
Sure. And again, like I was saying, you can't really afford to be the pusher as Beastmaster in this situation. He just needs to sit back. He needs to play selfish for the next little bit. He needs to build up into. Will he go Helm of the Overlord? You reckon? I mean, you've kind of committed to it with the Helm of the Dominator plus the Vladimir's offering, but as soon as Doom hits up at level 15, then it doesn't feel anywhere near as good. I would rate Doom as like the second best counter to this sort of Beastmaster build. So rather than going just full auras like
Dire's middle
it's not
tower
really a
is
red
under
back
attack.
game, though. So
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I guess once he understands the tempo of the game.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Still looking to try and turn around Echo. Actually eats the combo, and as a result, Real's going to jump in. More than happy to drop the combo to secure another double kill at the back of his ultimate. And now Doom is ready to get into the midst of it all as well. A bit hesitant though, the stun's already been used prior, so they won't be able to close the distance. But in the end, only Rock and Roll able to find still 2 kills.
Still somehow clips onto the ball with the arrow. I mean, it's a little bit of a difficult situation still for Lonely, right? Like, they don't have anyone that's going to be able to... No arrow to be able to hit the blood creep. Get rid of the hook, though. But it's a bit of an aberration that they were even able to get that top tower just because of how well Doom had played their late. Seeing some trouble with them trying to get more than Echoes.
It's pretty aggressive and it's going to be cautious. Yes, at the giggle to when how. Doom's ultimate is back up. He loves the Echoes. He's not going to mess around. When it's used to roll in thunder early on to protect himself, he'll do a quick U-turn to slam away the life of the Doom. So we're in a pretty back and forth game. Brady got a couple of kills, and Dyer got a couple of kills, and this time Meteor's going to be rewarded with that T1 tower going down as well.
They are, and they're really just looking to try and get this game solved before the game gets too far out of control. Like, Naga Siren, she's going to be almost unbeatable in this late stage of the game. And goes going for the defusal, really realizing that look, we want to try and make this as quick as possible. The Disruptor is going for a drums, the Rook is going for a map, the Morphling is the first item that gets like, this is what you do.
Going to be perfect with the chain control, and that's where Molasses is able to come into play. Once again with the Queen of Pain getting shut down, slowing down this BKB timing here for the co-op.
The point here that you got to take away, right? He is once again the pace setter.
The fight breaking out. Gonna be cautious here. Gonna try and find an opening with the ultimate, but hesitant about using it onto the Morphling, considering he's protected with the Lincoln. So, a couple of supports killed off across the map. Can they pop the Lincolns? There we go. Enough time to be able to react away from.
I just command to that. What a big increase in team fight effectiveness coming through. Just the split push as well.
Radiant's
going for the
tower is
lines.
under
He was trying to find TZ.
One thing even saw with the item build from Big and interesting. It's like maybe a personal thing going this Witstone. Seen a lot of the Nagas. Yeah, seen a. I think that's really the main one that we see, right? But I see both boys could be into that. I'm really seeing it. Yeah.
Not as effective for the lane, of course. Considering you get it a lot later than the Bassi, but still feels nice.
It's interesting to see kind of these little unique.
I guess the other thing is that he's not playing with him as well, so you don't need like the Bassi aura coming through. It's just purely for yourself, and so it feels a little bit better in that regard.
Top tower is under attack.
He is having such an incredible time though, at finding the farm. Net worth. More kills occurring around this area of the map. Both sides don't know how to stop. All the action breaking out. 26 kills, 17 minutes in, and now with that kill on the Mirana, they're looking to put some pressure down bottom. Helm the Overlord here with Molasses has got that ancient Black Dragon.
Yeah, so they got 5 levels on the Doom where this is going to have effectiveness, and they don't have a glyph to be able to combat. So really what I'm assuming Meteor are going to be looking to go for is try and take the mid tower next, force the glyph. That enables us to go high ground off the back of potentially Roshan, and this is all stuff that can happen before Doom reaches that level 15 mark.
Worthy tribute. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
He's forced to be greedier than he wants to be as well. He just needs these levels.
Dire's top tower
Range creeps are too valuable to just go by the wayside, so instead of staying inside the jungle, he gets the creep wave, which is so much more value. The only thing more value than a creep wave for experience is an ancient camp.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
With all that, he was able to find down bottom 11 and a quarter here. A couple more Midas usages will see him being able to find those levels very, very shortly. Another item though is that Orchid that we kind of mentioned before with the Naga Siren, so he might feel a little bit more comfortable about getting involved in some of the fights. Marblue, beautiful arrow once again. Solon is able to find.
It's not really something you expect to come out as Rana, right? So that they do indeed, and they actually pop glyph. Okay, and they could be able to. I mean, the next creep wave is right here, so I think they're very satisfied with this. They can look to take the mid tier 2, and then potentially go down towards bottom. Quad 1 will pick.
Meanwhile, actually, bottom lane, yeah, dude. Once again, some of the arrow combination, big can a little bit too late to protect. They stole the song. Marblue now.
Wait, what? They're chasing each other with Siggy.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What did I just see?
Radiant's middle tower.
What do you mean?
I'm so confused. If Nog is singing, Marblue's singing,
how are they both being hit? Can't change. Does that affect radius? I don't think
I'm sure he was in range to sleep here. I'm not sure actually, but I thought he was.
You know, the most disappointing thing about this all is that when Rubik steals it, it's not Rubik's singing, it's still the Naga sound.
Oh, so they should add something into.
Yeah, like.
Oh, Echoes. Meteor, they don't have detection though. No idea who was the one that tanked the arrow. Now Echo, he's wanting to get in the middle of it all. Find an opening here for the Hoodwick, just blows him up, and now they've also
no song.
And without the song, how is he going to be able to stay the last? He's able to hold him into place. Thanks for all. A worthwhile trade. Riddle gets the Rubik, but to Meteor that is so happy. And they might even be able to find more as well as Echoes.
Take me!
Back. They can think about going high ground. We saw the glimpse used prior for the tier 2 tower.
They glimpse previously, they don't have a glyph, just got a Beastmaster, not yet level 15, but who cares? Got everything you could need, and yep, those drum charges starting to come through on the Destructor as well. He's still got 4 left, and even when Naga respawns, she doesn't have songs, so I'm not sure if you can even initiate her effectively. Just keep the Morphling on the front lines and all the units. You got Aegis, you got Lincolns, that's plenty.
Radiant's middle barracks is falling.
I get so much value out of this Helm of the Overlord, and that's exactly what you're hoping for them. Still 3 levels away from being able to address this. You've cracked the high ground, and they do not want to leave at all.
They burned the tier 3 refreshed glyph as well. If they want to, they can go bot.
What we're waiting for at least is any items come out shortly. Last has only got his BKB very close to a Glimmer as well for TZ, so we still have a little bit of time here to wait with the edges on
scanning.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Disruptor really wants. Like, I think the Glimmer Cape is fine, but if you're looking to keep up this sort of pace, I wouldn't hate to see him going for like a casual. You use the drums off cooldown and then get the bearing after.
Haste.
Feels like a bit of a waste to get the boots now while you've still got value out of the drums.
Definitely what Glimmer is going to be able to provide them is that just blow one hero up potential that Radiant aren't playing with. Stun into arrow, into sharpshooter. It's going to be able to mitigate some of the damage, even just whoever gets doomed. Help them look to reset.
Dire's top tower is under
like they're just keeping the tempo up. I like it. Again, just put down, put all the creeps on the front lines, don't stack up, and then just take more towers. You're forcing a move out of the enemy
Radiant's
team.
middle barracks are under attack.
Don't even want it. Like, how are you supposed to get onto this Morphling?
You can't really put the Naga back as well, right? Echoes, he's gonna look to jump in. Now make sure there's no opportunity for the Doom to activate the BKB, and that's probably a full set. If you, he's gonna look to buy back, but you just reposition and wait for Rolling Thunder. Yeah.
Yep. You still got a minute and 5 seconds left on the Aegis, so that'll probably give time for Molasses to go back at least up. He's gonna take the
no. Forced out the BKB, but how does he look to enter the fight now without the protection of this? I consider falling on Naga side, but it's use of the telekinesis. Real's in trouble now. Looks to turn with the Sonic Wave, but the blow potential not there. Morphling. The danger, this is just so much committed, and they still have the edges for another minute.
And they're just throwing the illusions onto the high ground as well. He's more to the Naga Siren. Why not? You know, let the not risky stuff do a lot of your press.
Oh, they are connected.
Stop. Arrow again. And Marble connects another one. Oh, he was looking to play off the back of that. Arrow. Connect once again onto the Miranda.
Now Echoes, he's got the roll on the back up. They're going to try and park it down the Doom. He needs to use his ultimate. They won't have an opportunity to do so before it dies. You know, Molasses, he's found the roll onto the roll. Naga just gets the ultimate off at the line. Used to retreat, but Echoes, as soon as it expires, he's looking to jump in. Wanting some revenge off the back of the rough lane that he had against the Queen of Pain. He won't get killed, but and taken more than enough in regards to eject his pillaging the base. That's 2 full sets of advantage here for the boys on Dire.
Really liking this beat up with Echo playing on it. Like, it feels like he's bringing that cool head, you know, to a lot of these team fights. They're fighting when they're strong. When they don't have the ultimate stuff, they're just poking. They're using the Beastmaster units. They're using the guy with the Aegis. They're using these illusions. Everything's totally safe. But as soon as they've got the status to be able to fight, they just go all in. You know, the Rolling Thunder again is used off cooldown there. He's now level 15 as well. He hasn't chosen to go towards the Agnib Sept. I think maybe that would be waiting a little bit too long and maybe giving this Naga Siren a chance to get back into this game, because despite all of that, Naga is still top of the net worth.
So that net worth kind of feels empty right now in a way. It still feels like you need a little bit more.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, previous fights been aiming down the support. I don't know if that's going to be enough in these upcoming team fights with how I've been playing. I think you said it perfectly. This lineup now with Echoes, even off the back of the rock lane that he had, they're playing so well around the Pangolier. They're going to look to get involved once again off the back of this smoke.
Man just picked up an Arcane Rune, and he's got the Roll Thunder available.
Much run into the ball. He's going to do it once of the Disruptor as well, so a heavy commitment, and now it means that the rest of Meteor are going to be able to take the team fight without having to worry about these ultimates. Or to an illusion. The greatest for them is Echoes. They still look at the term of the damage there. Real's in some trouble. One more right click. Him down. Pangolier instead up. Weekend now. He'll turn to the Morphling. Arrow found its mark. Morphling trying to escape. Wait up a couple of seconds. Able to reposition, but the song holds him down. There's nothing that I'm going to be able to do. Perfect combo. Song to set up for Botchy's Arrow. Now they're going to get the helm of the Overlord as well. Finally, Doom has hit that level 15, and all of a sudden, this network lead it's about Radiant's favor.
Yeah, I was not expecting that at all. I thought they had popped way too much on trying to kill this Disruptor, but it just shows how important he is to this team fight, right? The repositioning from the Glimpse combo together with the vision provided by Molasses Beastmaster. Oh man, let go Molasses. He's going the slom. He's doing it. My man.
No way.
I mean, it's decent, right? Against the Naga. The drums AoE damage, so it's a decent way of dealing with the illusions.
Yep.
Doesn't work if you're silenced or done though, and well, feels like they've got a decent amount of stuns, and you're gonna have an Orchid for the Naga as well.
Very interesting.
Signs of life, though.
Yes, that is the important thing, because this is the lineup that's going to be on display for Radiant. Looking to take another team fight. All holding down the hoodwink, and I mean, you force a retreat. So should be able to take Echo. Oh, he got a batch of super cancel. Oh, man. So need a way to hold him down, and that's going to occur straight away once the beacon expires. Dire Roche is not available. It's going to be a super long Roche respawn. They can look to try and close it. Maybe get this one tower top.
Look, they've taken mid already. They can just do the same thing. Like, Roche isn't available. They might get picked off here, though, if they're not too careful. It's going to be there. Confident.
Yes. Okay. Have to commit too heavily as well. Extra goal. Naga's already got Lincolns.
Yeah.
He's incredibly farmed. Is it going to be enough though? That really is a question. Can we carry the boys?
I don't know. And I'm also not sure, like, has previously popped into the Naga zone, obviously now.
The Lincoln, so the clip's back. The strategy gets it torn apart. So no static storm to turn it around. Now, in fact, it's going to be maybe the storm to set up for the arrow. They'll be able to catch them all the attribute shifted. Now Molasses as well, and snares back up. Radiant, what's going on? Team fights now going their way, and the momentum. It's all in Radiant's favor. They should be able to get Roche as well. Sure, it's going to be up in 30 seconds. They need someone to stay inside the pit so they can scout it out straight away.
It's just like, Bocce, sorry, you're the guy in that pit. We've got to take away this Aghanim shard from the Morphling. I wonder if that goes if he instantly uses this 1,400 gold that he's got to buy that Aghanim shard. Because, you know, maybe he lives if he is able to morph during that that arrow that Miranda was able to use after the song. 5 seconds away from the lead, Bocce. Don't do it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Alright, we're good.
Very good, very good, very good.
Oh, let's see, why is he holding the... Why is he holding the candy?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Or is it just me?
Who are you talking to?
Pusha, he's holding the Halloween trick-or-treat thing on my screen, at least.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, no. No one is up. That's okay, then.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, just my screen.
Loaded to the gills.
It's alright, you're hallucinating again.
I'm not, but I might just have a texture on it. I didn't realize
I
did
don't know.
For Roche.
Look, I can't see it. Stream can't see it. Stop lying. You gaslighting me?
I would never.
Smoke on smoke. This is a must-win fight for Dire. You know, with 2 full sets of barracks advantage, feels like this game is starting to get in a awkward position for them, and we can. Storm's gonna get laid down. Good epic damage is secure the kill with it. Got the arrow in hand, drags him away. He's not even dead. Big Ken. He'll stay alive, looking to go to the right side, but Echoes is in pursuit, but the Pink League doesn't have enough to address the Naga Siren, and now an all-out retreat is Molasses. Song to hold him down, but the Beach Blaster will not make it up to the high ground. It's Radiant. Oh, another team fight going their way right in front of the high ground. They're going to look to try and even up now on the objectives.
Bocce landed another great arrow there. This time not even set up by the song. It was like right where the Morphling chose to end his wave. He ends up landing on full Agimorph. He's punished by the fact that he doesn't have the Aghanim shard. He might have been inside to his own static storm, so that wouldn't have even punished him. I really feel like his lack of commitment towards this item has resulted in this a couple of times. Yes, that's really the only stun that you're worried about, though, right? It just happens that that's what he's been caught by these past few times, and at least in terms of racks, we're even.
What the hell is going on?
I don't know, man. Roche, he's about to be pillaged.
Roche, the candy.
What? The star? Box already go. What do we got to do? And find targets. I'm surprised that we don't have like hoodwinked getting the right side here. He's got buyback, and he wants to be the one breaking the smoke.
Instant use to the roar and the BKB from Elastus. They just want to take the hoodwink out of the equation. The buyback and reach over the outpost. Someone's going to get laid down as well, but there's no follow. They're doing their best to kite the Naga, but
they're only killing the
just
support.
chasing down some of the support members. They're going to be killed off. TZ in the true line as well. How are they going to be able to get a glimpse of him? So both sides putting all their attention just to address the support. There's a Diavac on the hoodwink, but Dire, is it truly worth it in the end when you lose 2 members?
No, it's not. Especially when you're going to lose Roshan as well. So, I don't know. This is looking spicy. They're going to have to move back to deal with this lane push again. But really feels like bottom's the lane that you're worried about right now. You know, you've taken lane of back, so that's going to even things out. Even finally had time to go back into their jungle and pick up some of these extra items. You know, maybe the Titan Sliver with that status resistance would have been the difference for this Morphling to be able to survive these past few engagements. He's certainly going to be a little bit more greedy, at least until he gets this BKB for himself. And I feel like as soon as he dives into these fights, he's going to be popping it.
It just seems so awkward now for Dire to be able to take these fights. You've lost 4 fights in a row now. Your item progression is just not there. We've been speaking about this Morphling, like trying to find his next set of items. He's so close to getting a BKB, but
Dire's bottom tower
you're just given such an advantage over to Raid. Like Doom's now scaling. Queen of Pain as well. I mean, 3,600 going to the bank for the Quap. She's going AC, so her damage potential at the later stages is going to be there. And in fact, she's actually going to change up. She wants a refresher.
You just have to wonder as well, can you kill this Naga Summon? Like, you've got Heart, you've got 3,500 health, you've got Firefly, you've got Lincolns, you've got 2 4-stars, you've got a Greaves.
I don't think he dies. They obviously feel like that as well, giving the ages over to the Quap. Ken has had an incredible performance so far this game. Really, there's a big reason of why they are in this commanding position now, 35 minutes in. There's Marblu. What's going to drag him away for the doesn't matter. Doom's going to be a bit cautious just though, but they'll use the song defense bit to keep him alive.
You're not going to get any value out of this Rolling Thunder. They can fight. In fact, they don't have Song, they don't have Sharpshooter, they don't have Waves. They feel a little bit more confident, but well, they feel like they need to wait for the Rubik before they're able to make any kind of action happen. Their own vision, the observer was there.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Big Meg, Rubik just comes to the buyback, but obviously doesn't want to do. I'm going to constantly watching this Naga's Edge, people. See what happens with it.
Someone's got to go. How do you stop the Rolling Thunder no roar? Get a little bit of time to reset after these cooldowns come up. Surely, but the creep. Once again, Raven's from the base. Alright, you're rolling up now to your range wrap. It's just going to die to the illusions. Ravens are not heavily committed, they don't want to. Oh,
the BKB. No. Back off. The siege creeps are going to do it. Oh no, one of them gets disarmed on the other. Oh, one more. Oh, feels bad.
You might just be in a position where they call.
Wow.
Really?
That is...
Radiant victory.
I'm good with no words. We can leave it at that. I don't know. I was...
Cloud, if he's got these hawks coming through, you know, if there's no come back to this as they get the dive on, and everything I was saying is now inconsequential because Cloud has gone down, so Kami has to move away from these multiple kisses. There is still that buyback to the Beastmaster though. Let's see. He wants to get himself back into this. The dive onto the back lines into the vortex as well. There's going to be a real nice dismember. The hooks come. Nice save though. He saves it. Cloud gets himself back into this now, and Kami is losing so much. Kami's going to go down. They do get the kill onto Leppington there as well. So Mira with that freezing field, Mira will go down. Going down to the hooks. Yatsuo still in that push roll. He's getting them back. They get the buyback out from the poach and Storm Spirit. Everybody from the side of Hydra. They don't want to be giving this one up now as well, but they take down Leppington once again. That's the dieback on the Disruptor, and Yatsuo, what can he do? The hook, it's going to be blocked mid hook. This is the dieback on the Cloud. Cloud, can he get himself away from this one? He's still being harassed up by Collapse. One more right click, he goes down. That is going to be the Beastmaster dead for 115 seconds, and now the chase is on for the rest of the side of Hydra.
This Aghanims on the Morphling is just making him impossible to deal with. First of all, they use the little shredder on the Pudge to get rid of his armor. He has solid amounts of it, but it is just not enough. And then Yatoro just destroys him, and he knows that he can stand his ground because he cannot be stunned. He literally cannot be stunned. How do you stun water? Well, a lot of their damage, if not most of it, is on the Morphling.
Oh, the glimpse comes back though. Inside the Status Storm Mirror, he has that Lotus going, and now if Zofra actually dives a little bit further, the Thunder comes out. The Pod King, he's dove in, yeah. They're going to be able to get the kill onto the Storms for it. Can they take down the Pudge? They're going to be able to catch him and cancel off the TP. He's going to be dead. The Storm Spirit though, he has brought back, and they've got no kinetic field, no Static Storm. And like you say, they're even going to be able to get a lockdown onto Cloud, everybody on the side of Hydra. They just overextended, and we praised them in the first game for respecting the power of Team Spirit here, but Hydra might have just lost the heads a little bit, and the buybacks, they're going to be forced out, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to defend this base with the Pudge being down, with no Static Storm for the next 27 seconds. Spirit, what can they get from this? I've been worried though, they're going to be able to get it. They get two, they do! They take them down, the cookie comes out, the Yatoro, freezing field, they might lose. Happy, is this the dieback? They do the break the Lincoln Sphere though. Morphling. Bilal wants to come right back into this fight because he have the boots of travel to do it. It might take him a little bit longer now. No boots of travel though, so he's going to have to use the blinks. Just do it by foot, it seems.
Level 25 Storm with a beast. That's just so much damage. They're going in for the Morphling. He doesn't have a buyback.
No, they get do they get the kill? He goes down. Warwick has to go down though. It's going to be him left alive. No, it's not. The creeps are pushing in. There's no buybacks available on the side of Hydra, and this is going to be 4 heroes, even with the death of the Morphling. No way Warwick defends this.
It's pretty much over. They don't have the glyph. The game is over. They gave it their best. Hydra, they made Team Spirit work for it. The team that is most likely going to be at the top of Eastern Europe DPC Division 1.
Radiant's middle barracks Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
You want to commit. There's just not enough damage. Crimson Guard, Atrophy Aura, Rubik's Fate Bolt, all this damage reduction. Let's see the combo. Bit of Malice. Shall be strong in by the Disruptor, and now we're going to be hitting the win. It's back up once more. Bit of Malice, and Malice in it. They'll lose him in mind control. Right back towards tomorrow. Trying to run from everybody on the side again. And go ahead.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Siphoning
attack.
and getting back into the base.
Has fallen.
Alive. Yeah, I think when it's time to call it, it is time to call it. They have no business left in this.
And didn't get the tether off or something.
I think it got broken. Either way, I like the ghost up to purchase. That was pretty heads up, but we are back and there's a smoke action.
There's a divine right here. They're going in on Q. There's the hit. Okay, get that hit off. 123. Knocked. What damage? He's dead.
Oh my god. Nothing.
I mean, I'm assuming that's just the game.
That, yeah, 100%. There's no point in talking about the
AU picks it up. I got it, boys. The dive yet.
Go away, you.
Oh my god.
Victory!
We finally get to see them have a little bit of lead, but they need to have good vision Good entry to engage.
We're down up on high ground. Or Bulbica, Red Panda. This would be huge if we can find it. Static Storm before the Tombstone. Not bad. Stone from Lulu. He's thrown now over the Bulbica. There. Starting to drop down. I love TK control for the moment. He does manage to get that one away. And the Supernova down. TK barely surviving. And it's just going to be one down at this. Oh, White Album, to dodge, to hide away, the heal's coming in. They hoping for a save, but the KB is out, and they're going to jump onto him. He has to back away. They have lost White Album again, and now Tango in trouble. Q is going to drop. Master, these fight so well, and they quickly take down that Undying.
And remember, it's ages, so they didn't really care about giving away. Big finish profits.
Stun is out on the day. Didn't have a BKB available. Bulbica dropping low, the 10th toss back in. We have a control off Bulbica. Doesn't look like it because the black hole is there. That's on the agent. He doesn't have multi become back. And Aster, they might take full advantage. Move.
Radiant's bottom
Rax
has fallen.
Up the bottom. Finally, Aster full advantage. They're building.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, just for a brief second, had more network. There it is, back again with the higher network. When you click on the L, it's not really an inspiring network. Blink, BKB, Radiant. You might be able to get on top of a hero, but that's not the that's able to 100-0 here. Like even this Undying inside Static Storm, able to then get over the Slash God and from away.
They have that trying to keep him alive. Makes the move, and again, into this fight without Monet here. Pretty good for them. Right album, but now Monet goes now. A lot of trouble, but they he needs to kill him. Okay. Alright. Pops ulti. Now the turn. Punching. Really getting away. Sort of survived that first salvo. Very strong. Supernova down. Pops the BKB. Ooh, he's just caught here. They want to get the kill. That's himself up. And now the chase. The avalanche, the toss. Thinks he's going to give up his life also. Monet is way too strong. This might just be the full set of racks going down bottom. Aster, way too strong for Ares.
Like Ares the
GP.
Oh,
they're done.
Okay.
I was wondering. It looked like it was that type of game.
Yeah, it kind of was. It's like a game where you're an out, not really ever been in the league. Victory. He hasn't really been able to protect himself.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Boom. Standing. How are they just standing right now? I can't help but fidget with my hero half the game.
I'll be running around in circles.
Yeah.
Pirouetting on the spot, the song. Blinking from Pure. They see Yatoro, 3 lined up. Potentialized path play. They're trying to go in. Toronto Tokyo is blown up by Collapse. Has to fight back. Yatoro gets off his BKB. Pure with another song. Sprints in. Who are they aiming for? Where is the target acquisition? They can't catch anybody. Collapse BKBs runs down south. Lol being chased out as well. Oh my god, Nightfall. Hazy on disc refresher. Blinks to high ground. Gets away from danger for now. Pure, what's he up to? He's back to the high ground too. Mirror image out, Aegis claimed, lol in the fire, still surviving and blowing up GPK. Team Spirit
nothing to do.
Sprinting out their base, they don't catch Nightfall on the way out, he's blinked out in the range of Mirror. They're still hunting though, and he's gonna find Toronto Tokyo. Who cares, Gem? I see Jakiro. Eon disc popped. And with his rapier damage, like short work and a twin-headed dragon.
Unstoppable.
Laurel and Collapse waiting in the back line actually worked. He stormed out of the tree line and he just then started eviscerating the two supports with the help of Laurel. He completely jumped over. They dodged everything that Naga was trying to set and prep there. And Yadoro was also just firing the cannon from the top there. Did the combined damage of Collapse and Laurel together. He is a
monster. Oh, pure. Lol. Oh, God. Nightfall's gonna get a bit of vision here with the Hawk.
Imagine.
Can they?
Imagine.
Will they?
They have to do something kind of crazy.
They're gonna be losing their base pretty soon. Lash has buyback. Naga Beastmaster have to get back to base to defend. Drow Rangers up here. Tier 3 gone. Barracks to follow.
There's no buyback and Collapse though. That's a big one. And Mira.
Radiant structure.
Look at all the wolves. Look at all the summons.
Pretty vulnerable.
Mira gets away from there. Help of the Glimmer Cave to jump in from Lol. Disruption of self-set.
It came down to like some clutch arrows, so I think maybe they could have gone for like a wraparound. Just one more try. Who says they don't kill all the supports and then Naga doesn't have everyone else to be able to fight with, you know? So I didn't see
seconds
you know, the tap out in Game 3 of the Grand Finals, Game 3, Game 4, one that they won the whole thing. It was before a single Tier 3 was taken, I think, and I was like, really?
Radiant team
Grand Finals. You gotta fight it out.
Dire team
I don't remember that, but that's okay. That's okay.
You weren't born yet, it's fine.
I was actually born. I think I was just
Radiant
getting
kindergarten
involved in
Dire team pick.
Okay, I am
Enchantress.
23 with some respect on my age, please. So, one thing you kind of enlightened me before we got underway is that you are you sure that the Lonely Rock and Roll is the name of the anime profile?
No.
Or...
The name of the anime is Bocce the Rock, and I think that's what it is. Like, it might just have a very slight different translation if you just I don't know. I think it's on the anime, and one of the characters, the player names is literally Bocce. So could just be that. They're just big fans of rock and roll, you know?
Fans of rock and roll. All right, we got our draft on the way. Got a little bit of a switch up as well. It's actually going to be picking up the Beastmaster and then Meteor. They're going to snag the Doom and the Mirana as well. Of course, Malash is very comfortable on the Doom, one of his other better heroes as well. So they're already looking to put some priority on his hero pool early on.
You know what? I'm actually, let's just keep Lonely Rock and Roll, because that'll get so confusing if we have to go between calling the player Bocce and the team Bocce. So yeah, Lonely Rock and Roll I think is the what we'll stick with. How's that sound?
I wasn't going to change, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you. You were never going to change because of me, I understand. All right, so we've got a nice fast draft coming out here for Lonely Rock and Roll, right? Ench Beastmaster, it's quick. At least they've got the Doom to be able to respond to it.
5 seconds
Do you need
remaining.
more, is my query. I mean, they didn't even ban the Undying, but I guess they hadn't revealed that yet, so they feel fine picking the Doom into this. I don't know, it was kind of weird. Doom's effectiveness these days feels like not just the fact that you're able to get insanely farmed, but the surprising amount of damage that you can do just off the back of the Scorcher. Like, it does a lot, and you can just chase down almost anyone. So at least with the Ench, you've got a really potent slow just through the enchant that you can look to pop onto the Doom if he does try to make that sort of play. And you're harassing him all throughout.
Yeah, and we've seen Doom lanes can be surprisingly strong as well, and I think that's maybe where the Enchantress can come into play. I mean, they did pick the Doom into the Enchantress, so it's not like it's a game-breaking where you don't want to pick it into it, but it's a nice matchup. Like your Doom can have a pretty nice timing, but with the power of the Enchantress, you are one of that. Probably one of the top 3 laning supports still, even though we don't see it too often.
It does feel like a bit of a specialist pick, doesn't it? I mean, I know Celery, you were talking about him before. He loves to play it. I don't think we've seen Whitemon play it all that much, but you know me, I love me a Whitemon Enchantress. I think he's one of the best in the world.
Good to see him continue to have success as well with TSM.
first place
Dire
again.
team pick.
Maybe.
First place, yeah, exactly. So
Radiant
was
team pick.
being C representative is always good to see the boys doing well. We can see how another affair secret.
True.
A couple of days too.
Although I did check out Whitemon's stream earlier today, and he was listening to mumble rap, so I feel like he's been infected by the NA music tastes.
10
not a fan of
seconds
that.
remaining.
Probably. Is Bryle a fan? You know Bryle a little bit. Is he a
5
mumble rap fan?
seconds remaining.
I can't remember that much about what music like, but I imagine he would like some.
Okay. So, yeah. Do you like it? Is the important
Radiant
thing.
team, Dire
Not
team
my
pick.
cup of tea, but some are nice. I don't hate some.
Oh man, this is such a fun drive, dude. They want to end this game. They think they've broken them.
Okay. Well, it definitely limits a lot of the hero pool you go for mid now. Like, Spirits are kind of off the card. Puck is...
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
What makes you kind of suggest Cole? What do you see here?
Keep those lanes pushed away, and they don't have amazing catch outside of the Marcy. So as long as you know where Marcy is, you're feeling fine. You can even look to like glimpse people back, try and run at you, and you've got the blind as well. I mean, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, does that matter though with a bear and you got the enchantress, you got a like hard creep, got a helm the does that really care with the blast?
Radiant team ban.
The blind feels good though, right? Up against this, they're going to Naga the
okay, yeah.
Dire team ban.
Wow.
What can Naga have? Does it ever get 100%? Hold on, let me check. 40% chance up to 70 at level 10, which is pretty quick to build up into. So
10 seconds remaining.
I feel like it could be pretty decent if you're just trying to stall the game out for something like a Naga to potentially come online, because they're incredibly single target right now on the lead roll. So if you let Naga Siren get enough farm, you can take this lead. It's just a question of getting to late. So whatever hero that just needs to be the one to stop that. For me, it's going to be like a
10
mid
seconds remaining.
Coddle or a mid Underlord that they should be going for here.
5 seconds remaining.
And they're going to have the last pick overall. So, and one of them is going to make it through.
Okay, so you're putting a lot more emphasis on a hero that is able to stop the push instead of someone making plays, because they don't have that on Meteor at all. So you're like,
maybe
all right,
Puck. I know you've got Raw to deal with, but it does both. And you don't have reliable lockdown, I don't think. It makes sense with the Pango ban as well, right? Lots of physical against the Puck.
I have some concerns with the Druid and the Puck into Druid. I know Druid's very nice for mobile mid laners.
I guess.
But it still regardless fulfills a role that they're kind of lacking at the moment. And even if you're worried about the Druid, the rest of the other heroes don't really deal with the Puck. You 24th pick for Meteor, so they will have some time to be able to address whatever this mid lane is going to be for Lonely Rock and Roll, which we are still yet to see. What is, because they do have a very like the draft we see already from them, we can tell their play style. It's just kind of running you. So what does that mid lane require out of them, and we're going to get it?
I was legit about to say TK. Yeah, it's just so fast, right? Do you now Underlord into this? Like, persistent damage is going to do a lot. You can't make plays really, but put a Malice into Arrow. Yeah, that's the control. It makes sense, right? Like, it really does make sense to me, but you're suddenly you kind of make plays with the Coddle, right? Like, you can look to move around the map super early on with that Boots of Travel. You could probably get away with going a Spirit Vessel this game, just because you farm it so fast that they're not going to have that Dispel to be able to get rid of it. Maybe the Lone Druid isn't the target for it, because Savage Roar gives a basic Dispel, I'm pretty sure. But anyone else is going to really be susceptible.
When do you get that shard though? Surely like 20 minutes, you'll get like a decent use out of the vessel, which I liked for him to go this game. So We see, it's very interesting. I do want to say that I think DK does kind of open up their late game a little bit more for Radiant. It is not a position 1 Dragon Knight, which we saw Skeeter play in their series versus Gaming, where he was able to scale very well into the late game. Naga's like 40 minutes, DK, you're happy with going past that. So again, it's not going to be like Midas into a very early Scepter. You're going to play more this mid-orientated like Blink, maybe Fireball, BKB. But if it does get to the stage where he's really farm and they need to address the Naga, he can itemize for it. So that's another thing that DK's got along with all this push that they already have.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head. I think it's probably just a couple of basic items to be able to allow him to get some last hits, because you're not going to be right-clicking the Coddle in the lane. It's just not going to happen. And then straight into the BKB after that. The most important thing is catching this Coddle. That is job number 1 for the Dragon Knight. So see if you can beta response to it by popping your Elder Dragon form, pushing into a tower. He's going to need to be the one addressing that, and then use... Is this the game where you can actually, once you've got the Blink Dagger on the Dragon Knight, get away with actually killing the Harpy Scout? I know it's not like permanent uptime, but all you need to do is find that Coddle. I guess you've got the Beastmaster already. Yeah, but I'm just thinking, like, I can't stress this enough how important it is that this Coddle does not get found and does not get like a Blink stun onto him.
I mean, even though you have a Beastmaster like Dire, do you have okay ways to put crap in front of the Coddle with the Naga illusions? You've got... Oh, it's okay. It's
do you want to is the better question. Because I feel like they're just going to rip it apart, whatever you put in front, outside of the illusions. And Naga needs to farm. Naga does not want to be standing there defending your towers.
The battle begins.
Maybe whatever you put in front won't have too good of a time.
They will not.
Bit of a alright, watchy. Or some, but there's really no follow-up from that at all, so they might get some decent damage onto it. Molasses not going to be able to continue to chase it down, so probably Bear's going to get sent all the way back to base, regardless. So
just TP'd though, I'm pretty sure. It doesn't have a TP. Although return, yeah, true. Thanks, Observer.
Don't worry about it. He does it sometimes.
Don't worry about this idiot. Don't worry about it.
They say some stupid things. We kind of just look to avoid it. Just go on to the next topic. Sometimes he says some okay
stuff. He just resummoned the bear. So who's wrong now? Huh? Who's wrong now?
I feel like no one's right. Like I feel like that's just not good, right?
I don't think it's good either.
But anyway, he's the best specialist, not me. But we see how they've got the lane set up. It's going to be the Enchantress playing with the Beastmaster, and then the Marcy playing with the Blood. Do we like kind of how the setup's going at the moment with the supports from Lone?
Yes. Just because you needed something to be able to go up in front of this this Lone Druid in the early game, I feel like that combined with the sidekick is going to be really effective. It just gives you so much sustain for the lane, right? Because you're already going to go for the Spirit Link, so you've got that shared lifesteal, so both of them are going to be totally fine. As well as on the top side, you've got this enchant that you can look to use against the Naga illusions, as well as some pure damage against a very high armor hero, so it makes a lot of sense to me.
And so far as well, we see BK, he has the Radiance queued up on the Lone Druids. So previously, with a lot of the builds from the Druids, kind of like the Mask of Madness into the Deso. I have not seen a lot of Lone Druids since this recent patch with the Radiance getting buffed up. Have you seen any Druid at all?
I've seen zero Lone Druid since the patch, so I'm keen to see how they're going to make it work.
Well, it seems like a lot of heroes are still going this Radiance, and ones that never went Radiance are, like with the Night Stalker Carrion, heroes that even anti-mages sometimes seeing the Radiance, but then heroes that we've seen in the past really like this item, of course, going back into it. So we'll see how it's going to suit BCAM, but definitely feels like he's going to have a pretty good lane. At the moment, though, Naga's in a lot of trouble. Around the Impetus and the Axes might get the kill, but not enough. And now Wenhao limps back. Illusions trying to follow Kizzy, looking for one more right click, but yeah, going to be able to find it.
Still though, forces them to use a lot of for this region very early on. They're almost completely out except for one Tango and TZ. Nart has a salve coming out for herself, so not quite so bad there. But I mean, it's just another way to be able to deal with the illusions as well, right? It's a nice little bonus to have.
We'll quickly just highlight mid. We won't get through a whole lot of action here, but with Real on the Dragonite versus Echoes on the Coddle, this is pretty much the farm fest between the two, right?
Yes. Sorry, he's re-summoning this bear a lot. He's already done it twice now in this lane at the 3-minute mark, so... sorry, what were you asking about the mid lane? It's a farm fest, yes. They're not going to be any calls happening here.
Just wanted to quickly highlight that as Molasses bottom lane. So, a decent amount of damage onto Bocce, but he can refresh up, and he might actually jump in without them scouting out the Marcy's health pool. Might have to catch him off, but reveal himself now.
Maybe when you're old,
looks to do it. Maybe wanting to wait for that for a little bit of the bonus damage. Again, it's going to give a lot of value in this lane, so surprised that he hasn't done it yet. Have they built up any stacks for the Coddle just yet? Doesn't seem like. They've both been needed in the lane quite well. Of course, the Enchantress kind of forces that out. Sticking in the lane as opposed to playing around the map a bit more.
We might even see Wenhao continue to make a lot of these early rotations like we saw in the previous game, even though it's a bit of a different hero. Wouldn't honestly hate for them just to invade the jungle and if you see the stack, take it away, or maybe still take away some of that aggressive farm to limit the Coddle. Some trouble though with Wenhao, still looking to find that first bloody die this side, and looks like once again it's just going to slip out of the grasp.
Easy for Enchantress, nothing to worry about, nothing at all. And he's going to realize that this Disruptor doesn't actually have any mana, so he can even afford to play a lot more aggressively. I'm interested to see where his point goes at level 3 as well, whether it's going to be into the survivability, not the enchant. So just slowing down that Naga Siren a little bit, enabling them to Mesa somewhat. Able to get this pull off because of the build-up and okay. Denied himself.
Very close. Probably was still able to find the kill without the arrow land. And he's in a lot of trouble. Look at the slows ramping up the Frost attack. Should be able to chase down the Druid under the tower. Marble reward with the double kill, and simultaneously top lane we see the Enchantress finally Wenhao it's going to go down. So Meteor, this is a very good start for them.
It is, but we saw what happened last game. Also,
what the hell?
Well, it's true.
That is true.
How many times did you see 2 lanes are racked out at 28 minutes and then, you know, that happened?
Yeah, not often. Just lose every single fight afterwards.
Be able to deal with the Disruptor Courier at least, which has Sentry One. I think it still got delivered though to TZ, so not the worst, but it's really important for them that they just try and prevent this Coddle from getting all of this farm. He's going to look to finish up a couple of these camps here. Illusion Rip picked up as well. This is going to give a ton of value into the tower push.
Yeah, that's a really, really big rune. I hope he doesn't feed it away into the Coddle Blast. Oh no. Okay.
Just one is okay, but I don't want to do it to the second.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This is a really big tower though. It's definitely not going to go down with this first use. But if they can start to...
Echo doesn't actually know that he took away those, Wenhao stole those 2 big creeps that he had left there, and they've actually found the Coddle. He's level 6, so pops this form and able to get away.
Oh, bottom lane though, Big Can. Got to find a route onto the Molasses. Bocce can jump on over the top. He'll kill the bear before he dies. I think that was actually Marblue that was rewarded with the gold. So, what? Look at him around his net worth. Equal to the Beastmaster. All right, Marblue's loving life. I'm the call now, baby.
He's doing a great job. I mean, it wasn't him that got the first blood, was it? I think it was, actually.
Yes, yeah, he got the solo kill, yeah.
He got the solo kill first blood, he gets the bear, he gets all of that experience. The Doob is 1 creep away from being on to level 6, so you could probably look to go for another kill. And yeah, with Big Can summoning his bear at every opportunity, he doesn't have it for another 20 seconds. So they need to play a whole lot more passively.
Perfect.
There you go, there's the Doob. There's another kill. They went for the deny even on Big Can. This is not how they were expecting the early game to go for sure. down and able to get into that mid tower. Much, honestly. I wonder if it is just the blink next item here, for real. I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate it either. And they do kind of have some difficulty with being able to find that instant jump. Regardless, so we've seen really had an incredible side shift to Dragon on top of the network. The fact that he's more farmed than Echoes, probably, I think...
Somewhat due to Windhouse.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think probably you have to give some props to the Enchantress with how he's been able to slow down the Keeper of the Light, because this is a hero that we can see get out of control at such a rapid rate with your farming patterns. But now he's got the boots of travel. Like, what do we want to see out of Echoes? He has his first item where he can get involved in the side lanes, but...
He's got the urn coming out to himself as well. That's exactly what he wants. He wants to be able to make a play. Does he have a smoke on that as well? No, not quite. So really just wanting to place down the Sentry Ward just to scout out if there was any deep vision for him. But yeah, I want to see him push out this mid wave and then go make a play, probably alongside of the... Who do you even connect with? I guess Ablu, just because of how farmed he is. 1 point in the... kind of want to see 1 point in the Solar Bind as well. Just for that slow magic damage amp is going to be really nice when you pair it together with this Mirage to just prevent them from running away. That's what they're lacking in a big way. Just ways to lock them down.
I mean, even the Doom, bro. This maxed out Scorched Earth, and you were just mentioning before, like, this is a hero that does a crap load of damage, and it definitely could be a TP coming up shortly down bottom. Arrow's actually going to connect on the Lone Druid instead of the Bear, but regardless, it'll help secure the kill.
I feel like they got enough slows.
Now bot as well, he's going to be chased down. Echoes will finally rotate him with a blast. Oh, the Cure. This is not how you're hoping this game to start if you're looking at rock and roll. Like, this is a lineup that needs the snowballs. Beastmaster's going to be in some trouble as well. Marblue looking at TP and top to get involved. Maybe the wall can help him escape. In fact, gets the kill as well before he evades the attempt. Is now real. They're going to try and enter, but won't really be able to turn it around.
Ken's just like, you know what? I'm not going back to that bottom plate. I'm coming mid. Sorry, DK, but you got to try and make some plays without me. He's holding on to a lot of gold right now, so you would assume it's that Blink Dagger that's coming up next for him. The Blink Dagger into a couple of kills into Shard, I would say. Things go really well. He might not be able to get over it, and then that Elder Dragon just running out. They'll kill here on Watch. You can't really afford to give anyone up here on the rock and roll line. It feels like you need to just turn everything into it up.
Yeah, let's see, it's at 1 point in Infamous, so the Enchantress not really ditching out a whole lot with a long cooldown. Well, it's going to turn him, try and do more defensively, but regardless of... Oh, can he... The tree line last? Look at the south. Get over the trees, no TP available. DK got his location. They've scared as well, so they know nearby. Arrow's gonna fly around Kendex. Dude, Marblue, they got the kill again. Real was the one that gets rewarded with that, so injection goal to the Dragon. Marblue's having a hell of a game with the Mirano.
He's even going to consider going for a slow kill on the D. Right, he's got maxed out Starstorm. He lands a full-length arrow. Wouldn't hate him for it. Just going to launch it out. Take the Flag Bearer creep.
Oh, we went Midas on Big Can. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's really hoping for at all. They really need to open up this top tower as well. But you'd also don't want to lose real down, I mean, that might just be the case.
Mess with Doom, you get the horn.
Uh-oh.
That feels better.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Chris is about to complete the Spirit Vessel. He's still going to look for sure without it. Not just yet. They got the Sentry though, so they are aware of the guys here starting to move on over. They'll run into the Beastmaster from the tree line and even going to drop the Static Storm as well just to help secure the kill, continuing to delay the push along with the Beastmaster's early timing out of the helm of the Overlord.
Yeah, and now you got a Spirit Vessel as well on Echoes. So these tanky heroes, they're not tanky much longer. DK is still a mile away from being able to pick up. Well, he actually went a Midas as well on Real. So that probably doesn't feel too great. you're banking on the late game now, but I mean, Puddle's scary for a long time until those BKBs are a factor.
Yeah. So my real question now is that how does Druid scale late game? Because we've spoken about the Dragonite scaling, but is he really going to be as much of a factor when you can potentially have the break on the Doom? Yes, it's 25, but that is the late game, so...
I mean, it's not the Lone Druid on its own. It's a Lone Druid buffed up by Inner Beast and Sidekick that you're worried about, right? It's not him on his own. So, no, he's probably going to go down here. He's basically relegated to being like a roaming Observer Ward at this state. He's tried to enchant some of these bigger creeps to get some damage into the tier 1 towers. He almost got it off. And he spent a tiny bit of time in that mid lane doing it as well. But with that boost of travel, Echo is just able to rotate around the map. He's got the fairy trinket as well. So it just allows him to have so much more sustainability, so much more damage that he's able to dish out in this early game.
Radiant's middle tower
the decision to not go even just a single point into Savage Roar is also a little perplexing for mine, considering how much he was getting run down on Big Ben, right? Like that completely stopped him in his tracks. He runs away already very fast with a Scorched Earth popped 20% faster, and then you can get away off the back of that. Gets finally a point in now at level 10, but feels like probably would have been able to avoid at least one of those deaths in the lane. Maybe been on a bit of a better path.
Oh, finally, this tower's going to go down that top. Once again, Dire looking to get involved off the back of the Moonlight Shadow. Plus, going to be able to turn around with the Roar. But in fact, it's the Soul that sets up for the Static Storm. 2 heroes caught inside of the A with Silence. Still Radiant. Watching wants to jump into the middle, but I don't know if they can really fight this. Maybe with Big Ken showing up to the fight, they'll get the toss back up the tower, and Echoes finally will go down. So a big kill for them. And they're already looking for more as well.
Oh, lucky.
Trying to TP up. Oh, look at this patrol though. Okay. It's good enough, but oh, freezes Marble again. Level 9 on the Marauders to the burst. It's enough to get the Mars kill, but really the grand prize is the Naga Siren. And it's gonna end up going down real. He's already looking over at Marbler as well, but won't be able to catch up to him. But that was a much needed fight going the way of the boys on Lonely.
We both know that it's not just it's that he was able to get that quick. That honestly is just Echo going way too far forward. He was next to the tier 1 tower with no boys backing him up. It was, I believe, at the very start of nighttime as well, so he didn't have the greatest amount of vision. Ooh, Arrow's just going to be on Big Can. Should be able to get away from this.
Should he?
Nope.
The boys are on. Bocce's going to try and make the attempt, but yeah, this Marcy's not really going to be able to do a whole lot here. Big Cam, there we go. Limps back. Bocce, how's Marble getting the kills? How's his man keep getting double kills?
You know what? When you've got 14 out of the 16 kills, you're allowed to, you know, take a few liberties. Man's playing out of his mind.
Alrighty. Look, he's now worth 600 behind Beastmaster. It's quite the performance was blue so far.
They've got some really nice defensive tools to be able to create this wall as well. So even if
Dire's bottom
Naga, gets caught out, you're going to have the Crimson Guard on the Doom. You've got the Guardian Greaves almost finished up by Marble, already having the mech, of course. So things looking real nice for him. And he's, of course, himself going into the other force. So just more defensive tools. Fight this team around, try and get them to overextend, and then get in onto that one unit that goes a little too. I really want to see him go the Blinding Light miss as well with level 10 talent. I think it's going to give him a ton of value. Be a little careful here as well.
We've got this burst potential off the back of the Spirit Vessel.
Ooh, arrogant man.
That was the one thing that they required to get the kill into Real. So Bud is going to look to jump in, but Real's not getting a lot of life back off the sidekick. Still Echoes is in trouble. They'll get the trade. Blue should be able to TP out, but the Dispose still being on cooldown. We're just seeing how much value that vessel is able to provide, though. Yes, he goes down, but that sidekick pretty much rendered useless. I guess he's only level 2, though.
Normally, I would be like, what are you doing? He's dying, blah, blah, blah. But you're not losing anything else, you know? Like, they'd already taken the tower top. They'd already taken the tower mid. So it's not like that's happening. I guess the big thing is you lost your playmaker for the 30 seconds after his death, but you've still got an Argus sign that's farming, and I think that's what you're more concerned about. That is allowed to happen. So he's very close to being able to pick up the Orchid, and I think it's full on go time after that.
See, Radiant though, they've got water around the mid lane, so we're just scouting out some of the Meteor heroes, and instead they're going to try and get rid of that vision advantage. Hawk, that soon just substitute to the position, so we'll see. It's not going to be easy though for Dire to be able to get this tower, because Radiant, they are sitting get towards their items. I mean, Radiance is almost completed here out of B-Can.
I wonder what Echo's going to go after this war stuff as well. I would kind of like a Kaya summon, personally. Mid lane.
Wow! Oh my lord, it didn't matter that Radiant got the initiation, but he didn't being he stopped it.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Damn.
You see, stuff it.
They just needs that.
Universe Chrono.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
That reference? Was that what you play watching, Dota?
I mean, how long ago was it? I didn't see it off.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I didn't see it a lot though. I don't know how early you're mentioning. I don't know if it's the time that I'm thinking of if it was. Kill, but it doesn't ratings completed, so this power spike on the has gone up drastically. Dire need to respond. This is what they're going to try and chase some Doom as well, but Crimson Guard, they're going to get some damage once they get with the barrier. Should be able to get him afterwards. And can they consider Roche?
I think that's exactly what they're considering. While they're right in front of it, why not? Give us the chance to be able to move in, and Sidekicks up in a couple of seconds. I'm a little surprised that Bocce didn't use the remainder of that Unleash to start the damage in.
It's not going to be the fastest Roche.
I think it's fine.
Is under attack.
They're 2 heroes down.
See, they're trying to contest. They can song set up for the Static Storm. And if Echoes can get the blast going, Arga's going to look to run into the middle once again, but the Static Storm into a short forward, then we'll try and run up the stairs. The Beastmaster, that's a big kill for them to find, but the blast not enough for the moment. Going to be able to reposition out to the left. T6 right for the Radiance, has to go back to the river. It's a clap from the Ancient Thunderhide that gets him in the end. When how though will still go down, they'll find the trade now, but the Bear's in trouble as well. They have some way to keep it alive, and it looks like Bocce will act as a deterrent, trying to jump in the middle, but ordinarily Dire have stopped only from being able to find that Roche off the back of those previous kills they got.
I just feel like it would have been much worse, of course, if those two were alive, right? It wasn't any significant deaths they were able to get. They weren't able to clean onto the Beastmaster, and just makes his move back towards the camp area. I'm all right. Just keep watching. I'm watching something myself.
Having a lot of trouble. Crimson actually picked the bait. He's gonna have enough sustain coming through from Marble as well. It's nothing. They will surround him. Maybe once again they can look to make another attempt inside Roche. It's got a 1,500 health already been claimed.
Okay. So, for a moment, I thought Big Can had completely forgotten that he had a Midas Bear, because he has not used it for like the past minute and a half, basically, but he used it, he hasn't forgotten. How did that happen? Orchid, guessing? Yeah, no, Orchid with the ensnare.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Arrow as well.
Yeah.
Action, so.
Blue again?
Okay.
Screw Barblue there.
Radiant's bottom
I mean, I don't know. Definitely a weird time to sing some praises and snare into arrows. It's not hard.
You do it then.
No. It was the too good was there was a lot of emphasis on it. I mean, some of it is just miraculous. No, it's just funny time to say that.
I wonder if he even gets away on
this. He's close to the tower, he's not going to get away. Oh, he got the ultimate on the leads. See, with Echoes, they're even going to chuck the Doom out. Oh, it's a lot of hate onto Big Can. They should be able to bring it down. Maybe the bear can continue life stealing. Don't just yet, but the teams are starting to rotate as well, but it's going to be too big. And double the Darkest Siren is into the middle as well. We saw how much damage he was able to do prior. The rebound will hold him down for the moment. They're going to try and catch up to Real, but instead of Bocce, well, that's the person.
Not the Crimson Gun on Bocce. It's not going to happen.
Real, as well as in some trouble against Soul of Bind, Spirit Vessel, DK, hoping that he towards the BKB, but it's just taking a little bit too long. And Echoes, he's not going to die as well. And in the end, Meteor are able to find the team wire.
Now just runs in front where the Cotter Blast is going to be like, take me to, I don't want to be alone, send me to the rest of my team. And they might actually be the one to send this push. Again, not just line up, but at least you've got some minus armor from the minus armor type to be able to help this out. On the Willow on Echo, don't hate it. Going up against a lot of this, you know, the help of the Overlord. Although Jim is now level 15, do not go devour target ancient, by the way. So he's well with murder there. Would that be what brings things back to London Rock and Roll? Just actually being able to play with this Beastmaster.
No, I don't think so.
Oh,
my bad.
Watch.
Close off. BKB, there we go. Getting delivered. We can. It's going to be quite some time away before the Assault Cuirass, and the fact that you're already far behind. What are we?
I feel like Real was close to picking up that BKB like 4 minutes ago. Like close.
Yeah, he was.
It's just, has he been chain died past 4 minutes?
Yeah. They killed him versus that Naga in that previous team fight as well. Gonna get killed as well. Might get the disruptor as well for the right side. Real and how? Kill. They're gonna be cautious though. They're still in fighting shape. BKB is not gonna have the time to be activated because Marble is able to find the other. I like to pop it on the last check. But Real, is he gonna be able to stay alive long enough to roll? Rides the bonus movement speed, so they're going to be able to get it out at the moment, but unfortunately for the Beastmaster, well, he escaped along with the Dragon Knight. Echoes is not even...
There you go.
Oh! Alpha went out just evaporating with one single blasting up Bocce as well. They're trying to do whatever they can. It's a beautiful jumping from Bocce off to 2. They're good enough to clean up the Miranda. They're going to turn to Molasses next as well. They're just so survivable. Darkest Siren barely getting tickled. Another Savage Roar to send them packing. Maybe now the Naga. Gotta be cautious. The Ignis back up to buy them some time. Naga trying to chase them down. Snare hold.
He just resummoned the man.
And he's in some trouble for the moment, but I mean the Enchantress went how really getting impetus off inside the team fight, but will not be rewarded with any kills.
I saw twice he was actually the target of the sidekick as well, just to increase the damage that he's dishing out. So it's kind of reversed from what I was expecting to see in this early game. I thought that Meteor were going to be on the back foot the entire time. You were needing to play as Connell as like this preventer of, you know, absolute chaos. And it kind of feels like DK's fallen into that role a little bit himself. Like he's gone this BKB, he's playing a lot more defensively, and at the level 10, he went the Fire damage reduction talent as well. So he's really just stopping Meteor from running at them because of how good of an early game they've been having.
And that scaling potential that we mentioned is not as prevalent with how far behind Real is. I mean, he's got to be going for the Black Dragon, but how far? Lashes, maybe that's some nice little injection of gold. We've got kills across the map as well, though, so it looks like off lane is going to potentially take a spill. Lashes, cute use of the Hurricane. Now Echoes is in once again with the Will-O-Wisp.
Gotta be always mindful of Bocce's positioning, but he actually gets arrowed himself. Back off.
The T2's going down as well as a result of this.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Octarine on Echo. Don't hate it. Constantly keeping those waves pushed in as well. Wanting to be as far away as possible. I mean, you can tell that he's not the biggest Echo. There's been a couple of times where I think he's put himself a little bit too far forward and not respecting just how squishy he is. But I feel like he's cleaned that up since the first. Was that the first step? The second one was just off the back. Good play from Livy Rock'n'Roll.
Is under attack.
They fought out the BKB on the Beastmaster. Has got one on cooldown for this next team fight. Ark is still trying to crack the high ground. Survivable she truly is. For another 40 seconds, Butterfly is going to limit a lot of the damage here from Lonely. Let's reset. Almost forced it into zone. It's back. Going to one half. They die back as well for the Enchantress.
Radiant's middle tower.
He's going a full chat.
Radiant's middle tower is falling.
Once again,
they got Aegis. Not sure if that's the best decision.
Splotchy. Jump off to the side. Real Dragon Tail. Preventing the turn from getting ult. We can force him further onto the tier 4 tower as well. A pretty big kill for them to find. Okay, back around. Disruptor wasn't in a position to land that combo. They're just going to use some reset out, even Ignis as well, just preventing chase down. So
yeah,
tier 3 tower. Yeah,
they're not planning on fighting in this next little bit. Blue sniping some creeps that Daga's farming. He's going into a Wraith pack for himself. Pretty good item as long as you can keep the hell away from Marcy, because again, all of their damage is physical right now. Well, almost all. That's where the Enchantress comes in. But yeah, going into the Crimson Guard. Has been anyone progressing towards like an AC or anything along those lines? I don't think so. But I wouldn't hate seeing the Keeper of the Light go towards Shivas or something like that, just to prevent some of the life steal coming from Lone Druid as well as the Marcy.
Disruptor got set there.
Oh, he's got it. I saw that he had it queued up as his like first item, but expecting that to have it already.
Yeah, no, I didn't either.
Stone helps.
It does. Some team kill involvement out of the 32, so we've already seen some incredible static storms, and well, now TC's got something to play with, so
shadows take us.
Bottom, not the highest value, so they're going to make a play up towards this top side of the map. If they can, Wise going to be able to get away.
What's the BKB TP up though, so I don't actually know if they're going to inform some, if they were in range, but
just a little wave going on though. Sacrifice the Ancient Black Dragon, one would assume, unless
Radiant's top
not in a
tower
position
is under
to
attack.
dominate another creep this turn. So what are they waiting? They're clearly putting a lot of emphasis on taking out this Tiger side, but to me that's still possible, and it's still always going to be possible. So I think they just need to itemize everything that's going to be able to focus him in terms of not just finding him, but also locking him down. So something like the Lone Druid going towards Basher, I wouldn't hate, just because you're probably going to be able to find him and be able to deal that extra damage that you need.
Gearing up for a smoke here from Lonely. They've got a pretty decent ward to play with at the moment. I think I got the real Naga, and we're going to see him continue to find his way over towards the left side of the map pretty shortly. So can they connect on to this? Naga is not an easy kill. 3,300 health that they've got to go through, and he's been able to read this smoke. He's going to get back to the safety of that tier 2 tower.
With 35% evasion and 25% magic resistance from his items. Man ain't dying easily. What up?
Oh, okay, never mind. I thought Real was going all instead of 7, but he's got the now completed. And I don't think that really changes the status quo of the moment. I think you need another item.
I wouldn't hit it. Man, it's more ways to find horses earlier than ideal BKB pop, you know? I wouldn't hit the Manta either. Of course, it is something we see often from the Dragon Knight. You could argue about it to help with the split pushing as well, but who are you? I mean, you spoke before about
Lonely need to put a lot of emphasis in their itemization, their playstyle to address echoes. We feel like maybe this is where the Orchid could potentially help out.
Be able to find Echo. I mean, it does, but I feel like he's going to completely change his mind as soon as he sees the Coddle going towards BKB. And I'm a little surprised that he hasn't got it so far. He's being caught with a fear, being caught with a stun, being caught with a root. Sure, you can still get Savage Roared, but until Marcy gets into a basher, that's really the only thing that you have to worry about.
Again, though, it's going to be smoke that's off the mark from Lin. They're going to look to try and make their own play across the map, but items continuing to be picked up. It will be a little bit too early for Roche, but they've got their lanes in such a great position where they can wait this one out. It's going to be difficult for Radiant to contest this.
They're farming relatively close by. Doing almost level 20 as well, so he goes.
The bear might be in trouble. It's gonna... Oh my lord, that blood on an Orb illusion just kills the bear. Okay.
Could it even be BKB? The bear that you're looking to go for.
Yeah, maybe.
You can't afford to have Eclipse back, or Arrow, or Will-O-Wisp, or instead. There's plenty of stuff to lock down that bear.
And then it's like, yeah, you need the MKB. So it's like, all right, we need 2 items now. You're not going to get those 2 items. It's a bit of a difficult thing when you... really, all it is, they've gone for this tempo liner, and they missed their timing. As simple as that, and now you are just so far behind. Yes, there is maybe some scaling potential on the Dragon. I have Key 2 had a really good game as well, so it's a difficult one for them to find any avenue back into it. Yep. Roshan, we got the answers on the Nagasari, not like that anytime soon. And
she's the push still though, so you gotta get her. She's the one putting herself in the most vulnerable position, and they gave the shot. They're probably the only good shard use on this team. I guess Coddle's pretty well, but they're not really playing very split push style at the moment on Lonely Rock and Roll, so you probably need. Just in case they were going into...
Found the bear again.
Any vision for a glimpse? Seemed like it.
I'm sure if we saw Pride, but... It's got the MKB not complete. Would hate to feed all of the pair, but once again the Savage Roar. What a way to address the kinetic field, though. Oh, forced up, get in the safety! Oh, trying to live slipped up, but on the back line, they want to try and bring down the Disruptor before the Static Storm. A double 4-star TZ, he's still okay for the moment. Marcy trying to lock onto his target, but by himself, that's where Real can come into play. The Disruptor's going to be killed off with instant use of the buyback. Just looking at rejoining this team fight once it breaks down again.
They've already killed 2 of them. Sure, it costs, but you're in onto the DK. We'll get the BKB also.
Headstrong for the moment. Be cautious though. But once a resummon use Prime, the men are going down, the damage is not going to be there, and you
need the BKB on that bear, man.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle barracks.
Doing a billion damage doesn't mean anything.
Radiant's
you
middle
can't get anything.
is falling. Radiant's middle barracks.
Probably Mega.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
No Elder Dragon form, no Core, no Bear, no Leash. Like, they'll have some of that up in 15 seconds. There's at least a 73. At least 2 left.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
This again. It's so difficult for them to address it. What, they still haven't dealt with? Suck back in once again to the right hole. Oh my lord.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Now, Enchantress is going to take another skill. This is
Radiant's
definitely call it territory, and they'll do just that. Meteor. What a solid recovery from them. Really, an incredible game to win.
It's a good combination, is what I have to say. Like, it did everything that they needed it to.
The hero that win.
Cloud, if he's got these hawks coming through, you know, if there's no... We'll come back to this as they get the dive on, and everything I was saying is now inconsequential because Cloud has gone down, so Kami has to move away from these Mortimer kisses. There is still that buyback for the Beastmaster though. Let's see. He wants to get himself back into this. The dive onto the back lines, he's with the Vortex as well. There's going to be a real nice dismember. The hooks come. Nice save. Though. He saves it. Cloud gets himself back into this now, and Kami is losing so much. Kami's going to go down. They do get the kill onto Leppington there as well. So Mira with that freezing field, Mira will go down. Going down to the hooks. Yatsuo still in that push roll. He's getting them back. They get the buyback out from the post and Storm Spirit. Everybody from the side of Hydra. They don't want to be giving this one up now as well, but they take down Leppington once again. That's the dieback on the Disruptor, and Yatsuo, what can he do? The hook, it's going to be blocked mid. Hook. This is the dieback on the Cloud. Cloud, can he get himself away from this one? He's still being harassed up by Collapse. One more right click, he goes down. That is going to be the Beastmaster dead for 115 seconds, and now the chase is on for the rest of the side of Hydra.
This Aghanims on the Morphling is just making him impossible to deal with. First of all, they use the little shredder on the Pudge to get rid of his armor. He has solid amounts of it, but it is just not enough. And then Yatoro just destroys him, and he knows that he can stand his ground because he cannot be stunned. He literally cannot be stunned. How do you stun water? A lot of their damage, if not most of it, is on the Morphling.
Oh, the glimpse comes back though. Inside the Static Storm Mirror, he has that Lotus going, and now if Zorka actually dives a little bit further, the Thunder comes out. The Pod King, he's dove in, yeah. They're going to be able to get the kill onto the Storms for it. Can they take down the Pudge? They're going to be able to catch him and cancel off the TP. He's going to be dead. The Storm Spirit though, he has brought back, and they've got no kinetic field, no Static Storm. And like you say, they're even going to be able to get a lockdown onto Cloud, everybody on the side of Hydra. They just overextended, and we praised them in the first game for respecting the power of Team Spirit here, but Hydra might have just lost the heads a little bit, and the buybacks, they're going to be forced out, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to defend this base with the Pudge being down, with no Static Storm for the next 27 seconds. Spirit, what can they get from this? I've been worried though, they're going to be able to get it. They get two, they do! They take them down, the cookie comes out, the Yatoro, freezing field, they might lose Happy. Is this the dieback? They do the break the Lincoln Sphere though. Morphlin. Bilal wants to come right back into this fight. Does he have the boots of travel to do it? It might take him a little bit longer now. No boots of travel though, so he's going to have to use the blinks. You know, just do it by foot, it seems.
Level 25 Storm with a beast. That's just so much damage. They're going in for the Morphling. He doesn't have a buyback.
No, they get. Do they get the kill? He goes down. Warwick has to go down though. It's going to be him left alive. No, it's not. The creeps are pushing in. There's no buybacks available on the side of Hydra, and this is going to be 4 heroes, even with the death of the Morphlin. No way Warwick defends this.
It's pretty much over. They don't have the glyph. The game is over. They gave it their best. Hydra, they made Team Spirit work for it. The team that is most likely going to be at the top of Eastern Europe DPC Division 1.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Galaxy to want to commit. There's just not enough damage. Crimson Guard, Atrophy Aura, Rubik's Fate Bolt, all this damage reduction. Let's see the combo. Bit of Malice. Strong in by the Disruptor, and now we're going to be hitting the win. It's back up once more. Bit of Malice, and Jamil is in it. They'll lose him in mind control. Right back towards Amara. Trying to run from everybody on the side again. And go ahead.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Siphoning
attack.
and getting back into the base.
Has fallen.
Alive. Yeah, I think when it's time to call it, it is time to call it. They have no business left in this.
And didn't get the tether off or something.
I think it got broken. Either way, I like the Ghost up to purchase. That was pretty heads up, but we are back, and there's a smoke action.
There's the divine right there. They're going in on Q. There's the hit. Okay, get that hit off. 123. Knocked away. He's dead.
Oh my god. Nothing. 10% of his health.
I mean, I'm assuming that's just the game.
That yeah, 100%. There's no point in talking about the rest
AU
of it.
picks it up. I shot it twice. It's the dive.
Go away, you.
Oh my god.
Victory!
We finally get to see them have a little bit of lead, but they need to have good vision, good entry to engage.
We're down up on high ground. Bobica, red panda. This would be huge if we can find a Static Storm before the tombstone. Not bad. Stun from Lulu. He's thrown now over the there. Starting to drop down low. TK controls for the moment. He does manage to get that one away. And the supernova down. TK barely surviving. And it's just going to take one down at his White Album. To dodge. To hide away. The heal's coming in. They hoping for a save, but the BKB is out, and they're going to jump onto him. He has to back away. They have lost White Album again, and now Mango in trouble. Q is going to drop faster. These fight so well, and they quickly take down that Undying.
And remember, it's ages, so they didn't really care about giving away. Big finish profits.
Stun is out on today. Didn't have a BKB available. Bobica dropping low. The 10th on back in. We have another throw off Bobica. Doesn't look like it because the black hole is there. That's on the edge. He doesn't have multi if he comes back to light. And after, they might take full advantage. Move.
Radiant's bottom
Rax
has fallen.
Up the bottom. Finally, Astro full advantage. They're building.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, just for a brief second, had more network. There it is, back again with the higher network. When you click on the out, it's not really an inspiring network. Blink, BKB, Radiant. You might be able to get on top of a hero, but that's not the that's able to 100-0 here. Like even this Undying inside Static Storm, about them with them get over the slash golem from away.
Back, they have that trying to keep them alive. Makes the move, and again, into this fight without Monet here. It's pretty good for them. Right album, but now Monet.
Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Mirana.
Dire team pick. Radiant
Disruptor.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team back. Dire team ban.
Back-to-back series here to start out to it soon. We're going to be going the distance in 3. Meteor, of course, up against a lonely rock and roll, and we've seen again. We're kind of setting the scene a little bit towards the end of the game before we set over to break. Meteor, take away half of game 1, which maybe is say, but it looked incredible in game 2. There really wasn't a big flaw in their plan or their gameplay at all. So, wonder how this puts us when we head into game 3.
Yeah, beat the enemies one would, like their club that they go to, their plan A plan. Sure, let's go with that. And then they're good, you know, just don't throw.
Dire team
easy, just win forehead. You know, it's, that is a very simple game. And we're going to see the Tiny coming through. Okay, and you reckon this Mirana's a bit of respect coming through? Like, we can't let Marblue have it, man.
Maybe indeed. He played in game 1, right?
Yes, and he played it well. He was the big arrow lander.
10 seconds.
Yes, that's right.
Remaining.
So it was the big arrow lander. We see Meteor though, back into what worked for him in the previous game as well, with the Disruptor and the Doom. So
it's great
this time, no.
The Mirana.
Why do you like the Mirana as a first pick?
It's flex. Right? Like, even with this Tiny, you don't know where exactly it's going to go. So I think it's very important to just keep as much of that possible as you can. And they obviously felt like they just didn't want to get... They don't want these heroes in the game that can completely not change how the game is played, but you need to address a Beastmaster. You need to address a Naga Siren. Death Prophet is approaching that territory. Batrider's the same. So Lonely Rock and Roll just wants to play a game of Dota, not a Beastmaster game, you know? Does that make sense?
So you think Beastmaster just makes Dota a different game entirely than what
you need to put a lot more focus onto one hero if you're going up against honestly any of these 5 heroes.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
We're gonna get a Beastmaster game. We were gonna get a Naga game as well, so a bit different coming out. Meteor though, not too different with the Enchantress getting picked up for them. So still some supports that we've seen overall throughout the entire series.
Helps put a little bit of map pressure on, which is also kind of means that you... Remaining. Do you have to put this Tiny into the mid lane now?
5 seconds remaining.
You don't really want to play it as a 4 up against the Enchantress. Enchantress is just going to body you. Go like an early Blightstone and then just to get a lot of right-click harass off and basically make Tiny not a hero at all. But yeah, Shadow Fiend picked up. We have seen it played as mid. We've seen it played as position 1. I'm not sure if this is the game for it, Pos 1, unless they pick up a Treant right now. But it's not the worst Treant game, but again, that does reveal where the Tiny is going. But I think you're happy enough to do that.
5 seconds
remaining. Man, you like this Shadow Fiend hero? I don't like this hero.
I didn't say that.
I see it lose too often. No.
I liked it.
Yeah.
Treant Undying is what I like. No, I don't. No, I don't. I think it's... Unless you base an entire draft around it, then it's doable. And somehow mask the fact that you've made the entire draft around it so you can somehow get away with getting to level 15 in a really dominant position and then just ending the game. And I feel like that's not the...
I kind of like some of the other range carries right now.
Dire team pick.
I
was kind of busted.
Okay.
A hero that they like to pick up in the closed qualifiers for Lonely Rock and Roll. So back into the Dawn, here they go. Of course, it's going to have the matchup between the Disruptor can kind of go back and forth, dropping onto the Static Storm. Well, if the Static Storms are not used, then you've got a great setup onto 2 heroes. It can be nice as well to stop some of the damage early on as the Doom target, but...
So, the Dawn can still be in, like, 3 different roles this game, right?
Yep.
It can be 3, it can be 1, it can be 5. Any of these fit. And I feel like it's going to be just as viable in any of them. So I think that's really what Lonely Rock and Roll are just thinking about. They're just saying, you know what, we can't give away our entire draft. Let's just pick something that's going to fit in anything. Like, of course, the Disruptor is going to feel pretty nice against it in terms of the ultimate. But, they can't nix us. They can't, you know, pick these other heroes that just make things a little bit more difficult. And, well, face into a Dawn feels kind of interesting, but maybe they're picking on forcing this Dawn to be a bit more of that, like, one role, and then they're going to go on to the Dawn instead.
It's kind of the same thing like we mentioned with the Disruptor. Like, if Chrono and Static Storm were already used, then the Dawn Ultimate can be kind of nice, but if they're not already used, then you just set up for an even better counter ultimate for Meteor, so...
Radiant team
it's got some play potential. It just kind of depends what sequence the abilities are used in. But regardless, like Fest's word against Shadow Fiend, it's just an easy way to get on top of him. And it's always concerned about with the SF late game, like how you could be able to match up.
10 seconds
always will have that kill potential inside the Chrono, and Shadow Fiend won't really. Maybe if he goes Arcane Blink, then we'll have that scary threat.
You think they're gonna sniper? I'm just thinking things that can go mid that aren't going to be crushed by Shadow Fiend. That can also do damage to it, but then they have no
5
strong
seconds
fight,
remaining.
really. Like, they don't have a strong way to start fight.
I think the beautiful thing is that they get to reveal what's going on. If it's a tiny mid, if it's a Shadow Fiend mid, so how about we look at Radiant instead? So we get to see their 23rd. Well, what do we feel like they're currently lacking that they need to kind of address with the 23rd pick?
I'm still thinking it's Tramp deck personally. The Dawn 5 and that, and then maybe they just want to.
10 seconds remaining.
What the hell are they doing? The bands are confusing.
remaining.
That's the thing that I'm like puzzled with. The Wraith King and the Lone Druid. And if the Dawn is a 1, then it makes sense because you play a tiny little bit more sacrificial and it's generally okay into the with the Shadow Fiend backing him up. So then they probably need an offlaner to come. So what is that offlaner going to be? One that's good against the Faceless Warrior? Like
Dire team
Venomancer, is it?
Storm Spirit.
Storm. Okay, completely. So it's Mirana 5, 3, 24.
I think so.
10 seconds
yeah,
remaining.
I think so. I think Mirana 5. Mirana with the Shadow Fiend though seems...
5 seconds
Maybe
remaining.
they just want the Mirana in the lane that's got the Enchantress, and they're like, look, if you enchant any creeps, then I'll just arrow them. But I feel like you can just afford to go like Impetus, 1 point enchant for the slow, and then Nature's Attendants, and then just harass. Like, 2 Agi heroes. Your damage. Love it.
Probably looking for a little bit of control coming out from Meteor with the position 2 for Echoes. Is there anything that stands out for you and maybe gets damage in Chrono as well?
Not really, to be honest. Like, Tiny's like playing against Storm, but they're tiny. There's no Puck. There's no Bat Rider, which can kind of go back and forth. Leshrac doesn't feel the greatest. TA too far away, doesn't get control. I don't know, you thinking of anything?
I'm kind of thinking Conquer, but the matchup of Storm is okay. Okay, the game goes on for Storm. So the reason, look, I don't think they had a whole lot of options left. So Storm's got a pretty good matchup versus the Ember in the lane, which is really the big thing. But as the game goes on, Echoes, he should be pretty okay. It's a very, this matchup can be very interesting. Like, I've seen Storm really come out on top. I've seen Embers do okay. It's going to come down to the individual play coming out from the Ember. At least overall, it provides them kind of what they need. They get change control versus the Storm, a little bit of damage inside the Chrono, someone who can make plays, which they were kind of lacking as well. So I don't hate the Ember.
This is a 5-tiny in-house player, and he played the Ench last game.
Yeah, I suppose so then. 5 tiny. I mean, we've seen some teams attempt to run it, can be very greedy, but you might just put a little bit more farm priority on the tiny and just want him into the Shadow Fiend lane.
Not a big fan. especially considering it's going to be Marblu playing the Ench in the position 4. So 4 Ench into 5 Tiny. Ench is licking her lips at this point, just saying, you know what, I'm just going to on basically and completely ruin your life. If Ench is lucky, you might be able to dominate like a creep as well. Use that on the SF. Suddenly, he's nowhere near as effective in the lane. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm favoring Meteor gaming.
Yeah, I giving them a bit of an edge. So we'll see how we get ourselves set up here. Of course, again, Meteor have looked very solid in a lot of the games. Do they have a lineup to be able to enable that? Though we'll find out. That's the beautiful thing. At least we're going the distance here with game 3.
Alright, so it looks like at least they're switching things around. Bocce, his item build suggests to me a lot more that there's going to be a Mirana in the safe lane. So not going to just completely crushed. Marblu doesn't have that Blightstone available, but we'll get this off. Oh, walk up into this. Ooh.
It's nice knowing you. Very nice knowing you. Take it over MVP. Sorry, that was last game. He still deserves MVP. Come on, leave him.
That's true. If there's any team that's shown that what happens in one game doesn't transition through to the next, you know, like, I thought they would be tilted out of their mind after that game 1, but they came back and looked pretty dominant.
The experience from macros, like we were saying. Come on, man.
The battle begins.
Huh? Yes.
Wasn't it an experience? I really had a pretty good cuddle game. And you could see Ember as well. It was 2-for-2 split with the bounties. One thing as well, the Doom was able to get the D ward as well. So I think that was the mid ward for the sentry place. So we'll see how they're able to help out with the matchup between the two again. We were kind of mentioning that the matchup is a little bit more favored towards the Song Spirit, but hopefully you can see the a little bit more favored, like not by a lot. I still wouldn't be surprised if he has a good time.
Marblu is just going to be able to out trade Bocce, I think. Even though, you know, your attack damage is the same and everything else with that, you've got the impetus to be able to play around with, and Marblu is going to look to abuse that as much as possible. And I mean, look, Bocce, he's already way back and even going to get a career snipe in the meantime. It'll be a perfect synergy if he's able to block the small camp as well. Actually, Bocce's going to do that. My bad, he's actually making the right play. Just can't afford to let either the Ench or the Doom look to move forward and get any sort of neutral.
Eventually see just some scouting going on over towards the camp by the outpost. How much priority they're going to put on trying to find these neutral creeps.
Off onto Marblu. I'm also thinking as well, Big Can's holding on to 3 mangoes, so clearly he's in a position where, yeah, level 3 is probably the time that they're wanting to do it, but if they overextend, we've got the ability to turn around and make the play happen.
Do we feel like there's a lot of kill threats still even once they get that level 3 here, because you don't really have the melee set up for the Shadow Fiend?
No, you don't really. I'm just going to be a little careful here. Sorry, you probably just chunked down here by Marblu, wanting to reveal that observer what is there, holding back on a few of these attacks, and Bocce very nicely done to avoid a lot of the vision that he's the Ench. Really nice, actually. Completely avoiding that salve being cancelled out. But with a lot of that movement through, he wasn't able to block up
actually. Oh wow. Alright, the Chopper's gonna go down. Yeah, Dawnbreaker was able to find a full combo out and how able to drop the avalanche as well, which was just enough damage to find that Chopper kill.
Look at Lapsus just beelining towards this Stormcraft. He's like, live! Let me have you, and he just misses out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That could have just completely turned this lane in Meteor's favor. One creep.
This is a really interesting read from Molasses. He's just going to rush the Arcane Boots. I know it's an item that we're really starting to see a lot of this top lane. Dawnbreak.
Cannot be
the trouble. They're able to get the kill. Nice little time lock bash attack as well. So this lane's already off to a good start. They've got great positioning here with creep spot.
Don't even do it entirely for himself. It just enables Marble to continuously harass with the impetus.
I think that's a big reason why he's rushing it as well. I know it's pretty common right now on the Doom, but like you said, it's just you've got a great position for who's going to love to expend that mana.
They're spending money on regen, items that do things. You're going to be very happy as this Faceless Void.
Looking over at the mid lane at the moment, does look like Real's having a pretty good time. 23-6 compared to the 16-0. Echoes still going to be going into the Orb of Corrosion.
Expectation.
Do we like this Orb of Corrosion even to the Storm? Because he's got decent agi gain and his starting armor is very, very good.
I think it's something that you just need to be able to make plays around the map. It's just a really efficient item for anything, honestly. So, yeah, it's fine. Just, what would you go instead? Just rush for the phase boots?
So. But like you said, I mean, Orb of Corrosion is quite the item for the Ember overall. The bonus health is pretty nice considering his health pool, so the Echo's still got. I mean, there are some heroes that also are lacking the armor. One of them. On him being accurate, A.K.A, so chatted with him.
Radiant
Echo's in a lot of trouble at the moment. Both supports for the boys on already looking to get involved to enable Real, and they're going to do just that. And how
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Actually done though, that recognizing how tricky this matchup can be, especially with some supports rotating as well to help out with the Storm's damage. And not only that, but they also took away both the water runes for the Ember. So yeah, really looking to slow down his game.
And a lot of this farm going underneath the tower as well. He Real did a really nice thing in pulling the wave to the side so that these creeps wouldn't meet each other. They would just hit the tower instead. A big kill though. Real not quite yet level 6. Trying to get it with the range creeps, but not going to be fast enough.
Yeah, and with that attempt going on, we saw the duo supports from Lonely. When how on bot, tried to rotate down to bottom to catch up the Doom, but Masters was just fast enough to TP out, so he TP back over towards the T1 tower, and then as a result of that, we saw what the duo supports on Dire was up to. In fact, sorry, just TZ, so very nice rotations early on from the supports from both teams.
Look at this hard golem army that Marblue's
for a lesson.
You also like just 75 damage times 4. Get him going.
1, 2, 3. I mean, a little underwhelming to be honest. I was expecting the dude to be there as well, but I guess he's at the point he's like, look, I'm level 4. I'm not going to work.
Now the River is going to be in some trouble. Once again, look at it hanging around lane. The vision for the glimpse back. Edwards with a slide up in a couple of seconds. Real's going to prevent that. He's got the kill nonetheless on the tiny because it would have sidestepped the arrow, but it will not matter. That gives enough experience for Real to hit the 6, but it looks like he's not going to try and zip onto TZ.
Yeah, and Wolf's also long enough from his death that he's going to be able to TP back towards this mid lane, but really tell that Lonely are going to look to put a little bit more pressure onto this one with the seed creep available. Runners hanging around as well, but yeah, even just getting the bottle refill, they're looking to play around each other for the next little bit. If they can look to make this dive happen straight away, and eventually chicken which is level 6, they make happen. Position.
Go down. With the attention TP, look at the Dawnbreaker ultimate as well. Great snipe dodge, but Echo still goes down for the 3rd time this game, and now even TZ, as soon as he shows up, Real is going to look to zip on over. Another kill given over the side of Lonely.
Felt like you would hope that there was some communication going on between these guys, because even just going as far back as that first kill, the support spent a long time in this mid lane, so you would hope that from the side lanes there was some sort of chatter like, hey, so-and-so hasn't showed up for quite some time, but clearly not. He was just playing around as if there was no cares in the world. Oh, and poor Molasses He just pops the salve, he gets it cancelled, he gets hit by an Avatos arrow combo. And this is something great about this support duo. It has a lot of damage just on its own, not needing anything. You can probably afford to not give up.
Oh, hold that forward, top outpost. Voices off on the Chrono when real having no mana is going to be killed. Oh, Marblue, yeah, you really want the Void to get it. It's a bit unfortunate, but will be the case in the answer. First Chrono can at least able to get them a pretty big kill onto the Storm Spirit, who was starting to get out of control with his early start.
So Big Can can afford to be really greedy this game. Like 3 heroes can constantly get kills. Mirana, Tiny, we know, low cooldown, you can always make stuff happen, right? Ooh, got an even nice arrow onto this creep. But all they need is like Solar Guardian if the Storm's not ready, or Storm to go in first if the Storm's ready, right? Like there's so much that's going to enable them to get a lot of these kills. Not anymore onto the Ember Spirit unless you set up with the Storm, but there's certainly plenty of other heroes that are very vulnerable, and I would say Faceless Void probably towards the top of that priority list while he doesn't have this Chronosphere available. A really long wraparound is Wenhao. He scouted quite a crit coming through, and well, he's found the Doom. There we go.
And the Dawnbreaker. Alright.
Oh, he actually got good attack.
We're going to be able to TP in though. Let's see how many ways they show up top to keep Dawnbreaker alive, and it looks like it's enough. Be hesitant about diving too much further. Marblue, he's okay in the tree and simultaneously real. He's not going to be able to find anyone off the back of this zip. We'll finally run into the Faceless Void, but pretty hesitant with his position at the moment. So you get the kill to the dark bottom nonetheless, and this tower comes down as well. And he might die again. Molasses steps up too far forward. Big and lands the triple raise. The Shadow Fiend's off to a 3 kills early on for the carry on raid. And now River we go. Fight continuing to break out, trying to get themselves set up for a power position for this next power room, but Cactus is still got a DD in fact. That's going to help out to maybe offset them.
To be able to claim this one real quickly, and he'll look to pick that one up. I mean, the thing I love about Lonely Rock and Roll is they understand what their lineup has the potential for, and they're executing it, right? Like, I've been saying it since the start. This is a high damage lineup, and they might even be able to kill.
Oh no, they couldn't get the angle for the arrow. It's going to be okay. Is he going to go for this? So, of course, resources aren't that high. Echoes bottle sips as well. And how?
Mirana was, when she made the jump, 5 mana short for being able to land the arrow. And she actually had 2 1 charges at the time as well, so just a little bit of a miscalculation. I'm sure he was spamming like, why isn't my arrow coming out? And we've all had those moments.
So Lonely, what an incredible start for them. Fluctuating between a 2 and a 3,000 net worth lead at this 11-minute mark. Oh my lord, okay. It's not going to matter about the Static Storm getting laid down. Plenty of damage. That's a hell of a Chronosphere. 4-man at 11 minutes in, but the damage from the chain for the last second. It's enough to control for the Storm Spirit. And with the Dawnbreaker as well. He's going to end up going down. Some worthwhile tips. Chrono, done getting involved early on.
4-man Chrono, we gotta give him props for that. I mean, that was looking like being such a clean for Lonely as well. They were almost able to get away when what he was doing. Like, he got handed over the Tome of Knowledge, just realizing how important it is for him to spike up his damage by getting a lot of his early kills. Not gonna be able to. I really wish the Storm would give this. Actually, he's able to get a kill onto the Enchantress. Too big of a concern. I want to see Tiny holding on to the Tumblr's Boy.
Dire's middle tower is
currently coming out to a career. Everything's right in the world.
Force is mere fantasy.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Very nice item to help the Tiny, not needing.
I think TZ knows he's dead. Yeah, he knows he's dead. That is a I am popping smoke movement there.
Yeah, do you feel like for Meteor just looking to try and buy some time into the Chronosphere is back available for Dire, and then maybe you might feel content about taking Another 5?
Yeah, and I mean, they could have the damage for that as well, like because of the chrono that he was able to land. You've got the Javelin now picked up for the Faceless Void. Obviously, you would want the Maelstrom, but even just that is going to be able to do plenty of damage with the Mask of Madness backing it up. And of course, it's with a Might, right? So it's the game, exactly what they want.
Doom is getting towards his next item as well, so we'll see if they're able to find that time though. But regardless, Radiant with the towers being taken off and yet to find their first tower. Might have another fight breaking out pretty slowly though to Radiant. Trying to find the angle around, but this should lay it down with the creepers to be able to scout them out.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You've got this big thing in the back of your mind about how far big Can's getting on the shadow from top of it and work and start further and further ahead. His face as well.
Or 0-0, pushing lanes out. In a little bit of a dangerous position, but I feel like that. No, I guess they're not scared, but another one scared.
Searing heat.
He doesn't want to just be back in the middle of the creep wave. That seems way too obvious. He's going to be able to back out or even set up for a potential
just mid lane. Babu goes down. So he's able to set up the chrono. Doom just not in range to land the ultimate, but regardless, Static Storm hold them all into place. It's going to be on Big Ken. Turn right around off the back of the wreck with the feet. It's a short breaking in the middle now with Howard. Wow. Gun probably come onto 2 molasses. It's on the edges yet. One more rocket they can get a fix. Thinking it's important. It's on.
And even just the passive regen as well, the 2.5 per second on the 2 gets him. Another great chrono coming out, but you got to respect this damage that the Dawnbreaker is able to do, not just in front, but free Desolator. She does a lot just off the back of that Select.
Never refuse good. No, take that.
Remember, is this a common skill build for 144?
I think it depends what the lane matchup is that you're going up against, and against the Faceless Void, he felt like he was going to be right-clicking a lot more. You know, kind of like with the Ember Spirit, you might put an extra point or 2 into the, whatever the category is called. Leave, get the Aegis! Okay, give me...
Hello? Okay. I didn't see him come over. Guys, what's going on here?
You and I have cast plenty of games where it's just look in the pit, we're like, hello? What?
Hello? Team? What? Well, now again, this time he's doing a lot, and my guy didn't even have a blink at the previous fight, so we saw how he was able to land a combo once they were trying to enter that high ground, but now he's got the blink and
Dyer's top tower
pretty high level vault. What do we got?
Arcane Rune, Witchblade, Link, able to dive TZ because of his Observer they had set it up previously. He'll get some back, but you know what? He just gets it back to safety, it's fine, and they're going for more.
I like this now, at least you should be able to get another kill. Scott's gonna say now you reveal that ward, you pop the Arcane, and you only got the kill on the Disruptor, but now you gotta get the 2 as well as getting a decent amount of damage into the tier 2 tower. So
he got tier 2 top as well while all that was happening, because they know that the Doom that they're worried about, the Disruptor that they're worried about, and they know that Corona still wasn't up yet. So they used an offensive flip there on the Radiant to enable that to happen. Really like it. And they're gonna get a tier 2 most likely off the back of it. Not quite. But this is a Shadow Fiend that's not even level 15 yet. He's level 12. This man's having. No ward down, so they're not going to be able to get it back onto this SF. They would absolutely love that. Instead, it's going to be the Disruptor that probably dies here.
Dyer had some read that there was a wall there, of course, previously with the Storm Jump, and Radiant doing a really good job at just making sure they protect their vision. And they're probably not going to leave this area.
I mean, they used the glyph. Really? They can look to go high ground.
Pretty deep.
I think they were just trying to maybe take back the face. No.
It is an indeed. The game's looking for the front back of the right in the last. It's going to go down. Going to be cautious though. Chrono doesn't keep on relatively out, but importantly, he still found the Shadow Fiend as well. Sets up for the Static Storm, and now Empress, he's looking for the cleanup. They'll drag back the Mirana. And in the end, we saw the deeper down Doom for the first life, and that was all they needed. Already looking for more though, Israel. Still doing a good job to protect their vision, but it is a fight that goes the way of Dire.
A little bit deep, I gotta say that. You know, I like a lot of the previous plays that they made, but that was with the understanding that this chrono was not available. They should have known, like that chrono had been up for a minute at that stage, so way too deep, and they didn't have the damage to be sieging that tower yet. Maybe if they were level 15, maybe they were going for towers, they could afford to do that, but, you know, 10 minutes in without a full-on push lineup, it's a little bit of experience coming through from Lonely Rock and Roll.
Think that faces Void's going to be able to continue to keep up in farm. Already decent chunk of the way towards the BKB. They want to get straight back out of the map on raid. They still have these aggressive wards to play with.
Instead of left.
Right, the back of that previous team fight weren't able to de-ward any of the map, so big reason why Lonely continuing to hunt.
You can't really afford to buy a gem at this stage, but you think, imagine if they had a gem, they would just clean up so much and give themselves an incredible amount of space. I mean, you can see the reason why the Void's gone for the BKB, right? He knows the MO of really rock and roll. It's funny.
This might be in trouble. Look at the tiny sit up and with the Dawnbreaker follow. He's just obliterated it again, and another aggressive ward place as well. And I'll just make sure no one has an opportunity to find farm when the boys on Meteor.
And they just take a rotation to the other side of the map. They know that they're not going to be top because they were just top. So Wenhao try and find someone. I think he might have gotten a little bit too close to that tower. They know where the Tiny is. So kind of back inside of the base.
They're trying to put the Static Storm. They're fighting with the Chronosphere. This is further fight that break is when half of the combo. Oh my lord, what is that again? When somehow always finding the angle to multiple heroes, and that was the big killer's bomb the Void.
It was, and it was right after he bought items as well, so he would want to buy it back, but he can't join this fight.
There's more members now off the back of him being here. Tiny will trade it. He's got nothing to worry about. A zip into the middle. Help secure the triple kill for the Dawnbreaker. They've got that 15. They've got the Desolator as well as the tower. It's going to fall pretty fast along with the catapult. It's all lining up for Radiant.
Took
them a while to skill up that tower, but well, now you have no glyphs left for the entire game that are going to be refreshed. So this is where you look at the mystery play going in, lands at the man.
With the BKB off, but actually it might be enough to keep him alive. They're going to get a lot of the damage from the Maelstrom all the time lock. Now they're going to look at the middle with extra feed control. Void goes down, Echo's in some trouble as well. Trying to get the finishing blow into the Storm, but Real survives on just under 50 health.
I think maybe you just went in a little bit too early. He had 3 team members respawning in about 5 to 10 seconds, so even if he waited a second, he would have been able to have that mechanism to be able to save him and allow him to get back to safety. The man's been hitting great chronos all throughout this game, and honestly that one hitting it onto 3, but it was the quick fingers coming through from Big Can that allowed him to get off that that BKB and prevent himself from dying.
And this man, oh man, it's a 94% probability at this stage of the game. Echo's bottom lane, see, are they gonna have enough? There is Solar Guardian at already. It's like combo enough with Avatos to pass the airtime.
I don't think that you need the arrow with
Doesn't even say in the tool to. Oh, never mind. Total fight 1.7 seconds. Okay.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I guess if you go for full control, right? The avalanche and then toss the last, maybe would be enough.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Smoke up though, continue to sweep across the map. They're hugging for the moment. Still Chrono on cooldown as well.
He needs this BKB so bad. Avoid everyone standing in the way. Okay. We just used the time walk as well. I picked
He did blink, but the Dawnbreaker's got his own blink as well. Would have helped him close the arrow. Avalanche sets up the arrow tease. It was a nice static storm to stop the fall, but tight, but it didn't just matter in the end. He was at least able to find that stun and that TZ. He'll be chased down as well. Radiant, I'm so impressed with how lonely they're playing. They built this net worth lead and they are hunting. Just relentless pressure across the map. Dai cannot get out on the map.
They've been hunting since level 5, since ultimates were first available on both Storm and Dawnbreaker. Like, they've been non-stop and I love it.
We continue the hunt. On how again setting up for this whole Guardian 700 crit. Blows up the exchanges.
Look at that Roche
respawn. Roche spawn.
Yeah.
Oh my. And he scouts it as well. Oh no. And this is also Daedalus completed too, so you're going to be able to pick up this Aegis and the Ag shot and probably go high ground off the back of a solid pickoff.
You get bringing the Storm, surely.
Shard as well? Okay. No. Shard or...
SF got both.
Alright, well, I guess here's your Sieger. So, the Storm is a...
Can't be a towers, unfortunately. You can't print towers either.
Dire are scanning.
Scary though with the DD. Nice scan.
Imagine if you could crit towers. How busted that would be.
Yeah, no, we're good. We don't need that. We already have so much obliterates objectives.
See him upload.
Oh!
A bitter sweet sunset.
I don't think BK even hit him. I don't think he hit him.
He hit it once.
I don't know. No, he didn't. Dawn break the... Dawn did all the damage.
Oh, well.
What?
I think it was the second swipe as well. It wasn't even the smash damage from the Starbreaker. That just procced the luminosity.
He went for all the Starbreaker talent at 10, then the luminosity talent at 15, so... Boy. That pick up was even a real big target just to support it. They're going to do the first fight. Right now, see with the counter initiation. They've got Cloud already on the respawn. Let's see if he's going to be able to beat the BKB beforehand. Jason Floyd's going to make sure there's not an opportunity. Arrow does connect along with the Tall Guardian. BK's not dead, and with that, there's nothing they can do. They dropped everything on the respawn, and without having any abilities afterwards, there's just no rebuttal as lonely. A four-center barrack top. They need some creep. That's where the Storm's able to come into play.
As I was seeing that TP from the Faceless, so I'm like, all right, they're doing all the right things. They've got the Chronosphere available, but he was before that fight 150 gold short of that BKB. So if he was somehow able to like TP back to the fountain instead, sell a Wraith Band, buy the BKB, and then join the fight, that would have been ideal. But you just see how much impact a single arrow has.
And that ward inside the base when just got a glimpse of the Ember. Get Kai back. Did you
Now it's over.
Ben, alright. Alright. So I will... This is a incredibly impressive showing from Radiant. And what a masterclass performance.
Yeah, honestly, after those first couple of the game, I was like, man, how did these guys beat Cactus in the close qualifiers? I can see it now. I can see how they did it if this is how they play, because Meteor, they're not a bad team. We saw what they were able to do.
Cloud